3 days into this Malta tour, and the T20s are run and won yesterday by Hungary on net run rate over Austria. So I know they've got a score to settle. So of the host nation, Malta, without a win in the T20 format, but it's the helter-skelter of T10 in the international form as well. So this should be a great day. The next 2 days are an ECI. Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI Malta, and it starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Bonjour, good morning, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company as we get ready for the ECN T10 format. The same three countries that we saw over the last 3 days. We have the hosts Malta as well as the tourists Austria and Hungary. Really dynamic format as well as far as this tournament goes, because it's just 2 days. There'll be 6 kind of round robin matches. The teams will play each other home and away, so to speak, and then we will have the final tomorrow afternoon. So it should be a really, really interesting couple of days. Of course, like I said, Hungary, they did win the T20 I-Try series, and they won it on net run rate. Both Hungary and Austria were 3-1, but Hungary with a really thrilling win in match 6, a low scoring thriller. They were able to get that win. But yeah, as we get into the T10 format, obviously it's a little bit different. The boundaries come in a little bit. So we've got 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. Obviously the game's just a lot quicker as well. Won't be as much dead time in between deliveries or overs. A few changes for the teams as well. We'll get to that as the day goes on. I do have some toss news though in match number 1. It's Malta versus Austria. Austria have won the toss and have sent in Malta. And well, Malta, they were kind of competitive with the bat in that T20I Tri-Series, but not really able to have the firepower consistently enough to put big scores on the board, and that's why they walked away with an 0-4 record, including 2 losses to Austria. Although we do know we've seen Austria touring Malta for a bilateral ECI before, and that was 5-2 in a 7-match series to Austria, but Malta did win a couple of games along the way. So some names to watch, actually some big ins for Malta, including Jagath Purna, who was the MVP of the European Cricket Series here in November. Also, I've got to mention Priyan Pushparajan. He's such a talented player, and he's in for the T10 stuff as well. For Austria, Mihad Chima comes in. I think he'll have the gloves in this first game. Really, really useful wicketkeeper and a hard-hitting batter if he gets an opportunity. Weather-wise here at the Malta International Cricket Ground, plenty of sunshine, blue skies at the moment, around about the same as yesterday. 15 degrees is the expected max and about 14 to get us going. So almost ready to go. Here's a little bit of an expert in the T10 format already. Christina Goff is going to be in the commentary box with me today. And Tina, of course, was the MVP in the ECCW Challenger Division last year. I know that you can't wait to get going. I'm the same. I can tell you Malta batting first after being sent in by Akib Iqbal at the toss. Over to you. Let's get ready for this European Cricket International.
Thank you, Vinny, and good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the Master Sports
Bonjour,
Club
good morning. Buenos dias, wherever you're watching from.
In Malta, and it's match 1 of the ECI Malta 2025 series. We've already had a brilliant few days of cricket here in the T20 format, and now we're going to the shorter, more explosive format of T10. And Malta, they have a bit of a point to prove here. They went winless in 4 games in the T20I series. Especially on their home turf. They'll be hoping to get some points on the board and to show us what they're made of. Austria, meanwhile, they had a disappointing end to the T20I series, losing that nail-biting final game last night against Hungary, but they're coming into this T10 series in otherwise good form. Vinny already spoke through some of the lineups, and Malta, they've got their big man, little man duo at the top of the lineup with Darshit Patanka and Rocky Danish, and they'll be hoping that those two fire today. They got off to good starts in the T10 series. And otherwise, Jagath Purna, he's a big name. Michael Das as well in the middle of the Maltese lineup. They'll be hoping to make some big runs, T10 specialists. But Austria, they've got a few guns themselves. They got Mark Simpson-Parker. He got out for the first time in Game 6 of the T20 series. If he stays in, I think Austria rightly have that 79% win percentage prediction before the game. But Malta are no strangers to this T10 format. They've got reinforcements, so they'll be hoping to spring a few surprises and get some points on the board. You can see beautiful panorama here of the sports club, and the blue skies are out, the sun is shining. We had a bit of rain around yesterday, but we're hoping the rain stays away. But someone who I hope doesn't stay away after he had a bit of a break from the commentary box yesterday is Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome.
Good morning, Tina. Morning, everyone. Yeah, I came back at the right time, didn't I? We had a real thriller between Austria and Hungary in the last match of the day, and yeah, I think this is going to be pretty thrilling as well. It looks like it's going to be Sahil Zadran to get us going. Time for some T10 madness, and it's going to start with a big, expansive drive, and it's going to be edged for 6. Welcome. Bienvenidos, Maximo, and it's Michael Das actually. So you don't quite get your big man, little man combination. Das has come in. They've said, right, you're fresh, you're good to go. Gets a piece of it, not the whole thing, but he does get 6 runs.
Yeah, and we come straight into the T10 format. None of this blocking nonsense. It's just swing the bat, hope for the best, and he got the best result there with a big 6.
Well, we are away. And, well, comeback ball for Zadran. A little bit short, it's well cut off. Rasmal Shigwal saves the run. Expecting big things from him as well. Mentioned probably the best player, I think, that we haven't seen score a century on the network. Doesn't have a century in T20 internationals or T10s, although he has gone really close. He's got a lot of kind of 50s undefeated. Maybe he's scored a lot of 50s in chases as well. But he's a class act.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've seen here 2 brand new openers for Malta, so we'll probably see the Tank and Rocky further down the lineup, but we can see that the Malta have brought in the reinforcements for these T10 internationals.
Wow, that is a Maximo. I'll tell you that right now. With that back speed, that is going to fly all the way Maximo backwards. So we expected action, and we haven't been disappointed. Not to say the T20s weren't action-packed, and we had a pretty chaos start when you arrived on day 2, but swinging hard and hoping for the best, and Das has the cricket gods on his side.
This is what we love about the T10 format, isn't it? It's just all-out action, and Zadran hasn't actually bowled 2 bad balls, but they've both gone all the way to the rope, so he'll be hoping for a bit of a response here on the 3rd ball.
Well bowled by Zadran. Gets a little bit of shape there. Obviously bowling all the overs from the golf course end here. So you'll get a good view of every single ball here in the ECN T10. Das, so what a start. 2 sixes and 2 dots so far in the 4 balls. And Pushparajan's out there to bat with him, so they put the fresh blood, if you like, out there straight away, hoping to get off to a flyer, Malta. That's well bowled, Zadran. He's an experienced campaigner. He's kind of a good mixture of aggression, but also intelligence, Sahil Zadran.
Yeah, and he's getting a lot of late movement there. You could see in that one, it just tailed away from Michael Das. That's a ball that you'd be happy with in any format.
Another bit of swing there, but this one isn't timed. That'll be the end of the first over. 2 big blows, but nothing else for Malta in the first 12 without loss. Hey, so obviously we're into the 2nd tournament of the tour. So yeah, our tour of Malta started with the T20 I Try series, which was won by Hungary on net run rate. And we'll see Hungary today. They've got a slightly easier day with just 2 matches. The other teams will play 3 matches. Of course, we've got a 4-match program here in Malta for the start of ECI action. ECS starts on Saturday as well. No, Rico Fool will be travelling tomorrow, and I'll be doing the first day with him before I take a bit of a break, heading into a big schedule in Qatar. But yeah, T10 format, it's already delivering, isn't it?
Yeah, and Malta will be hoping that these reinforcements deliver for them as well. And I mean, Michael Das is a big game player. He's had centuries in the previous 2 seasons, and how he'd dearly love to kick off his 2025 season with a century here. As the captain here, Akib Iqbal, is bringing himself on for the 2nd over.
3 over power play, of course, in ECN T10. A bit of activity behind there. A lot of things going on at the Master Sports Club. Pushparajan into the side, and we'll see him playing for Royal Strikers at the European Cricket League. Royal Strikers, champions of Malta last year. And so first time Royal Strikers have made it. I think Malta, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've had a different club every year. This is their 4th time playing in the ECL. That's going to be a hit. It's going to be hit pretty well. It's 1 bounce for Priyan. He's off the mark.
Yeah, and that was a lovely shot. Just a tiny bit of width provided by the Austrian captain there, and he just leans into it. Of course, Austria... Maybe we can go through the rules actually of the T10s. We've switched a bit, so there's a few new regulations that we have on the European Cricket Network that we don't have in the ICC.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're not new to us, but yeah, maybe if you're new to the format, we'll go through a few of them during this first innings. Akib Iqbal pushes the long off back now. Deep mid wicket, the other outfielder. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautifully timed. Just a little bit leg stumpish. It's well, great bit of fielding by Mark Simpson-Parker. That was a Class A plugger. I thought that one might be headed for the archery range first up, but yeah, in the end, it's not even a boundary.
I think Mark Simpson-Parker thought it wasn't going to reach him either. I thought he was just going to be a spectator, and then he realised he had to kind of gallop over there, catch it one-handed, and says to his teammate, he didn't see what was coming there.
Yeah, I mean, off the bat. Seemed like he timed it pretty well. Nice bit of dismissive wristage about it. Rolling cutter goes for it, and that is a biggie. Could be a car park bound, maybe not. Maximo over the grandstand. The ball has been flying so far off the bat.
Yeah, Michael Das, he's probably been watching his teammates the last couple of days, and he's finally got the chance to come out here now, and he's making the most of his opportunity here.
Yeah, so I was going to say, fourth year that Malta have been involved in the European Cricket League. They weren't one of the 8 original nations in 2019, but it was expanded quite a big way in 2022. I think it went to 30 teams. And that was Malta Super Kings that represented in 2022. In 2023, it was American University of Malta. And last year it was Gozo Zalmi. This year it'll be Royal Strikers. So just trying to work out if one country has had 4 different clubs. Maybe if you can think of an example, let us know. Goes hard at this one as well. That is going to carry the rope. So Maximo for Das, who's dealing in sixes. He's 24.
Yeah, it's quite a blistering start here from Malta, and maybe the shorter format suits them a bit. They don't quite have the batting depth that maybe the other teams do have. But if they can just go hard at the ball from the very start, they've already raced away to almost 30, and it's still only in the second over.
Yeah, well, it begs the question, what is a good score here? And I've got to say, I'm not sure. And what's enough? But it keeps clever. I mean, it's a challenge for bowlers as well, but I think a lot of the good ones relish the challenge. You see, good kind of leg cutting, slower ball there from Iqbal. Now his over does go for 18, and after 2 overs, Malta 30 without loss.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see what Iqbal, the captain for Austria, does. There's a bit of friendly fire there. He's got quite a few bowlers to choose from, a few spin options as well. Of course, Bilal is featured heavily. He's kind of a first change bowler in the T20 format. Whether he'll come on relatively early, but he's just chilling at mid-off at the moment. So it looks like they'll stick with a bit of seam. And Sahal Zadran's going to bowl his second over by the looks of it. So they're sticking to the opener for now, but I imagine we'll see some changes pretty quickly. But it's the final over of the power play, so maybe they'll get out with a bit of seam and then turn to spin. Okay,
here we go with over number 3. Zadran bowling out in the power play. Orthodox looking drive to start up, and no run as we just have a look at the chat. Good to see Golden Bridge feeling that Malta need to represent on home turf after not winning a game here in the T20s. Well, they've certainly made a fairly bright start here. Golden Bridge, hello to you. Hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, as well as Kai Bay watching from down under. Bike Hunk 2020, Bike Hunk 223. Big Push Parajan fan saying, my man, proud Push Parajan back into the Malta team. Sure is. He's out there in the middle right now. Later, Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia, as well as Kroom in the UK. Dave B's in there. Di Maria's there from Italy. Holly Tomo, that's Rob Thompson's daughter. Well, she's over, so they said time to... They even cleaned the TV. So you know that they're serious about their viewing experience. Hello to Dirty Sanchez, also one of my favourite viewer names. Paul Kempen. Bit of an issue last night because there's another viewer called PK, and Paul Kempen said, hey, they're my initials, but hey, there's room for both. Hello to Raj Beer. Jeez, a lot of people tuning in. Was watching from South Africa as well. So good morning. If you'd like a shout out, say hello. This one almost takes Zadran's fingers off on the way past, but that's going to be 4. Now, one big difference I think with the boundaries here. Obviously they're kind of shorter all the way around, but particularly straight. The square boundaries are pretty short here in Malta anyway, so it's not a huge difference there. But yeah, I think it's good. I mean, it encourages straight hitting as well, and correct cricket shots. You get value for them, and Das gets 4 there. Yeah, and Sahal Zadran, I think for a brief moment, thought he might be within a chance of catching that, but then he realised he might need his fingers for the rest of the week, so he probably did the right thing to take his hand away from that. That was powerfully hit down the ground. A little bit shorter, takes on the pull. Mark Simpson Park will do the fielding. Wasn't he brilliant in the T20 internationals? It was only the last game before he actually got out, unfortunately for Austria. It was in that, I suppose you call it kind of a drawn out collapse. They were bowled out for 98 in 16.1 overs, and they rue those balls left on the table as they ended up going down to Hungary with 9 balls. The margin, and that meant that Hungary went to the top of the table on net run rate. Both teams with a 3-1 record. Zadran getting some good outswing here. Push Parajan, a little bit more conservative of the 2 batters so far. Yeah, I'm excited to see Mark Simpson Parker with the bat. He was already clearing the rope with ease
yesterday, and with the slightly shorter boundaries, I'm sure he's going to be leaning into a couple of big shots.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. That's technically a really good shot from Pushparaj. Well, Bike Hunk will be happy. There's 6 from the main man, Priyan. It's maximal, 6 more to Malta, up in the 40s already.
Yeah, this is exactly the start that Malta wanted, especially on the back of 4 losses and moving to the T10 format. This will definitely give them a bit of confidence. You can see by the win predictor, started up around 70% to Austria. Now Malta inching closer to 50-50. The longer these two stay in, the better the chance Malta have. So you can see he's just cleaning the ball a bit as well. It's still quite early out here in Malta, so the outfield's a bit wet. So every time that ball gets smashed to the boundary, it's just getting wetter and wetter. So we'll watch out for that.
Down leg side, slower ball from Zadran, but just misses the mark slightly. Yeah, so hello to all of our wonderful viewers. That's a good example. It's almost like a fast leg spinner or a leg cutter if you like, but ends up going down the leg side. And yeah, Portugal last night as well. That is, you know, we've seen a few car park incidents here, but that Portugal series. Well bowled by Zadran. I think in the end he goes for 24 in the 2-over spell. I think that's unders. I think he's done a pretty good job. That's the end of the 3-over power play in Malta, 42 without loss.
Yeah, I think car insurance claims in Portugal have gone through the roof after that series, and we've had, I think, 1 incident here, and the way these 2 opening batters are going, we might have a couple more by the time the day's out. Pretty
Expensive incident though, to be fair. But no, well, 12, 18, 12. I honestly think a 150s par, maybe more in this series. Just got a feeling it might be one of those series. The ball's really going to fly. But one thing that might keep it down, maybe 140 par, might be the fact that the outfield's pretty slow. So I think we'll see more 6s than 4s in this series. But yeah, I'm going to... Often you overestimate it because you get kind of blown away if there's a quick start. I'll say probably 145 is my par. Here's Idibasha Dida getting a bowl. It's probably underused, I think, in the series.
Yeah, he bowled a bit in the final game, didn't he? And
Yeah.
then we thought maybe he'd be throwing the ball in those key death overs. And Bilal bowled instead with a bit of spin. Obviously, it's easy to be wise after the fact, but he was bowling very well, was Dida, and I think he would have loved the opportunity to bowl again at the death, but he's got the opportunity now.
Yeah, definitely. That one's hit pretty hard. Bit of work for the fielder. Not a great effort, if you're completely honest, from Safi. Needed to get down to it at an international level. I know he's still new in his international career, but you've got to get down to that. It's almost like fielding on a pillow here, albeit one that might have been left in a puddle, but still, that's going to cost his team.
Yeah, he takes a guilty look around after and throws up a half apologetic hand.
Interesting, he uses his hand to apologise, but he doesn't use it to field the ball.
And his football skills leave little to be desired as well, because he missed everything there. He's going to have another chance here though, but that one's coming a bit slower at him, and he goes down 2 hands.
This is where,
textbook.
I mean, he is in front of the grandstand. Maybe later on you would get that traditional kind of Bronx cheer, which is one of my favourite things in cricket.
The sarcastic.
Yeah,
yay.
you mess one up and then, hey. That's my best impression of it. That one is lifted up, but it's straight to the fielder, and so Das is going to have to go. Shigawal takes the catch. Dida with the first wicket of the series. Das, I suppose, does his job, and he goes out there, he swings the bat, but his luck runs out on 31, and Malta 48 for 1.
Das went for the pull shot there, but he just got a bit cramped up by Dida there, and it looked like it was maybe going to fly, but it just popped up. I think it probably went high off the bat if we look on the replay. Yeah, he picked it out, but he just picked out the fielder, and Dida gives it the old double biceps, showing us how strong he is.
Yeah, you got to love it. Yeah, that's the end of Michael Das. 4 sixes and a 4. Pretty much dealing in boundaries. It's all part of the game though, isn't it?
That brings the captain to the crease as well, Varun Prasath. He got a few good scores in the T20 series, but never really went big. And we've got the left-hand, right-hand combination now as well, which will be interesting, especially with these smaller boundaries. How Dida, the bowler, reacts to now kind of having to cut the ball across the left-hander, and you can see that Austria already playing around with their field.
Yeah, Dida. Yeah, I think he's fit. You know, I've had a chat to him. I think maybe he just preferred some other options. Safi getting a bit more of an extended run. But I mean, yeah, I'm a bit surprised we didn't see him bowl to the last game. But hey, means he's fresh, loves the chaos. Like I said, I know this format's hard on bowlers, but it does force you to get better. You can't hide behind big boundaries or just kind of waiting for a kind of 60-metre miss hit. The thing about Prasath, he likes that leg side, and if you give him the chance, he'll be able to swat it over the boundary. He's got unnatural power, kind of a wiry character, leading the Maltese side this week.
He's another one that's got so close to a century on several occasions. He's got 98 not out twice. He's got 97 not out against Czechia last year, and he's not quite got over the line.
That's true, actually. It's a good observation. And right on cue. That one is going. It is literally gone. It's gone over the pavilion, and it's lodged in the top branch of the trees behind it. What a shot. And that's just Prasath getting off the mark.
I think the birds were in danger there. They had their nest disturbed. There was nothing disturbing about that shot. He just hoisted it over.
What a hit. Honestly, that was so big.
They didn't even try and look for that one. They just said, here's a new ball, lads. Let's go.
Yeah, no, we'll get the balls out there a little bit quicker. It's the end of the over. 50 comes up as well with that blast from Varun Prasath. 54 for 1. I still think it was actually a decent over from Dida. But I suppose, yeah, he'll be wondering what happened with that last ball. Yeah, was it a good over or not? I mean, I don't think it was a particularly bad over. I think all up here went for 12.
Wicket in there as well, an
Yeah.
important wicket. I think he'd take that. But as we've suspected, they are going to turn to spin in the shape of Bilal, the bespectacled, sunglassed Terminator out there.
Pushparajan having to play that, I won't call it an anchor role, but happy to be a bit more selective. He's got batters at the other end, obviously willing to take some pretty big risks. Yeah, Rob and Holly in New Zealand. I know it gets pretty late pretty quickly there. What is it in New Zealand? I'm going to guess it is probably maybe 9:35 at night. I think it's a 12-hour difference from where we are. Yep.
Perfect nighttime viewing.
Get the popcorn. Probably don't need too many blankets down there at the moment. It's still pretty warm, I think.
Yeah, I can probably send them our way.
Got him. And Bilal comes on change of pace. And Prasath tries to repeat the dose. Well, he only got 6 runs. They were a pretty memorable 6. I think you're right, did upset the bird's nest, but this time it's the stumps that are disturbed. That's the second wicket down on Malta. 55 for 2.
Yeah, 6 and out for the captain, and it was just that round the wicket angle. It goes into the left-handed batting arc, but he just played all around that one and splatted the middle of middle stump.
Yeah, well, Shawver and Prasath has a lot of things he wants to achieve in life, but moving his feet when he's batting is probably not one of them. We know that he likes to kind of stay stable and and try and whack it away. Tina just motioning the practice shot was maybe a little bit more technically correct, but he'll go 6 and out, basically. It's 55 for 2.
It's one of my favourite things when someone gets out playing an absolute hoik and then they just walk off and they just flat bat it. It's like you're never going to play that shot in your life, but it's nice for you to pretend.
It's nice, yeah, to aspire to it, I guess. But yeah, that would have probably stopped the stumps getting knocked over. Hey, That's the way it is. Rocky drops down to 4 here in this one. Rocky will also do the keeping today, or in this game at least for Malta.
No, I think that's something he's maybe a bit more comfortable with. We saw him fielding out in the deep the last few days, and a few high balls coming his way, a few balls crunched at him. I think he's happier with the gloves behind the stumps.
Yeah, and one thing about Rocky, had a brilliant ECS from Cedar Warriors. Ended up winning. Cedar Warriors making their first ever final. And comes down the pitch and goes Maximo. That's Pushparajan, who is going to lift it up and over the top. Mid on and mid off were back on the boundary, but they were pretty far apart. And Priyan finds the gap.
That was a nice little skip down the wicket for Priyan there. And as you were saying earlier, those short, straight boundaries are there for the taking. And Bilal has pushed both of his straight fielders a bit finer now as well. Of course, leaves open the gaps either side. It's tough when you only have a few fielders outside the ring to try and cover all those gaps. They're moving around now. They've brought in the square leg and pushed out the covers.
Slightly quicker one. It's a nice bit of timing. Still tests the outfield, but it's going to get there. Cuatro carreras. And Pushparajan, you can see he's not all crash and bash, and it's very, very good batter. He's kind of changed the landscape a little bit in the club game with his performances. It's a nice little tuck away, low risk, high reward, 4 runs.
Yeah, and Bilal there, he just changed the field, actually brought in the square leg, and of course, as luck would have it, the next ball goes straight through that vacant area, but it was a bad ball, just drifted down leg side a little.
Last ball of the over. This time turns out to be a low full toss. Well, long chase for Mark Simpson-Parker, but he will get there. They will get 2, so 14 come off Bilal Salmai's over, but he does pick up a wicket. That's halfway through this first 10 over innings. It's 68 for 2. Mark Simpson-Parker, for a tall guy, he's very good at getting down to the ground and made sure that wasn't going to get past him. Hey, a lot of people may be watching this T10 format for the first time. I know we've got a lot of new viewers. I think over 1,000 new subscribers this week. So here's some of the key points in our ECN T10 format. 50-metre boundaries marked from the centre of the field, and it's 30-metre infield. Obviously 10 overs per innings. Each over is 6 balls, and we bowl all the overs from one end. And there's a couple of reasons for that. 3 overs per team constituting a match. Come back to live. Might go back to that in a second. Dida gets the dot first up, so he's bowling his first 2 overs in a 2-over spell. A bit of bat there, rolled along the ground. But yeah, we can see 3-over power play, so only 2 outfielders allowed in it. Nicely played, and there's no outfielder back there, so that's going to crash off the fence. Dinesh with his first boundary, blasted over point.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. He just stepped away to the leg side, gave himself a bit of room, and see his teammates applauding there in the tent. Rocky got off to a few good starts in the T20 series, never really went on to a big score. And at the moment, we can go back to the key points.
Yeah, so yeah, we've got the play clock in place, so a lot of things are timed. It's going to be up, it's going to be in the air, and that's going to be 16-ish.
That was timed.
Maximo, yeah, well, mentioned this before, but he's kind of a bit of a master of the 6 that just gets there. That one was a little bit bigger. That one went over the fence.
Yeah, and that's the first introduction to the archery range as well.
Yeah, true. Let's go back to it one more time because we've got a bit of time while the ball comes back. We'll just finish those things. Yeah, there's penalties for not staying on time that are enforced. Video umpires available in limited circumstances, mostly for line decisions. And tied matches are decided by golden ball. So just for our newbies, if you want to take a screenshot of that, you can get an idea of how we run these matches. We've developed that because there's a lot of people that, they're like, oh, what is this? But it's important you understand this is a different format of the game. It's been great in spreading the popularity in Europe. Well, that's in the air and gone. Well, Dinesh maybe a little bit unlucky. Just flicks that off the pad, and that's Adil Tariq, who's come into the side. Not an easy position there in the circle because the ball does come quickly. And Dinesh, after looking pretty good, he's going to go for 11 And Malta, 3 wickets down now, 78 for 3.
Rocky will be disappointed with that. He got in the right position. He picked the line. He just didn't quite get under it enough, and it was a good take in the end. You could see it stung his palms a little bit. Trying not to show the pain, but it got at him quickly, and he just put his hands in front of his face, hope for the best, and managed to hold on.
Yeah, Rocky. Yeah, 2 metres either side. It's a boundary, but catch presented, catch taken, and deal. Yeah, it wasn't really used. We saw him as a subfielder a couple of times in the T20Is, but I asked him this morning, "Are you in?" He said, "Yeah, I'm in." And we'll also see him for the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Brother of Umair Tariq, who's in the side, although I think Umair isn't in the 11 today. He makes way for his brother. Jagat Purna comes out. He's going to start by cutting one for 6. Maximo. Well, T10 takes an MVP to no one, and I can tell you that Jagat was the MVP last year in the ECS for Southern Crusaders. Again, burst onto the scene. He's a great pickup. That one doesn't touch the grass off the bat. 6 runs.
Yeah, it's quite a nice ball to face when you're coming in fresh to the crease. A bit of width. It probably might have even been a wide had he left it, but he'll take the 6 all day long, and he just kind of pushed that over point. It was a lovely shot.
Yeah, and Jagat, guys, he's played a good level of cricket in Sri Lanka before his move to Malta. That one will be cut off by an outfielder. Purna. Well, don't know actually if yeah, they'll get 1, but that's all they'll get there. He'll retain the strike and the score 85 for 3 after 6. I mean, his guy, he's played 4 List A matches and 3 T20s at the domestic level in Sri Lanka. Is obviously a really good level of cricket, and yeah, he's a very handy left-arm spinner. He played for the Police Sports Club and the Sri Lanka Ports Authority Cricket Club.
Do you think they have a strong rivalry with, like the motorway?
Like police versus Coast Guard.
Yeah, against customs.
Yeah. But yeah, I do like some of the subcontinental club teams. Seems like Pakistan Railways versus the rubber factory. But hey, it's a good level of cricket there. Bilal is going to bowl out here. Low full toss, and that's going to be for Purna. Starting hot. Coming in at 5, but still 4 overs to play. Malta, just think they've fallen behind the rate they'd want to be. On kind of 140 pace, which maybe he thinks about par, but they'd love a big finish.
And you can see how much the Malta lineup has actually changed from the T20Is. 3 of the top 5 are new, so you'd forgive them for needing a bit of time to get going, but all of them have come in and hit their shots from the very beginning. Bilal, you can see every ball more or less working on that ball. It's still a bit wet out there, but the sun is out. It's going to be drying off pretty quickly, I'd hope.
That one is lifted up, but fortune favouring Purna, doesn't carry down to Janan Gelzai. He's back in the side. Gelzai is on an ECS active streak of 5 50s in a row.
Wow.
And the record is 6. Probably doesn't apply here because we're playing internationals. In the air, what a catch! Shigawal puts up the periscope and he gets Pushparajan. That's a brilliant catch. What a highlight here on the opening morning of this European Cricket International. It was Go-Go Gadget arm. Zalmai has his man. It's a full toss. It actually does the job. And Malta, 90 for 4.
Yeah, brilliant catch. Let's take a look at this on the replay. You see he gets both feet up in the air. See it from the reverse angle. It's hit hard, and you can tell that the camera is struggling to keep up because it was hit at such a pace, but there he goes. Goes up with 2 hands, realises he's going to have to go with 1, gives it the old Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, what a catch, and great camera work as well. I mean, that flew off the bat, but Shigawal, yeah, you're right, went up with 2. 2 wasn't going to do the job, and it's going to take something special to get rid of Pushparajan, and that was special. 29 for Priyan, and Malta now 90 for 4. Darshit Patanka comes to the crease.
We saw a bit of the tank in the T20 Internationals, so we know he can hit a long ball. And he's also a proponent of the no footwork brigade.
Around the ground. Just a single. So Patanka opening the batting in the T20s. Drops down to 6 here. I suppose he actually looked pretty good, I think, in the T20s. He sometimes found a way to get himself out after making a start.
Yeah, he consistently scored runs. He got a half century in game 4, got 32, got 17, so anything around that in a T10 format is a good score. We've still got a few batters still to come, have Malta, so with those reinforcements, they maybe bat a bit deeper than they did in the T20Is. But this is a good comeback from Bilal. His first ball went for 4. After that, he's gone for just 4 singles and that wicket, meaning that Malta are 93 for 4 off 7 overs, 3 overs left. The expected score has them at 132. I think we guessed earlier that par might be around 150, as we see the ping off the side of the AstroTurf pitch there. Yeah, Malta, if they can get to around 150, they'll be happy with that. There's a lot of upcoming events, isn't there?
Yeah,
we're going to be excited.
Definitely. This is only the beginning as well, with obviously Portugal Night Series going on at the moment. That's the third and final series of the Portugal Tour. And of course, we're here starting the ECIs in Malta. Western Shield is going to be huge. Expanded from last year, 4 teams instead of 2, and it's 5 days instead of 2. And it's the Cardimer Oval, leading straight into the 5th edition of the European Cricket League. And I'm excited for that as well. Here's Safi. It's in the air and gone. Well, he took a wicket with his first ball of the T20 series. He's taken a wicket with the first ball of this T10 series as well. Aki Iqbal makes no mistake. The tank fails to fire, out for just 2, and Malta running into a bit of trouble now at 93 for 5.
Yes, it's interesting in this T10 format that wickets aren't as important as in the T20 format because, of course, it's half as long, so you don't often have your order rattle through, but it's the run rate at the moment that Malta are currently struggling with. They had a big over a few overs ago in the 6th, but since then they've just gone for 1 boundary and lost 2 wickets in the meantime.
Yeah, disappointment for the tank. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Hamid Safi, his T20I debut on Monday, started with a wicket then. Gets a wicket now. Nias Mohammed comes out at number 7, so a little bit deep in the order now. It's going to test Malta. Still got Purna there, don't forget. He started with a bang. Oh, he's been littered first ball. And he's going to get a run. Well, we might have time for our first concussion test of this ECI. License low camera 3. Show me the... Yeah, a surprise ball really from Safi. Digs it in. And helmets are compulsory in ECN T10 cricket. And we are thankful for that, because without the helmet, it would have been a pretty short day for Nias Mohammed.
It's got a bit big on him there, didn't it?
He must have just flown through the concussion test, because he just basically answered the first 3 right and said he's ready to go.
Are you okay? Yes.
Sold it off as a glancing blow, but I think
it almost went for 4.
Yeah, well, trying to dust off the head knock protocols. But anyway, Purna goes for the pull next ball and misses out. Starting to just feel like this innings is spluttering after a fairly bright start. It's funny that some people say wickets don't matter in T10. Sometimes that's the case, but generally if you're picking up wickets, you're getting new batters to the crease, and more of them than not take a bit of time to get going, if they get going at all. It's a nice shot though, just angled in towards middle and leg. Purna jumps across and flicks it away to fine leg, 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's a bit more of what Malta need, and you're exactly right. When Rocky got out at 5.4 overs, they're on 78. So since then, they've only managed to add not even 20 runs. Now it's 20 runs. They've only got 2.5 overs or so left. They definitely want to get up to that 130 mark. The expected score has them at 127. That might be about 20 runs light, I imagine.
Well, that's a little bit of an edge, to be honest. It's running away, and it'll beat Itibashadida. So Purna gets 4. Hundreds up for Malta. 13 balls left in the innings. I think Purna is the one man who can drag Malta maybe up to that 150 or something like that. That'll look a lot healthier.
We need to say a happy birthday to Purna as well. He turned 30 yesterday.
Ah, did he really? Jagarth, happy birthday. Oh, you've got a birthday coming up as well, Tina, right?
Yeah, not a big one, but still, that's being celebrated by the Western Shield.
That's true. Last ball the over. It's straight. And a bit of work for Akib. I want 2. They're going to get 2. I'm not so sure about the 2 there, actually. I would have probably just liked to see Purna on strike. But anyway, taking every run they can get at the end of 8 overs. It's 104 for 5. So, as a member of the 30 club, do you have any advice for Jagarth as he's entered it now? I'm out of the 30s club now.
Well, I was impressed by the way he turned around just then, because I wouldn't be able to do that. We played a bit of paddle yesterday, and I'm still feeling it. So,
I was wondering when that would come up.
The advice is to stretch, because I'm suffering having not stretched once in my 20s.
Yeah, I know you took a photo and put it on social media, and I shared it. It was pretty fun. It was your first go of paddle. How did you find it?
I loved it. So I played a lot of tennis when I was younger, and it took me a while to realise that the racket's quite a bit shorter. So every time I thought the racket would be there, I played a lovely air shot. But it's a great game. It's quite fashionable at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's low barrier to entry. One thing, okay, compared to tennis, ball doesn't bounce as high normally, which kind of makes the gameplay a bit easier. You're true about the racket being smaller. That's full toss. Just coming 3 there for the freeze. And cut away for 1. This is the first one that's kind of asking a question as far as height.
He was slightly outside the crease, and the umpire has given it on height now, so no ball has been given. If you just look at the replay, he was dipping a slight bit, but he did move a slightly bit out of the crease, and probably just...
It's good call.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, we call waist or height. That's a good example of one that might not be a no ball on T20I. It is here, although Purna, it's got a bit lazy on that. Tried to go across that free hit. It ends up missing out. Yeah, so... Yeah, one thing as well, compared to tennis, you don't have to keep getting the ball. One of the reasons I like squash. Sometimes, that ball, you spend a lot of time getting the ball, not as much time playing. I think the in-play kind of proportion of time is pretty good, especially with our ECN slightly different format that we play. Oh, he hits across this, keeps down a little bit.
It's a big appeal there from the bowler.
It didn't really bounce. It didn't really bounce
No.
as much as I thought it would, and as much as Jagarth thought it would. So yeah, it just kind of keeps down a bit, still probably climbing over the top.
I think it's always tough when it's hit on the front leg and the leg is raised. Then it looks like it's going to be high, but he was back in the crease.
Yeah, I think if you DRS that, I think you could find it's taken top of the stump. So I can understand the doubt there for the umpire. And you see the play clock there as well, and they've done pretty well. I mean, all 3 of these teams you're going to see, these 2 and of course Hungary as well, are pretty experienced, and they know that clock runs and it is enforced. So 36 minutes to bowl 9 overs. There are adjustments made, for example, 1 minute per wicket you take, and if there's something that's really out of your control, but typically it runs. They've got 4 balls, they've got over 3 minutes left on the clock, so no issues there. Oh, that's a great shot by Purna, who just times that, punches it behind point, picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot, and just whistled off the bat. There was not much width on offer, but he just put his hands through it, and Purna, I think, is going to be the key for Malta now if they're going to get up to a defendable score. The expected score is 130, and if he can stay in for these final 9 balls and hit a few big shots, then they should be able to get up there.
Adil Tariq getting his first bowl of the week. And a bit of a mixed start, you could say, but he's a pretty handy bowler, and as is his brother. Funny, Umar out of the side, probably just a bit of a rotation thing. I don't think he's played badly or anything like that, but Umar's brother did take 2 hat-tricks in essentially this series 2 years ago. It was a bilateral then between Malta and Austria. Took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. He's still the only player to do that. Oh, it's high and it's far enough. Maximo Nias. Well, he has a blast as well. And that's 6 runs. It's a good example of a ball that probably wouldn't have even been 4 yesterday. Maybe you get 2 for this, but yeah, those short boundaries, especially straight, encouraging straight hitting, that's a really good cricket shot.
It's a lovely shot, and he's more or less got license here because Porner's going well at the other end. That if he can just get a few bonus boundaries, he's going after them here, and he's Mark Simpson-Parker is running around. He's putting in the full dive, and I think he's done really well to save the boundary there. You can have a look at that on the replay, and they're going to run for the overthrows as well.
Oh, well run. It's a great scramble.
There's a lot going on in that ball. There's the great dive by Mark Simpson-Parker, and he's going to be a bit ticked off that he puts in the full body dive, the full sideways Superman. Oh, great dive.
Yeah, I think it's clean.
I think
it's clean.
Yeah, I think so. Don't see the rope move there. It's difficult when we don't have the reverse angle, but great camera work again. And they run the 2. The ball comes in.
Only saves 1 run in the end, though.
Yeah, he'd be fuming with his teammates. He's a big guy. He goes for the belly flop, and he saves just the 1 run.
One thing about Mark Simpson-Parker, though, I know it's sometimes you want to see some sponsorships, or maybe get an underwear sponsorship. I'm pretty sure he might have lost the draws there for a second. Luckily, maybe we can't show you that again. And maybe it'll make the highlights. Watch out for it.
Post-watershed.
He's got a lot of fans out there, Mark Simpson-Parker, for good reason. And Tariq's over goes for 17, 121 for 5 after 9. I think a magical finish might drag them up to that par. I still think that 145 is par. Maybe more. Anyway, we're back, 10th over, and it's going to start with a ball. It's going to go all the way. Maximo Seis Carreras. And, well, Niash Mohammed flying the flag with the bat. Handy little cameo from him here as well.
Yeah, and that's a good way to start an over, especially if you want to make it go magical. And yeah, we said 150 at the start, and if they get 140 now, I think they'll be happy. Need a few more big shots before the end of the innings, though.
Miss. I probably want to run there on the fumble. Chima behind the stumps. Hey, you know, I'm pretty, I say conservative. I try not to get too excited with calling par in the first few overs. I remember Charlie with me in Belgium, he's called par 180 after a few overs there.
You've said it now, and we're going to run with it.
And then we had the graph of what he said and what it actually was. Still worked out me like 140. That's a nice shot by Niash Mohammed. This time he's going to get 4. So yeah, really doing a good job here. And Malta up into the 130s.
Yeah, Aki Iqbal's just strayed with his line a bit there, and anything down leg side. Behind square, they've got both fielders in the circle. In fact, there's 2 players outside the ring on the leg side, but it's very much a wide, long on, and Mark Simpson-Parker at cow corner, so anything square is going to go.
This time, it's worked away. Yeah, great effort there. Sishan Arif really gassing for 3 here as Porner. I think he's going to get it. They'll have a look at it.
He goes for it, and I think he gets in, and then he throws himself to the floor as well. That's quite an epic dive here. You see he comes back for the 3.
Did he make it? I think so. Yeah, he's home.
And gets his arms and legs and bat in quite an awkward position. That's why he takes a big tumble after getting in safe as well. Maybe see it here on the replay.
Good replays, by the way. Zisha never gave up on that, did he? But again, it's only going to save him 1. Yeah, clear, clean stop. Yeah, so the ECI is in Hungary, actually. Hungary, of course, the other team in this competition. Back in 2023, it was 153 par, and last year it was 157 par. The balls were really flying in that series.
Well, you've seen enough T10s in your time that I trust your gut instinct when it comes to par.
Places and certain teams, just crazy. All right, slow ball, high, really high. Bilal's under it, going back, but it's perfectly judged by Purna. It's a 50.2 metre 6, but it's good enough. Malta up to 140.
Yeah, Bilal was really interested in that, and rightly so, for a long time, but it got so much height on it that it kind of just dropped 2 centimetres behind his head, and there was not much you could do about it.
I mean, it's your perfect pitching wedge if ever you've seen one. It actually bounces backwards from where it lands. All right, so we'll get this magical finish. 19 off this over, last ball. Another one that's high, and it's pretty much an instant replay. Maximo to finish back-to-back. Akib Iqbal goes for 25 in the 10th, and Malta 146 for 5 after the first innings. I think they get back to roughly what I think par is. I said maybe 145 par, maybe it's slightly higher than that. But Purna gives them a fighting chance. Big finish there with 17 off the 9th and 25 off the 10th. Malta fighting back.
Yeah, we said that they had to go magical in the final over to get somewhere near par, and that's exactly what they did. 3 sixes in that final over, plus a 4 and a 3, a bit of a chaotic 3 in the middle. That brings Malta up to 146, and you'd say at halfway, it's about par. Austria will be backing themselves to chase it, but nonetheless, it's action-packed, and you can see already the different format brings around different shots and a lot of sixes. I think we did probably see more sixes than 4s in that innings.
We absolutely did, and there were 13 sixes in that innings, and there were 10 4s. So that was my prediction. It's a pretty safe one, I think. Just with this outfit, once that's slow, but you know, the balls that hit from high that bounce, they do kind of plug. If you hit along the ground, it's actually not too bad. But yeah, Dida, getting a bit more responsibility. Geez, we had some good catches in this innings as well. Rasmus Shigawal pulled out a couple of them. See a real highlight in a second. Prasad put one into a bird's nest, and then he lost his wood, didn't he? And Bilar, wily character, tries to hide the emotions behind his sunglasses, but we know it means a lot to him. Mark Simpson-Parker, he did a lot of little things well, didn't he? Just kind of putting his body on the line out there, sweeping on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Rocky came in, that was a knockout blow, but unfortunately for him, found the fielder here. Nice catch by Adil Tariq in the circle. Then we saw Pushparajan go to an absolute stunner. That's a classic Statue of Liberty play. Shigawal, I think he enjoyed it as well. Save 4 runs to boot. And it just seemed like Malta was spluttering a little bit here, didn't they? That was Iqbal getting Patanka for just 2. But this nice little partnership started with a bang, but not the type you'd think, as Nias caught one on the lid. But they came together at 93 for 5 and ended up putting on 53. In fact, 50 partnership brought up off the last ball. They did it in quick time. They've given Malta a fighting chance.
Yeah, and that's really thanks to Jagger Purna, who kind of guided the tail end of that innings. His 40 runs off just 15 balls, and here's Mohammed. He put in a great cameo as well, 20 off just 8, and that's given Malta a fighting chance here in those magical sixes in the final over. 25 runs coming off it, and that's pushed their total up to 146 for 5. And Austria, they showed what they could do in the T20 format. They've got a lot of big hitters, and they'll want to translate that to the T10 format now, chasing down that score. Let's
have a look at the scorecard then. Purna ends up top scoring from number 5 and does it at a good clip. 40 off 15 for him, including 3 6s and 4 4s. Das got them off to a flyer though. Was able to whack 4 Maximos in his 31. Pushparajan with 29 before he went to a one-handed catch. And there's Mohammed. And I've seen him do it before, but to do it this level and to come out and do it under pressure, nice little 20 not out off 8 for him. 2 wickets for Dida and Bilal Zalmai, as well as 1 for Hamid Safi. I think that some of the bowlers copped it a little bit. I don't think anyone really was disgraced. Obviously, Iqbal went for a few more than he would have liked, but that was the 10th over, and that can happen. But game on here. Austria, the perfect break, 147 for them to walk away with a win in the first match of this series. When you sound to him, Mr. Maximo with Tinakov. We'll take a break. Back shortly with more ECI Malta.
divine, blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Austria coming out to chase 147 against Malta in game one of this European Cricket International. It's going to be a great tournament over the next 2 days. 146 on the board, and if you're familiar with ECN T10, you'll know the bonus point system is in place. So if Malta can restrict Austria to 102 or less, which is 70% or less of their total. Then they will pick up all 4 points out of the game. If Austria can chase this in 7 overs, be a big ask, about 21 and over required, then they will get all 4 points. Otherwise, it'll be 3 to the winner and 1 to the loser of this game. Jace Matthews come in for this series as well. Jace will be playing for Royal Strikers as well at the European Cricket League. Jace was actually in the chat a little bit during the T20 Eyes as well. So welcome to him, and he's going to get the responsibility straight away. He's going to get the new ball. Austria like to swing the bat, put it that way. Austria ball doesn't quite have the same ring as Belgian ball, but looks pretty similar. Zalmai and Arif, the regular opening combination from the T20 Eyes, will remain in place. $147 to win. I kind of thought 145 was par. Second guessing myself, just knowing how well some of these guys can hit the ball. Maybe it is kind of 150, 155, maybe it's a little bit under, but time will tell. Here we go with the response. It's Matthew. Starts pretty well, finds that Yorker. I think any time's a good time for a Yorker if you can hit it. Even if it's first ball of the innings, also gives the opportunity for the ball to swing a little bit. Finish out to him, Mr. Maximo, on the ground in Malta. As we get underway, it's a warm welcome back as well to Tina Goff.
I'm excited to have the bonus points back in play. I love the bonus point system.
It's a cool system, isn't it? Real genius come up with that. Good bit of outswing. What's funny here is Jace doesn't think it's out and then has to kind of sell it as a kind of late bit of gravitas to the appeal. Hey, how was that?
And the Oscar goes to...
Big swing and a miss though. Maybe hit a bit of the ground. And I think the right decision's made. Austria 57% here to chase this down. It's well bowled though. Jeez, Matthew's done a good job early. And yeah, now suddenly if you can get out of the first over without conceding a boundary, that total looks a bit more like a 150s kind of a total, mid 150s total. But it's only halfway through the over.
He's got a lovely little action. He's quite compact in his action, and he just nips away from the batter right at the end, and Arif doesn't really move his feet too much, so it's always going to tail away from him.
Floating slip in place for Jace Matthew. Oh, there's the edge. Oh, it's going to get through the fielder. Oh, well. And it's going to get through the outfielder as well. So that's going to be 4. There's the boundary. 2 Maltese fielders pretty much in the way of that. It was Mark's first up that, yeah, just kind of went straight through him. Didn't quite get his whole body behind it. And then despite the big dive from Nias, that's 4 runs. We saw kind of one of those, an avoidable boundary, I would have called it, in the first innings when Safi tried to toe poke one that was hit out to him at deep cover. That hurts a little bit. This is another big edge in that direction, but just a single. I know we've got some feedback on the graphics, and it has been noted. I know a lot of people watching on mobile devices finding the new font hard to read. So yeah, that'll have a little bit of a retool, but it might take a little bit of time, but it has been noted. Thanks for your feedback. I mean, I'm also providing similar feedback. I know when I watch a lot when I'm not commentating on mobile phone, if I'm on the go, I want to make it easy to read. Big swing and a miss from Zalmai. End of the first over. Pretty good one from Matthew. Expect to see him again. End of the first, 6 without loss. And the other thing, yeah, some new music as well in between games, before games, that kind of thing. And I know everyone has different taste in music. You'll get a little bit of a variation though. So you might not like all of them. Hopefully you like some of them. And I suppose you've always got the ability to mute.
Yeah, don't mute us though.
Don't mute us.
Not us.
Unless
the
you
music.
have to. And,
Yeah.
and some people have good reasons, like they're at work. Anyway, 24 matches since the Golden Ball. We've had 9 matches this year, but no Golden Balls so far. Had a couple of close calls. The 9 matches being the 3 that started the season in Portugal, the ECI Portugal, Spain. And then we've had 6 matches in the night series so far. All adds up. Here's Marks, who's getting the second over. I thought he bowled pretty well. Some good lift down to this pitch. And see, that's what I meant. That first over, only going for 6. Rate's already up at 15 0.6 and over. It's called a wide. Remember, we have a kind of hard wide rule here. Marks doesn't like this call. Can understand, does this get a bit of the line? If it's anywhere on the line, it should be okay. It's about as close as you can get. I think may have got a touch of the line. But what I will say is if umpires aren't sure, they tend to call it a wide. It's probably one of those ones that you're not absolutely certain. That one, there is no doubt. Good, definite wide signal. I like that.
He's like an aeroplane kind of, you know, one of those little toy aeroplanes you had where the wings pop out. That's what he's like. It's just throwing his arms out, and yeah, there's no doubt about that one. The first one was a tighter call, but
I know you love our officials today. We've got Irangajaya Warden of Sri Lanka. We have Surya Agra Harathil from India and Umesh Oguchukwu from Nigeria. So how's that for a bit of diversity? That's 6. That's why Marks wasn't too excited about getting too close to Zishan Arif, who puts him halfway up the fence. Maximal!
he just climbed into that one, and yeah, it's nice seeing Nigeria represented. And we mentioned them yesterday as well because they were the breakout stars of the Under-19 Women's World Cup. So it's lovely to see the game being played in all corners, and I think ECN contributes a lot to that as well, spreading the word of cricket all around the world.
Good shot though, Arif. Again, probably didn't see quite the best of him. He has had some innings, but he's just been impossible to bowl to. Slower ball, clever bowling, but it's picked, and Arif holds his shot back just enough. He gets 6 more. Maximal, a back-to-back.
Yes, the slower ball, and it was actually nicely bowled, but I think Arif maybe saw it coming. Marks likes to change things up, especially if he's been hit for a few. Now there's a 3 wise men having a conference with Marks there. There's not much you can do when Arif is in form, and he's hitting them really well. It's a punishing game, it is. T10 for bowlers, there's not much room for error.
That's right. Good one stand out though. Shots, really good timing. He started on a heater, one bounce into the banner, cuatro más.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unconventional shot, and it looked like first he just wanted to work around the corner, but it kind of came at him quickly, and he just levered it from, it was still outside off stump, hitting the let's play cricket sign.
Yeah, that's Zishan's certainly pretty excited to play some cricket. Jeez, that was a blast, wasn't it?
Yeah, and after the slow first over that only went for 6, they've gone wide 6-6-4 in this over so far. So yeah, that's a fair few runs after only 3 legitimate deliveries.
Better length this time, can't really get under it. So yeah, that's the thing, even if you're getting kind of a bit of a pasting in an over, you still have, every ball's important. So Marks has the ability to try and fight back here. First half of his over went for 18, 2 wides and 6-6-4, but if you can go avoid the boundary, second half of the over, that could be really important. I'm not so sure he will, because Bilal's turn now, waits on it and swipes it away. Over 45, Maximal 6 more as this over goes magical.
Yeah, Mark's a bit frustrated there. He did seem to pull it back with that one ball, but that's just dragged down a bit. Bilal just pivoted and knocked it into the archery range, and still 1 ball left of this over. It's already gone for 25.
That was a big hit, wasn't it? So basically, if you look at, if I was Austria, I'd be looking at kind of 15 and over is what we are kind of aiming to stay above. So 30 off 2, they're ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Bilal gives this everything. Direct hit would have been out, but Priyan not able to hit the timber. So a close call for Zalmo, but he survives and he keeps the strike. 26 off the over, and it's 32 without loss.
It was a nice pick up and throw there, and I think the batter knew that he was a goner if it was a direct hit. It looked like it was going to be a bit of an overthrow as well, with the keeper rolling around on the floor, but they managed to pull it back. And yeah, Austria at the moment, win predictor has them at 66%. Remember, there's the bonus point up for grabs as well if they can chase it down in 7 overs, so they'll be eyeing that up, but it's important to get the win on the board first. And after a good first over, Jice Matthew only went for 6. He's rightly been given the ball for his second and final over.
Well, those 2 overs kind of cancel each other out, don't they? To around about the required rate. So Matthew, it's really important he follows up. Never easy to come back. But Zalmai, counterproductive footwork there. Kind of ended up outside leg stump, couldn't reach it. Well bowled by Matthew.
Zalmai was way outside leg stump there, and he gave a bit of a questioning look to the umpire, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with that ball. That was firmly within the white line.
Well, that's high, really, really high. It's the keeper, Rocky, who will take the catch. So Zalmai goes. Good reward for Jice Matthew. He started really well. The dangerous Bilal Zalmai is caught behind for just 8. And the first wicket falls. Austria 32 for 1.
That was a really nice catch from Rocky because that went high up in the air. And we saw this tactic earlier in the week from Hungary of throwing your cap off to take the catch. And I mean, the sun is not around too much today, but usually the cap's there to help you, not hinder you. But whatever he did, it worked, and Bilal has to go for 8 off just 6.
Yeah, again, when he looks at his dismissal here, Bilal probably realises in a bowler like Matthew, you don't need to be skipping outside the leg stump. He's already giving you width. Normally you would give yourself room, well, you call it that because you're not getting room. Balls are being aimed at stumps, and so you're trying to open up the offside. But I mean, a lot of these bowlers are already trying to bowl kind of tram line, full and wide a lot of the time. And so by backing away, you actually make it really hard to access those.
Matthew gets quite a lot of late swing away from the batter as well, so you're just making it even harder for yourself by backing away.
That one is at the body. Shigarwal kind of wraps his bat around it, doesn't time it at all. Just be happy with a single. He's off the mark, and look, if he gets going, he'll make this ground look very small. That was funny. He almost hit it twice in the natural swing. That's why it wasn't really timed. Yeah, he does hit it twice.
The old 1-2 punch.
Yeah, lucky the fine leg wasn't up in the circle. There wasn't fine leg at all, actually. Really good shot. Good cricket shot there from Arif. I like it when he plays a shot like this because he's very, very capable of hitting good cricket shots rather than just hitching his wagon to the leg side. And that one races for 4, fielded by the Hungary team who have turned up. Of course, they'll be playing in the second match.
Yeah, they had their double header in the T20s yesterday, so they deserved their lie-in this morning, but they've got the double header coming up first against Malta and then against Austria.
Wow, that's pretty much straight up in the air as well. Well, no one's seen it. It's probably a bowler's catch, but Matthew in his follow-through never recognised the opportunity. So that's a very lucky moment. Again, see, that's, to be honest, the same ball that he just hit to the cover boundary.
I love the speed of Matthew's delegation there. He turns around and he immediately points to no one in particular that is absolutely not his catch, but Patank had to run quite a far distance from mid-on.
Yeah.
He's not the quickest along the ground either, is the tank.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, that's the end of the third over. And Austria, well, thanks to the good work of Matthew from Malta, Austria is slightly behind the rate at the moment. They're 39 for 1 at the end of 3. And now the fielders can go back. That's the end of the power play.
Yeah, never mind the bonus point for Austria. I think they'll be happy to get out with the win. That magical second over, but Matthews 2 overs either side of that, going for just a 13, and that one big wicket as well of Bilal means Malta are well in this.
You sure are. Looks like we'll get Porner with his left arm spin. Yeah, this will be a good chance to see how he goes in a Malta shirt. And yeah, his left arm spin's been really effective. I mean, when he played kind of List A level, which is kind of the limited over equivalent of first class cricket, he played as left arm spinner. So you know that he's very skillful. And yeah, happy birthday once again to Jagarth yesterday. He turned 30. I'm sure he doesn't mind us sharing that.
It's the best age I've heard. Life starts at 30.
Yeah, I thought it was 40. But anyway.
Well, he's got 40 on the back of the shirt, so...
That is the number he likes. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. He bowls that from quite a long way back, actually. Foot was barely in front of the stumps, but
Well,
knocked away for a single.
You'll have to tell me if life starts at 40 when you get there, Vinny.
I'm not ashamed. It's north of that. Well, false shot, bit of an overhit, long chase, but taken. Fantastic work there from Priyan Pushparajan. Porner strikes immediately, hits the end of a reef for 27, and Malta flying the flag, 40 for 2, Austria.
Porner was really pumped up after that wicket. It was a good catch running in from the long off boundary. And Porner went for the old finger point. I'm not quite sure who he was pointing in the direction of. It looked like he was maybe pointing towards the tent, but he was on a march after that wicket. Let's have a look here at the replays, just looking, and then comes out with the big point. There we go.
Yeah, saying, hey, maybe feels they should have bowled him earlier. We have only had 3 overs. But anyway, yeah, fantastic effort from Porner. Arif plays some nice shots. Cover drive was probably my favourite, but he goes for 27, 40 for 2. We'll say that in the bilateral ECI, first ever ECI we had actually, was Malta Austria back at the start of the 2023 season. Let's get Janan Gelzar gets an opportunity. Yeah, Rocky, almost an accidental stumping. So yeah, it was a 5-2 win in a 7-match series to Austria. But the first match was won by Malta. Now, this is a bit different to this because there was no T20 cricket running into that. But, well, that's gone. It's a second baller for Gelzai, and Porter's got 2. Oh, well, this game has swung around, and Austria now find themselves behind the 8 ball. Gelzai lines up a big heave leg side, but comes up with fresh air, and Austria 40 for 3.
Yeah, and what a star Porner has been so far for Malta, both with the bat and now with the ball as well. Using all of his experience, he just floated that one up there and just tempted the batter into the stroke. Julie obliged with a big swing. Didn't get anywhere near it, in all honesty.
Gelzai will be disappointed. The thing is, he hasn't had too many opportunities this week. And, he comes out there with about 7 overs to bat, hoping to make a difference, but you do have to attack. And yeah, just kind of a little bit locked up first ball, didn't offer a stroke. Second one, maybe overcompensated. Again, trying to hit a straight ball leg side, and there are risks involved in that. Mark Simpson-Parker comes to the crease at number 5, and he could bat anywhere in the order, really. Have seen him make a bit of a home in that middle order this week, facing Porner. Oh, that's full, and I think that's just going down the leg side. I think that's a good decision. But, yeah, you can see Porner, he just gets that in drift, doesn't he? And that's why MSP kind of falling over a little bit, you could argue. But yeah, definitely missing by a stump or more.
Yeah, I think that was a big appeal, but you could see all 3 stumps of Mark Simpson-Parker when it hit him on the back foot, and it was an appeal more out of hope than expectation.
Oh, shot.
Wow.
Well, that's one way to deal with it. Fortune favouring the brave, and Mark Simpson-Parker stands and delivers. Oh, wow. What a hit to finish the 4th over. Maximo, and it's 46 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, you can see how deep he was in his crease, and he just rocked back and smashed that, cracked off the bat. And I'm glad that wasn't about 5 metres to the left, because we would have been in trouble there.
Yeah, takes it on, backs himself. He probably knows if he doesn't quite get out of the middle, he's in trouble, but he certainly got it in the middle. So Austria 46 for 3. Run rate required. It's gone up to 16.83 and over. So yeah, that's why they do need to keep attacking. Porner will obviously have a second over in there. Now we will see Priyan Pushparajan. Now he's got to convert it again from bowling seam up to bowling finger spin. He's done it to pretty good effect. And he's a smart cricketer. He's probably worked out, this stuff's quite effective in the format. But I will say, as you can see from that, it doesn't toss many up.
Yeah, very much looks like a seam bowler who's transitioned to spin but doesn't want to let go of the good old days.
Said this the other day, maybe day one before you were here, but seam bowlers that transition to spin are pretty scared of flighting one.
Yeah, that's what I've been told so many times.
Goes against your DNA.
It feels like you're bowling in slow motion, that's the thing.
Yeah, because you're already basically bowling all slower balls. So then to bowl one even slower doesn't seem to compute.
Because when you're a fast bowler, your variation is usually fast and then even faster. And when you want to go slow and even slower, there's just something in your brain that just tells you no.
Yeah, but anyway, this will be an interesting contest. Pushparajin, Mark Simpson-Parker. That's a full toss. Excellent piece of fielding. Niyas Muhammad hurls himself around like a rag doll. We'll get 2, but saves 2 for his team.
Yeah, that was an excellent piece of work, running around to his left side, so his weaker side. He just absolutely threw himself at it. It was a low full toss. It hit really hard by MSP, and yeah, great piece of fielding there. Managed to keep on his cap as well, so well done him.
Well, that's how to do it. I mean, we saw it, an effort that wasn't so good in the first innings in that area of the field. But yeah, that's the commitment you want to have when you pull your country's shirt on. Thick edge, but gets away with it. MSP had the cricket gods on his side on day one of the T20 ice, and this edge really could have gone anywhere. Almost went to hand, but instead it's 4 runs, and the 50 comes up for Austria.
If you're going to go hard, you've got to go all at it, and that's exactly what Mark Simpson-Parker did there. And I mean, you can hear the sound when it comes off the middle of his bat, and even if it comes off the edge, it still flies to the boundary.
Late call up to the team as well. Wasn't in the original squad, Mark Simpson-Parker, but he just kind of seems like he's taking it in his stride and just trying to get the best out of himself. I also think he's a slightly different kind of a player. A lot of the batters tend to be looking to go leg side. If anything, he's probably looking to go offside unless it's really on the pads. Likes to go with the line of the ball. That's a good example. This one carved away over backward point for 4 more.
And just open the face of the bat there and just lifted it over point, and well batted there in the dugout there by, I think, Akib there.
Getting the shine off just with the extra hit maybe. Yeah. Hello to Isuri Fernando saying that number 40 is her husband. It must be Jagat Porter. Well, I want to know then, Isuri, what were the birthday celebrations like? Well, that one is hit, and it's hit very well. Maximal! 6 more, so Pushparajin going the journey here. 17 off the over now. Still 2 to come in the 5th.
Yeah, he looks like he's in the mood now, and maybe he was a bit annoyed with himself that he got out finally in Game 6 of the T20I series, and he doesn't look like he wants to get out here.
Trying to win the over. Trying to get 17 off the over. That was the rate at the start of the over. Now they have won it. And yeah, just got to stack up more wins than losses in this last 5. That'll be 5 down, and Austria are 64 for 3 as we're halfway through the allotted overs. It's just been incredibly exciting. I think you'll agree. Let's have a look at the ECL draw. Shall we play a bit of ECL roulette? You pick.
Yes.
Go.
Independent CC Group G.
In Group G, Guernsey-based team playing, I think they're 2nd or 3rd ECL, but yeah, we know them pretty well. Really good bowling and fielding team. I think their batters also very talented, but probably haven't quite produced what they would have liked. Old chap Will Peatfield, who took a hat trick for them last year. They're in Group G, and I do have some breaking news. I heard Roma CC have a very interesting squad.
Okay.
But it hasn't been released yet. Wow, that one just misses the off stump.
That's a teaser if ever I've heard
well,
one.
It's even a teaser for me, because I've just heard a whisper.
Along the grapevine.
Friend of a friend of a friend. So I went straight I normally see them first, right? Because as soon as they go into our systems, I can have a peek at them. But it's not there yet.
Okay.
So Roma CC, who played 2 years ago, topped the group, but then crashed out in the final. They still rue that. They made the group final, just kind of collapsed in the first innings, and Sporting Alphas of Spain actually made it into finals week. That was an ECL 23. But it's actually, just thinking as well, with Indies, we call them Indies, Independent CC, it is their 3rd ECL. They played 22, 24, and they're playing it here in 25 in 23, I think it was Griffins of...
The Guernsey Griffins.
Yeah, Griffins. Or yeah, it was either 22 or 23, but definitely Indies played last year because Baba was attempting one-handed sixes off them and it didn't go down too well. But that's another story. Yeah, but the Roma CC bombshell, don't know it yet. I'm guessing it's like a big name or a big wild card. Ooh. Jeez, Porter's clever though. See, he's got that ball that sneaks onto you with no real change in arm speed. It's probably worked out you don't want to give length to Mark Simpson-Parker, because when he did, he just got muscled down the ground for 6. Clever bowler. 2 for 9 off 10 balls bowled. That time he does give a bit of length, and that's why it's dangerous. MSP takes on the fielder and wins. Maximo! Badly needed for Austria.
Yeah, and Porter's using the whole width of the crease here to try and get that darting angle into Mark Simpson-Parker, but that one just kind of went straight on. Went straight off MSP's bat.
So this is one of my contacts.
Okay.
They cannot disclose who it is. So I just got a message about 20 minutes ago saying, so Roma CC, hey?
Wow.
6 more. Nicely hit by MSP, keeping his side in the game. Maximo! Porter, hey, only 9 conceded off his first 10, but his last 2 go for 12. Will finish 2 for 21. Still a very good job. A couple of breakthroughs, but this game's still alive. Austria are 78 for 3 after 6. Yeah, so here's the exchange. I said, so Roma CC, hey? And I said, what's that? And he says, or she says, he says, see their squad. And I said, where did you find it? I can't see it yet. And he just said, you'll see.
Oh, that sounds ominous.
So if you think I'm teasing you, I'm getting teased just as much.
Double tease.
Roma CC kind of, there's a little bit of diversity in their club, but they're mostly a Sri Lankan club, Sri Lankan Italians. And they've got some guys that have played some first-class cricket. So I'm like, is it a...
Murali?
Murali would be, mate. They do like to go spin. I've seen them bowl 4 or 5 spinners.
Ragging it on the Cartier Oval.
So, not sure if it's Murali. Murali might actually be an interesting one at the Carter Oval. All right, goes to the skies. Doesn't really get this one as much. Shigawa, but he'll get enough. Maximo! That's what's required. With 17.25 the rate at the start of the over, you're looking 18 to win the over and keep that rate at bay.
Yeah, and if they're going to get 18, Austria, these two are going to
I'm going to
have to go guns.
I won't go Murali, but I'll have a guess.
Okay,
honestly, yeah, okay.
I want to hear your guess.
In the air, that's going to run away for 4 runs. So the runs keep on coming. Austria certainly not out of this yet. In fact, they're actually still favourites. They're 53% to do this, basically 17 and over. My guess, my instinct was like Rangana Harath.
I love that. So good.
Right? No, I'm just speaking completely without any information, which for me is
just a wish list.
An uncomfortable position. What have you gone? Angelo Matthews, he's still playing, isn't he? So he's probably...
Does that disqualify?
Well,
Are you allowed to have playing players?
No, you can have whoever you like.
Well, Darren Whitlock in the chat says, come on Hornchurch for ECL 25.
Hello, Darren. Nice to see you. He's a good guy, Darren. Hornchurch, a big crowd there. They're in Group B, by the way. Swing and a miss this time. Prasath's come on with his left arm tweakers. Another converted seam bowler. I like that he's going over the wicket here. I just think if you do want to try and slog sweep, makes it a bit tougher. That one, though, is going to disappear over short third, and that's going to go for 4. So Parker, 40 in no time, just 14 faced.
He's picking up exactly where he left off in the T20Is, and he's ridden his luck a bit. There's been a few now that's gone through that slip cordon or over the slip cordon. But you've got to stay there, make your own luck, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. Run rate still hovering around that 17 mark.
That time he's out of luck. It was always a risk, wasn't it? A lot of edges of flight in that direction. Prasath, I like that tactic of over the wicket and kind of accentuating that across the right-hander. Maybe a little bit of turn as well, but the edge flies, it's caught. And Simpson-Parker goes for 40. Austria 93 for 4, and that's the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, it's a big, big wicket for Malta, and you can see in the way But they celebrate it, and it was second time and out for MSP, almost the exact same result as the previous ball, but this time Malta had someone positioned in the exact right position. And it was Pintu Ghosh who took the catch there, and it was a good catch, taking it high above his head.
That's right. Pintu's not really the tallest man, but he took it as easy as you like. It was an important one. This is what's coming up in match number 2 with Hungary arriving, and Malta will be their opponents. Malta winning the toss, electing to bowl, so this time they will be on the chase. Just looking at the side, similar kind of side, I think, for Malta. For Hungary, looking at their side, Gabani comes in, the all-rounder for them. Tajendra Varma will do the keeping. Gabor Tarok as well, native Hungarian player. Really interesting story. Spent a few years in Australia, picked it up, took it back to native Hungary, and great to see him getting an opportunity as well. That game's coming up in around about half an hour's time. And Mohamed Saklain, of course, listed down there at number 11 for Hungary, coming off a 5-wicket haul, the first 5-wicket haul of the season. Did that yesterday.
What a spell that was against Austria in the final game.
Well, between Saklain 5 wickets and the 4 for Abaskani, just kind of ripped the order apart, didn't it? Pushparajan gets a bowl, I should say, as Shigawal works him away. So basically that over went for 15, so it wasn't quite the kind of 17 or 18 they needed. Now 18 and over is the required rate. So now you're looking kind of 18 or bust here. Safi comes out, he's a hard hitter. I think Shigawal has been starved to the strike since he's been there. So Shigawal actually came in at 3, but he hasn't really been able to face too often since he's been at the crease. So he's only faced 9 out of the 30 balls since he's been there. And really, any dot balls golden here at the moment.
The bat flew further than the ball on that one. I think it just slipped out of his hands as the ball flew through to the keeper.
It actually jumps out when it hits the ground, because it bangs into the ground. Next one from Shigawal. Got to feel the frustration here, but also I think Pushparajan, he's got a pretty clear tactic. He's just going to go up there and try and spear balls into the block hole and say, good luck. If I hit my spot, it's going to be hard to get the middle of the bat on it. Safi needs something. That's good. Oh. I can see why Pushparajan's annoyed here, because that bounced on the line. And if it bounces on the line around the crease, it shouldn't be a wide. Have a look at it. It's not a wide.
Yeah,
it gets
in
called.
the line.
Hence, if anything's inside, and it's got every right to be upset there. Now it's going to cost him, because that's going to be 6. Maximo Safi with his first, and it's a biggie.
Just a poor ball there. Just one of those low full tosses, and when you've got those short boundaries straight, you just put your hands through it, and that's exactly what he did. And all the way for 6, right in front of us here in the commentary box.
Austria fallen behind, but there's still 30% chance. Pushparajan, this is the ball he probably feels he shouldn't have had to bowl. Last ball of the 8th. Dragged. Might be a single, so Safi will retain the strike. A lot to do for Austria here as that rate has climbed above 20. They have secured their point in that 8th over now. Austria, they're 104 for 4.
And Darren has provided some updates about Hornchurch in the chat, saying the prep is in full swing. He also says that the flying bus is now a seamer.
Mark Whitlock, off spinner.
No more.
And club captain, actually, for a fair few of the games. If that is true, well, I'd love to see the flying bus steaming in at the Cartermore Oval.
You've got
if that's
the
true,
bus in speed.
Well, I know they don't have Big Bird, Mohammad Irfan Jr., who was the MVP of last year's series. Played a lot of cricket at a high level in Pakistan and scaring people when he was there. Oh, good bowling.
Big Bird and the Flying Bus sounds like a great kids' TV program.
Look at this one. He's hoping for a wide here, but with the angle, you can actually see from where it bounces, it's definitely inside. So he's definitely going to be going everything at this. Nias is going to do the fielding. So last chance saloon really now. The rate's gone up. It's over 4 a ball now for Austria. Who knew that 146 would potentially be enough? Malta, the ins making huge difference for them. On the run this time. Going to plug, I think. Needs to be stopped. It is stopped. Throws from the seat of his pants, and Shigwal only getting 2. Austria need Maximos, and they need them fast. This game's slipping away.
That's how quickly things can go in T10. 1 or 2 bad overs from the batting side, and suddenly you're right up against it. 25 needed per over.
Oh, that one will help Shigwal. Do not put this past him. He's certainly capable of reeling off a string of big hits, and there's one of them, 6 runs.
They're going to need a few more where that came from if they're going to get the 40 that they now need from 9 balls, and that's the problem they find themselves in. Every time they don't get a 6, pretty much that run rate keeps on creeping up and up.
Good use of the feet. This time it's shorter, and that's going to be 6. Maximal, 6 more. Clever by Shigwal, because he danced at that one. He just had a bit of a feeling in his bones that it was going to be short, so he doesn't charge at it. He waits, he sits, and he lifts up over square leg. Great shot.
And he's given them a sniff now. It's 28 needed, 7 balls, and you think this final ball of the 9th over has to go all the way. I'll give them 22 needed off the final over, which we've seen so far.
I've seen Austria take 58 off the last 2 overs to basically wrestle the ECI trophy away from Romania on home turf. All Romania need to do was defend 58 and 2. They couldn't. So they certainly believe that this is winnable. Even if this is a dot, still think 28 off Nova is possible. Wonder who might bowl it as well. David Marks is actually the only one that hasn't bowled out in the 5 bowlers they've used. Last ball of the 9th. Walks and hits, and this one will be stopped, I think, by Putanka. And interestingly, they take 2. That probably wouldn't have, I probably would have taken 1. Showing the boundary, please. And that will be the end of the over. So it'll be 121 for 4. Just check this. The tank, not really known for his speed, but did well to get over there. Bats it away before he crosses the line. Great bit of work. So, yeah, 121.
Well, it's 26 needed, and if it's David Marks, it looks like he is going to bowl the final over. His first over went for exactly 26, and that's what Austria need again now.
Well, yeah, I just think strategically, I know you might say everyone is important, but I think Shigwal is, I'd pay 1 run to have him on strike, especially because he's come off a big run of about a big run, 2, I guess, 2 in a row. But he's the most likely guy to win this game. But Safi, again, we know he can bat. Just wonder if he'll have the consistency. I think you're running on anything here, first ball, and if Safi misses, he needs to hold his crease. I'd be thinking that far ahead. Not that he's planning on missing. 26 off the last over, 25 for a golden ball. Here we go with Marks. Oh, worst case scenario. Well bowled by Marks, though I will say it was kind of in the slot. That's the difference, I think, between Safi and Shigwal. Shigwal's got a few more options, but it was a good old-fashioned neck breaker from Safi. Well, if we do get 25 this over, we're going to golden ball 69. Matter of time. Last one, of course, was in the ECCW. Scotland 11 versus Italy. Anyway, back to live here. Shigwal at the non-striker's end. Wide. That might have been a good opportunity to change the strike. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. I think Austria are experienced enough to maybe have a play like that up their sleeve. That's one, even on a wide. I think Safi is now sacrificeable. So I would be holding my crease, calling Shigwal through and changing the strike. There's really nothing the fielding team can do about that. Wouldn't have even burnt a ball. 25 or 5. Well, Safi goes to the skies, and this one flies for 6. Maximo! 3rd time lucky, and after all of that, this game stays alive. 3 more of those as a tie. Safi comes up with a big hit just when he needed it.
Yeah, I feel like a golden ball could be on here. He can, if he makes contact with 3 of the 4,
yeah,
then, we're on for the golden ball, and it'd be good to get one early in this season as well, won't it?
15%, 19 off 4.
This needs to go, though, I reckon.
I think you're right. They all need to go. Is Marksman coming back?
Well bowled.
Really good comeback. You know what it means now? 3 6s to tie. What a good comeback from Marks. A lot said about bowlers. I mean, it's easy to complain when you're getting whacked around or nicks are flying for 6. But, like I said, good bowlers have a good temperament and they can come back after it like that. And that's a really good example of it by David Marks. And really now, Austria needs to be perfect. I still think that last ball of the ninth over, it's coming back to bite Austria. Maximo or bust. Doesn't get it. In fact, he's only going to get, he's going to get 4. Funny enough, if there was one time to miss field of 4, it doesn't matter. It's probably now, because even with that boundary, all Marks has to do is shoot straight, and Malta are going to win this cricket match.
It's a classic example of Priyan there, just running straight past the ball. Couldn't put the brakes on quickly enough. Disappointed, but shouldn't, unless something goes wrong for Marks here, shouldn't make a difference to the outcome of the game.
No ball +6 or something completely changed the game, but yeah, Malta look like they're going to come up with their first win of the week here.
Well bowled again.
It's kind of a bit of a learning curve as well for Safi here. At the international level, you can't just play one shot because you'll get found out, and all Marks has had to do here is put it outside the off stump. It's made Safi look pretty uncomfortable, and again, tactics. Shigarwal pushes hard for a 2, last ball of the ninth, and he's never going to face another ball in the match. Last ball coming up now, and it's on the legs, and so it's no problem to hit it for 6. But it's a little bit too little too late as Marks defends that last over, although 17 come off. It's enough as Malta will get the win. Final score, Malta 146, Austria 138. 8 runs the margin, and a really entertaining start to this ECI.
It's been all action from the very beginning. I'm really happy for Malta after they had a tough series in the T20Is, going 0-4, especially on their home turf. It's great to see them come flying out the traps in the T10, get off to a good start. They've got 3 games today, so that will give them some really good positive momentum going into the game that's coming up in a minute against Hungary.
Yeah, and really looking forward to seeing Hungary out there as well. A couple of changes for them. That's a look at the two sides. Excited to see Gabor Turok coming into the side. Abbas Ghani had an outstanding T20 International Series, listed at 3 there, listing Rasik to open. So pushing him up into that spot, Ghani at 3. Wouldn't be surprised if Ghani goes out there though. Time will tell. Safi listed 4. Maybe a little less batting than their T20, but Mohandas, the hero yesterday, showed that they've got a little bit lower down as well. That game coming up in around about 15 minutes. I don't go too far. Let's have a look at the highlights. And early on, Zishan Arif made a good start to the innings. That one was threatening the tennis court. But I think one thing Malta did pretty well here is catch better. That was something that let them down in the T20I series. That was a good one by Rocky, one of 3 wicket keepers we've seen for Malta this week. Mark Parker looked like he was the one that might be able to make a bit of a difference at the number 5 spot. We saw Zishan end up going to that shot, just kind of got it slightly wrong, and it was Pushparajan taking the catch. It was after Zalmo went early, and then Purna came and he changed the game with a bang. So yeah, it was a bit of a topsy-turvy second innings, but Malta with just enough to scrape home in the end.
Yeah, Purna was really the one that came in those middle overs and got those 2 wickets, really made the difference and wrestled the momentum back into the favour of Malta. And Austria always kind of stayed in it when Mark Simpson-Parker was out there. His 40 off just 15 balls. It looked like Austria might just do this at a canter, but he fell after a few big hits. He went for 3 4s and 4 6s, but then went for 1 big hit too many. He squeezed one through into the slips. There's the one that went caught into the hands of Pintu Ghosh, and when Mark Simpson-Parker went, that was almost the end of the Austrian innings. They tried to push, and it was really Razmal Shigarwal who had the game in his hands then, but he probably made that mistake at the end of the 9th over of allowing Shigarwal to run through to the 2, putting Hamid Safi on strike, and quite a few big hits from Safi. He hit 3 6s. It's not enough in the end, and a great final over from David Marks as well. Gave Malta their first win of this series.
It's funny how history repeats as well. Remember, Malta went in as underdogs in the first ever ECI match in 2023, and they won it. Having said that, it was a 7-match series, and Malta would end up going down 2-5 in that 7-match series. But hey, they can build on this, puts them to the top of the table early. Albeit it's early, they do play 3 matches today, and yeah, obviously some of those ins making a big difference. And yeah, some of these ins, they're qualified to play T10 cricket, but not quite T20 cricket yet for Malta. And so it just shows you, when they do qualify for T20, Malta will have a few more weapons, won't they? Shigawa with 34 not out was the top scorer. But a couple of things, he didn't get a lot of the strike early. It was only the top scorer out of those that were left after Mark Simpson Parker was out for 40. But Shigawa didn't face a lot early. And then strategically, I think if he had his time over, would have kept the strike for the 10th over, because Safi, despite hitting 25 not out, has had a couple of key misses in that 10th, and that's why they fall 8 runs short in the end. 2 for 21, Purna in a player of the match performance in his entry to this Malta tour. Wickets for Matthew, who has an argument of being best of the bowlers. I think 1 for 13 of his 2. Really important they had a good start, and they did because of Jais Matthew. 1 wicket to Prasath. Marks as well held his nerve to close out the game for Malta. 8 runs the margin. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break. The Hungarians are ready to go, and we'll be back in 15 minutes with the start of match 2. Malta hoping to go 2 for 2. Take a break, rest easy, but then come back ready and refreshed, because we're ready very shortly for more ECI Malta. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 here in this T10 series where we have Malta lining up against Hungary. And what an eventful game we had just now, with Malta getting their first win of the series, having gone 0-4 in the T20 series. They're coming up against a strong Hungary team. We'll be looking to go 2-0 after winning the T20 series and now coming to the shorter format of the game. As you can see, Malta won the toss and elected to bowl. They've just come fresh off winning the game just now against Austria, and they were just fielding. They've decided they're on a run and they want to go straight back out and field again. Malta, one change to their lineup with Jaspal Singh coming in. Pintu Ghosh, he gets to put his feet up for this game after playing in this morning's game. And of course, Malta have the 3 games to play today. They'll have a break when Hungary play against Austria this afternoon, and then Malta will play in the final game this afternoon against Austria as well. And look at that, Hungary 59% before a ball is bowled, but Malta will be taking a lot of confidence from that win this morning. But they'll have a formidable Hungary lineup to try and get through. We've got Sheikh Razik, who's listed as 2. It'll be interesting to see if he comes out to open the batting. Of course, he was a centurion in the T20I series. You've got Captain Zemus Deploy as well, and he had a few starts in the T20I series as well. Never quite converted into a big score, so he'll be wanting to make his mark on this T10 series. It's good to see Sandeep Mohandas as well in the Hungary lineup. He'll feature more with the ball, but he played a key part in Hungary's win against Austria yesterday afternoon in the final game of the T20I series, and he was hooping the ball around corners. So Hungary will be hoping he has found his magic touch for when they bowl, but of course it's Malta who are in the field first, and it does look like Deploy, captain, will be out there to open the batting. And it's Jace Matthews got the ball in hand, and I think that's a good move as well, because he bowled incredibly well. 2 overs up at the start of the first game. Well-deserved wicket as well, and he was really, really economical. So he has the ball in hand. Of course, we're in the power play for the first 3 overs of this T10, meaning that Malta can only have 2 players outside the ring, and they've gone for a deep backward point to start off with. Matthew, of course, kind of tails away from the right-hander. That first one has gone big. It's gone all the way for 6. What a statement of intent that is from Hungary. First ball, and it's Abbas Ghani who's out there, and what a series he's been having. The T20 series, both with bat and ball. He's been moved up the order. I think this is a good move because he's a big hitter, and Hungary will want Ghani to attack this power play, and he's very much done that with the first ball. Goes for the big swing again, but those are the deliveries that Matthew was bowling very, very well in the previous game, just tailing away from the right-hander, just toying with that wide line as well. Of course, in the T10 series, we're back to ECN regulations, and that means that that wide line is very much fixed. This is another huge shot. This has gone even further than the first 6. It's gone over the netting towards the tennis courts, and that's an ace there from Abbas Ghani. He's gone 2 6s in his first 3 balls. Just strayed a bit there, did Matthew. It wasn't that wide, to be honest, just outside off stump, just on that 4th stump line. But that was straight enough for Abbas Ghani to just heave over to the leg side. Ghani goes again. He doesn't quite get hold of it, but he gets enough of it to lever it over Petanka there at mid-on. Just a one bounce four, just rock back on that, a bit shorter of a length from Matthew, and Matthew having got off to such a good start in his first game. He's already gone for 16 off his first 4 deliveries here. It's really tough when you're opening up in the power play. You have so few fielders that you can have outside the ring, so you've really got to position them, and they have pushed back to Petanka to long on now. Bascani here seems to have no interest in running any kind of runs. He just wants to go all out boundaries, and that's what he's done so far. 2 dots, but the other 3 balls have all gone for a boundary. Captains he must deploy, as has been the case actually quite a lot through the T20 series. He's just been a spectator at the non-striker's end. That one has been called a wide. Matthew took a semi-guilty look back at the umpire after bowling that delivery, and see, as it pitched, it just moved the wrong side of that wide line from a Malta perspective, so he'll have to re-bowl that one. But you can see what he's trying to do. Bascani's not a massive fan of moving his feet, so he's trying to hide the ball outside that off stump. They might try and go for 2. It should be a comfortable 2 in the end, which takes Hungary to 19 off the first over. The wind predictor currently has them around 66%, and it's no wonder after with that glorious win last night against Austria, they actually won the T20I series, and that was the first part of the tour to Malta. You can see what we have left to come. We're on day 1 of 2 of the ECI Malta series, and this is game 2, and that will continue tomorrow and will culminate in the final in the afternoon. So we've got 3 games tomorrow. It's a double round robin, and then first we'll play second tomorrow afternoon. But after that, the action does not stop. We have no days off here at ECN, because then we're going to go straight in to ECS Malta, which will feature 10 teams across 2 groups. That will already start off with a double header of the American University of Malta against the Southern Crusaders on the 8th of February. So non-stop action here, and of course we've also got the Portugal night series happening at the same time as well. So once we finish here for the day, just switch over to the night series. And this one's gone high up in the air. This is deploy, and there's a fielder under him, I think. In fact it is just, I think it drops just the other side of the rope. It has been signalled 6, and we can see here on the replay, it went really high up in the air. And the fielder there at long off was interested for a while. I think had he got there earlier and got his feet in the right position, he might have been in with a shout there. It was pre and under it. But as it was, it just plugged the other side of the rope. Seems deploy got that, a bit more under that than he probably would have hoped. But his first ball, like Bascani's, went for 6. Having hit that first ball way up in the air, he goes on the ground, second one, but for no run. This time he does go aerial again, and that's going to be another 6. That's a nicer shot than the first one. Plays on the posh side there, through long off. This was all just about the footwork and then the timing. Ends up playing it almost off 1 foot. This has been a blistering start so far by Hungary, and the expected score already has them at over 160. Vinny thought earlier maybe 150 would be par, and we thought then that Malta would have been below par in their first game. This deploy goes even longer, and that one might be in the car park. Hide your windscreens. Luckily, I didn't hear a ding, but there's a few nice cars parked in that Marsa Sports Club car park, and deploy doesn't mind that. He's just going to go for it, and that was a lovely 6. So far this over has already gone for 18 off 4 balls. And it's David Marks who's bowling this over. He bowled a brilliant final over of the previous game, and Austria still within a shout. They needed 18, well 19 off the final 4 balls, and Marks, he bowled a couple of really outstanding Yorkers that pulled the game back for Malta and gave them their first win. And that's a slower ball, and again just flirting with the wide line. The bowler was given the benefit of the doubt there. Floyd doesn't quite get a hold of that one, so they'll just jog through for the 1. That leaves Hungary 38 for no loss after 2 overs. And then we just run you through the games we have still coming up in this ECI Malta. So after this game we have Hungary against Austria in the Battle of the Empire. And then the final game of today is Malta against Austria. So Malta have got that triple header today, and we look after their win this morning over Austria. A bit of a turn up for the books, but Malta are no strangers to the T10 format, and they've had some reinforcements called in after not winning a single game in the T20I series. So they've got off to a dream start here on their home turf. Hungary will be wanting to reply to that and push themselves to the top of the table. Hello and welcome back to everyone in the chat again. Lovely to have you with us. Hi to James Stewart, the Premier League Cricket Club. Thomas Martinez there in the chat. I hope you're all having a lovely day, and if you have any questions about ECN or the ECLs coming up, it's going to be a really exciting tournament, and I know we're going to chat a bit more about that, but any questions, just throw them in the chat. As Jace Matthew comes back for his second over, and that first one was well wide, and it was almost a classic wide and a run out. As it is, they just scamper through for the extra 1. That one must have just come out of the hand wrong, because he got his angles all wrong there. Yeah, it's those left-handers, the curse of any bowler. We have the left-hand, right-hand combination. It's the right-hander of Ghani who's back on strike now. And Ghani has got a whole load of that. It's gone more high than long, but it's gone long enough. That's a big 6, and Ghani, he looks like he's in the mood. He's just... It was a low full toss. Well, it was actually quite a high full toss. I think it was okay for height. And he just pumps that over cow corner towards the tennis court. We can see on the side ankle. Yeah, it was just about dipping. He was in his crease. The umpire was happy with that. And Matthew here, I mean, had such a good first game. He's gone for a few so far. That's better, and that's a half chance, but it's gone over the dive of Priyan there at long off. That's going to be another 6, and that brings Ghani to 30 runs off just 8 balls. And Hungary have got off to a flyer here. They've already hit their half century. They're 52 for no loss, still finding themselves in the 3rd over. Deploy, I mean, it's hard to say he's playing second fiddle when he's also 19 off just 6 deliveries, but Abbas Ghani, he's been such an asset to Hungary in the T20 series with both bat and ball. He's showing us all he can do this morning. He had a half century in his first T20I, and he'll want to get another half century here. And that's going to help. That's another big 6. That's just... I almost thought it was an edge, but I think it has come off the middle, but he hits it with such power that I think Abbas Ghani could also edge it for 6, but no, I think that came right off the middle. He just opened up the face, and he's hitting 6s through all corners now. He's hit one on the onside, one straight, and that one's through the covers. And Malta here left a bit reeling by this start from Hungary. It's been a blistering start. Win predictor has them over 80%. And that's gone again, not quite as far, but Abbas Ghani doesn't mind. He's gone 6, 6, 6, 6. 4 in a row. What a shot that was. He knew as soon as he hit it, it was gone. And yep, thanks to our friends there at 2 circles, we can see it landed safely over the boundary. What a start this is. Chase Matthew, after such good figures in the first game. He's gone for 45 of his 10 deliveries so far. Still 2 left in his spell. This one's been pumped straight. It's not going to be a 6, but it's going to be a boundary. And this is a really, really costly over now from Chase Matthew. It's already gone for 26 runs, and now it's gone for 30 runs after that 4. So that's a supersonic over. I think it's the first one we've seen definitely in this series. We certainly didn't see one in the T20s. We saw a couple of magical overs in the first game, but this one has gone even higher. Still 1 ball left. Can Matthew bring up his 50? Can Ghani bring up his 50? That's a ball bowled in anger. Ghani's angry with himself, but suddenly Matthew found a bit of heat from somewhere. Probably didn't like the fact that he'd gone for 49, and that one was actually there to be hit. Short pitch, but a few extra yards and a bit more power in that one from Matthew, and Ghani is annoyed with himself that he missed out, but he won't be annoyed with the fact that Hungary 68 for no loss after the power play after 3 overs. This is a perfect time as we go supersonic to bring in the supersonic man himself, Mr. Maximo.
Well, Hungary, we know in ECI cricket, it doesn't seem to matter where they play, but they biff it, and all kinds of records went down. The last 2 ECIs hosted in Hungary have been over 15 and over run rate across all teams, and yeah, what a start. And yeah, Chase Matthew, I was going to say maybe it was the left-hander that threw him slightly. Okay, wide, first ball the over, they got next one, changed his strike, got the right-hander back, but it only got worse, didn't it? So 30 off the over. The last ball was a dot. Anyway, time for Purna to come in. Let's see if he can stop the bleeding. Player of the match last game. Deploy. Doesn't really get this one first up. I'm going to take 2 here. That's good running. Interesting to see a match up here. Left-handed batter. Probably think he's got a slight advantage against left-arm spinner. He doesn't really time that first one.
Yeah, and after the seamers didn't quite do it for Malta, they have turned straight to the spinner who was really the star of the show with both bat and ball in the first game. Deploy hits that one offside. There's a fielder out there, but he can only stand and give a little alibi dive, but it's not going to help because that's gone through the 2 palm trees. 6 runs. Deploy getting in on the action here as well.
Yeah, that one just carrying enough. Geez, we've seen some teasers, haven't we? We've seen some 6s that have literally plugged within a metre over the boundary. The 6 today probably were out yesterday. Deploy 27 off 8 off to a flyer.
And he brings out the old reverse, and I think that kind of bamboozled Rocky behind the stumps. And in fact, he didn't get anything on it. And that's been signalled 4 byes, and Deploy kind of tried to bring out the haymaker. Instead, it was Rocky who was left reeling. A bit of a half effort there, in all honesty, by the keeper. Deploy won't mind, as captain, where the runs comes from. I'm sure he'd prefer them off his bat, but 4's a 4, and that brings his Hungary side to 80. Still in the 4th over. Deploy steps across that one. Doesn't get quite all of it, but it's enough of it to send it for another 6 runs. Deploy seen Ghani go off at the other end, and he wants a bit of this action. That's taken him into the 30s as well, off just 10 deliveries.
Yeah, high strike rates here. Purna now attempted a reverse jink. Maybe not the value in that shot, but Zima spotted that little gap at that short third. A rare dot ball.
I'm not sure that the reverse is the right option here. The ball's spinning into him, and he's playing so well, just playing with the spin. Of course, that 45 area is vacant, but I think, yeah, that's the shot you go for. You go with the spin, just lever it over to the leg side. They're just going to check if this has gone all the way.
Yeah, gets back deep in the crease, helps on its way, and this one, not quite 6, but still get 4 handy runs for Hungary.
Yeah, the 4 is signalled on field, and that takes Hungary into the 90s after 4 overs. Both these batters have got off to a flyer, and they have some batting to come as well. We haven't even seen the Centurion from the T20I series, Sheikh Razik. We know he can hit a long ball. You can see that run rate rocketed up from the first over, and Malta have kind of been bleeding runs throughout the overs so far. We have in the chat, we have the Premier League Cricket Club saying that they're watching their friend Tom Jones, because of course the head coach of Hungary is called Tom Jones, so we're trying to avoid any Tom Jones puns if we can.
Trying to avoid the low-lying fruit. But hello, Ian. Great to see you. And Ian said he missed the first game. And if you like, go back and watch a little bit of the ending. It's a pretty good one. It's Hungary 90 and 4 overs here. So they are off to an absolute flyer. 19, 19, 30 and 22 so far. Here's Pushparajan getting a ball.
That one's dragged short, and it's going to be dragged over into the archery range, and Abbas Ghani brings up his 50 off just 13 balls. He salutes his teammates who are saluting him in turn. They've all got up off their feet because they know what an innings they're seeing here. He is dealing almost entirely in boundaries at the moment, Abbas Ghani. He's hit just the 2 4s, but 7 6s in his half century.
Yeah, Ghani is going to hit another one now, and that's 6 more. Maximo. Ghani does have a century on the network. Scored it last year for the Budapest Blinders, 109 not out versus United Chalad Budapest. And doesn't have one at the international level. Right now, he's got over half the innings still to play, and he's 58 not out.
Yeah, and he's going to be threatening that Centurion board. I don't want to jinx it too early, but he's looking like he's in the mood today, and Malta don't really have any response to him. He's hit the seamers and spinners alike. He goes again, and he goes big. That might be one of the biggest of the lot. It doesn't quite reach the car park, but it hits that protective netting. That takes him to 64 off 15 balls, and I think our friends at the Budapest Blinders will be happy to see this kind of form ahead of the ECL.
Definitely. Apparently he's coming off a 160 last game before this week as well. But that's what I like about Ghani. He's willing to hit through the line of the ball as well. He's not overdoing, trying to hit across the ball, and that's why I think you can stick around a bit longer. Hundreds has come up during this over as well. It's just a cracking pace.
Priyan just tries to stem the bleeding after he went 6-6-6 first 3 balls. He escapes. It's just a single on that one. That brings on the left-handed deploy, and I think the left-hand right-hand combination is really working here for Hungary as well. And Malta, you can see after every ball they're having to move around the fielders. Good
to mention as well, as Ian has, that still Rusick to come, the century maker from during the week as well. Imagine if Hungary could do the double here. That'd be quite incredible, especially since they were behind the 8 ball, weren't they, after 2 days of the T20Is?
And that one's hit away to the leg side, to the offside. It should have really been taken out there in the deep by David Marks, and he looks questioningly at the ground. He looked like he picked the line of it, and then he had to take a step back. I think he lost his footing. He got both hands to it, but that slip was costly.
Yeah, Zemus probably won't give you too many chances. Just skewed off the outside edge of the bat, really. Flew a long way. Deploy dropped on 37. Over's gone magical.
I think it's in danger of, well, it's going to escape the supersonic, but it's 26 off it, and that's an expensive first over from Priyan. It's the 2 singles in the middle that stopped him from going supersonic, but nonetheless, Hungary go 116 for no loss at the halfway stage. Unsurprisingly, the expected score has them going over 200, and that'll be well over what we think par might be, and I think that'll be a tough ask for Malta.
The pace right now is 232 pace, but still expected to get over 100 even if they decelerate a little bit. 13 days until the Western Shield, so we're under under 2 weeks now. Of course, that means it's 12 days to your birthday, so that's an easy one.
Should we have a graphic for that as well?
Yeah, well, you can do your own calculations, but no, the Western Shield's going to be huge with European 11, British and Irish 11, as well as Asian 11 and World 11 now. Expanded longer, more teams, more action at the Cardimer Oval.
And that one's gone more high than long. There's 2 fielders converging under it, and it has been safely taken in the deep there. That was a good catch by Priyan, who was under it, and he has just probably got in the back of the mind the 22 or the 26 runs he just conceded in his over, but he puts that out of his mind to take that steepling catch, and it is the end of Zima's deploy after he was given 1 life by David Marks.
Yeah, it doesn't cost him anything really. Cost him 1 run. So, yeah, nicely taken by Pushpa Rajan. Zimas, yeah, just not getting too many out of the middle in that innings, but hey, at least he goes going for it. Sometimes it's just not your day. What I can tell you though is that it is the first wicket down, and it's 116 for 1. But look who's coming to the crease, Sheikh Razik, and yeah, he scored 100 last year in the ECS Hungary, and Jeremy Polarutu also scored 100 for the Cobras, and the score was a record equaling 257.
Well, Sheikh Razik will have to go pretty big if we want to see that record broken, but I think Hungary will be more than happy in the position they find themselves in at the moment. So Amar Sharma, incidentally, it was who came on and delivered that wicket with his first ball. So they just run through there with David Marks fielding in the deep. It looks like Malta are going to stick with the spin options through the middle overs. Of course, the seamers also went quite a lot of runs in the first 2 overs, 19 apiece, and then Jais Matthew going for 30 in the 3rd over. Sharma just drags that down. He has a bit of complaint to Rocky, but I don't think he has too much to complain about, since that will be given as a wide.
Yeah, it wasn't a good ball really. It looked for a second like it might be the dreaded Minimo. But yeah, Rusek, geez, he turned it on, didn't he, in that 100, his first T20 100 during the Tri Series.
And this one's gone long, and we'll be in slight danger here. It's just going to drop. You might have heard that crash. It just pinged off the safety netting to the right of us here in the commentary box. In fact, Vinny's going to go and do some fielding. That was hit very long by Sheikh Razik, who's taken just 1 ball to find his straps, and the next ball gets hit long into the metal girder here, and Sheikh Razik is picking up where he left off after his T20I century. And Hungary seem to be dealing almost entirely in sixes here. There's been 3 fours scored and 16 sixes. And that's probably going to be another one, but actually it might drop short, and it is going to be a 6. It shouldn't have been. It should have been possibly a catch there in the deep, but all Patanka could do was fumble it over the boundary for a 6. You'll see this on the replay. At first I thought it was bound for the tennis courts, but in fact it went more high than long. Patanka, he had a few centimetres to work with there.
It's a drop catch. I mean, if it sticks, he's sticking the landing. He's not running out of bounds. This one should be out for sure. It will be. So again, drop catch doesn't cost in a way. And I suppose it does cost 6 runs, but Rusik is going to go for 13. Amar Sharma, it's a bit of tap, but a little bit like the T20s opening day. Comes back with a big wicket, and Rusik, so dangerous, but he's going to be caught out, and just 13 to his name. The score now 131 for 2.
He'll be disappointed actually that he didn't hit that one all the way, because it was just there to be hit, just a bit short of a length. Didn't quite get hold of all of it. And it went into the grateful hands of Captain Prasath there at long on. Sheikh Razik departs for 13 off 4 deliveries, 2 sixes in those 13. Hungary find themselves 131 for 2. There's 1 ball left of the 6th over, and Gabor Tarok coming on, seeing him for the first time. Just works off his hip for 1, so he will also keep the strike. The end of the 6th over, Hungary in 132 for 2. We mentioned the Western Shield, and I think we're going to see a few of the players who are out there, or who have we've seen over the last couple of days in the Western Shield for Team Europe as well, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we'll see Zimas deploy for Europe. We'll see Rasmus Shigawal as well from Austria. And yeah, well, unfortunately, no Maltese representation. Obviously, you've got 32 countries and 14 spots, I think. But, I mean, you look at the fact that, I know ideally they'd love to run 2 Western Shields a year. I know that sounds crazy, but it just means with things like World 11, it means you've got players available from different parts of the world, depending on the domestic season. So, someone like a Jagath Purna here, who's now still, in a way, he's young. Maybe is someone you could look at, maybe representing Europe, maybe like Push Parajan or something like that as well. Maybe Basil George.
And Amit Sharma picks up his 3rd wicket here. It's the first ball of his 2nd over. And it's Gabor Tarok that has to go.
Yeah, Tarok comes in, gets given an opportunity at 4. It's actually, you blink and you miss it, change of over. So it is Purna, speak of the devil, who comes in and, just an edge which carries. And Jaspal's come in to the side. He will hold on to the catch. So, well, Gabor, we didn't get too much of a chance to chat about him. Hopefully we will soon. Bit of bad luck there, really, because that cut in another world, maybe it goes wide of the fielder, maybe it goes to the boundary, but just wasn't his day so far. It's just the way, isn't it? He's been sitting, waiting for an opportunity all week, but Gabor goes for just a single, 132 for 3. But Gabor, he captains the Danubian Kangaroos, I think named so because he is a native Hungarian player. Did spend time in Australia, picked up the game, loved the game, wanted to get involved in cricket in Hungary, and great to see him representing his country and pulling the green shirt on, but unfortunately it's the third wicket to fall, and a small window of opportunity here perhaps for Malta, but still, even with that wicket, Hungary expected 191. Safi, the new batter.
Safi goes after it, and he has the luck that maybe Gabor Tarok didn't have, because that one finds the edge. Instead of finding the grateful hands of the fielder, it finds the rope. Safi, who batted well in the first game but struggled a bit towards the end when they did have to go for the big shots, and tried to go for the big shot there. And
this is where Gabor, I don't know whether he didn't light enough candles for the cricket gods, but that's actually a worse shot by Safi. He gets less of the bat, but he gets 4. So hang in there, Gabor. He won his way like cricket in the first place. And no good reason to. And now Safi will follow up the boundary with a single.
It can be an unforgiving game. You can play the best shot you've ever played and pick out the fielder, and your teammate comes in, an ugly hoik, and he gets a 4 and he's still standing. But
would you agree with me, obviously haven't played cricket at a number of levels, that a lot of cricketers love cricket but can't quite understand why, and they have a bit of a love-hate relationship with it?
Absolutely, and it's a love relationship with that shot, although it's not actually going to go all the way. And in fact, it's a brilliant take there by Varun Prasad, the captain. You can see how calm he was underneath that. I thought for all the world that was going to be 6, and I thought Varun Prasad was just standing there watching the ball sail over his head, but in fact, he was just watching it straight into his hands, and that came down with a bit of snow on top, and you can see Prasad was shaking his hand out there, making sure his fingers are all still attached, but it's a lovely take right on the boundary there.
Yeah, we've had some come from the stratosphere, haven't we, today, and Prasad makes it look easy. It wasn't, and that's the dangerous Ghani out for 71. So, yeah, what an interesting kind of, I suppose, mini collapse, but Ghani, let's put our hands together for him with 10 sixes and 2 fours in his 71, just 18 balls, so yeah, pretty much 4 a ball pace he was going. It was great. Look at the wagon wheel as well. And a lot in the V, not just the leg side, but over cover as well. But it's 137 for 4. And actually, they have lost 4 wickets for 21 in the last 10 balls. So, yeah, a bit of a turnaround. Tajendra is the new batter, the keeper. And he misses out first ball. So, and what's your best case scenario here for your Malta? If you can keep this kind of thing going, let's say keep it at 10 and over, then maybe you're chasing kind of 160s, 170 probably. Still a lot, but who knows?
Well, you've got 2 new batters at the crease now, and Jagath Purna has put in a great shift there. 2 wickets in the over, just a handful of runs, and he's really turned the game around here for Malta, as he did in the first game as well. And I think Abbas Ghani there was just a bit of a victim of being at the wrong end for too long. So I think he's very much a momentum player, and when he gets the bat swinging, he can hit a long ball, but he was just watching from the other end as a few wickets fell, and he couldn't do much about it, and he felt like he had to do something. In fact, he just took into the hands of Prasath at long on.
Interesting as well. I'll come back to the second. Is Prasath. So he's the first one wide and called. We've seen a few kind of 50.5 metre sixes, but then there's been a couple of kind of 49.5 meterers as well. One was dropped over over the line by Patanka, and Prasath caught that one last over. Big wicket.
And this one's gone high, and it should be taken in the outfield, and is. Almost a fumble there, but he did manage to hold on, and this has been a great comeback from Malta. That's the fifth wicket to fall in just about 2 and a bit overs.
Well, Safi goes now, and yeah, it's typical Safi kind of shot. It's kind of slog sweep. Again, doesn't get the contact. This, I think maybe now you can call it a collapse, because, yeah, I think that it makes it 5 for 23. That has been lost by Hungary, and this has really turned on its head. Safi doesn't get the journey, and the score now 138 for 5.
Yeah, and you've got to credit Malta here as well, that they stuck around, they stuck in it. Remember, the first wicket didn't fall until Hungary were on 116 runs.
Ainsworth, new bat. Hits it onto his own foot.
And Malta will really try to stick the boot in here, and Matty Ainsworth hasn't got enormous amounts of experience. He's only a young lad, and if they can kind of pin him down here, they'll want to keep that score under around 160.
Oh, Matty, king of the French cut, isn't he? As he'll get 4 for this. And Tarok's shaking his head off the ground, saying, "Hey, how come mine went straight to the fielder?" That Matty, we saw him play a pretty crucial Frenchie yesterday, didn't he? But still, this time he gets 4.
Malta won't mind that, though. Of course, they don't like conceding boundaries, but gone are the booming sixes, and now it's gone a bit streaky here for Hungary. And that one will be called another wide. Prasath, the captain, after he's taken 2 steepling catches, has brought himself on to bowl here. And that one's been hit hard, and it's going to be tipped round the corner for a 6. It was Amar Sharma there in the deep. It was a half chance, it was a tough chance because it came at him flat and hard. All he could do in the end was a nice stroke by Matty Ainsworth was stick out a hand and push it around the corner.
Good effort, actually. Had to go out with 1. Nice strike by Ainsworth, who'll get the Maximo. Got to keep being attacking as well, even though you've lost those 5 quick wickets. And Ainsworth will feel a lot better for that as well. I think he'll enjoy the boundaries coming in a little bit more when he's batting as well. Not that he doesn't have the ability to hit the ball long, but I just think a lot of his shots at this stage, considering the way he bats, are kind of in that kind of 50 to 60 metre range.
That's another big hoik, and Prasath this time keeps the ball firmly within that wide line. That will be the end of the over. Hungary 150 for 5, just the 2 overs left. That one was flirting with the line, but it was bang on it, so that was the right call.
Straight over the line, good umpiring, that's the regulations. If any of the ball goes over that tram line as it goes past the crease, then it should be a legal delivery. So 150's up for Hungary, 2 overs to go. So yeah, I've called that kind of 170 the best case scenario. You could argue maybe go 8 and 8 here. But have a look at those wickets fall, and yeah, wickets falling, run rate dipping. You can see it there for yourself. Here's Sharma.
Sharma's more of a bowler who kind of throws it in short, digs it into the pitch. He doesn't get too much turn on it, but he cuts across the right-hander from around the wicket. And he's been bowling it really well so far, so I did credit him with a 3rd wicket, but he hasn't got that 3rd wicket yet, but he has gone 2 for 17 off his 7 balls so far. It's Valivati, who's not scored a run yet off his 3 deliveries. He's 0 for 4 now, and getting a bit annoyed with himself there. That was there for the taking. He just too early on the shot there, just pinged off his thigh pad in the end. So Malta have done well to put the brakes on the Hungary innings here. It's another big swing and a miss for Valivarthi, and he's got to do something here because he's 0 for 5. There's still a couple batters left in the shed. Matty Ainsworth, he's hit a big six. He can't do anything from the other end though.
If you could have 9 fielders on the leg side, you would to Valivarthi, because that's exactly where he's trying to hit everything. So Sharma's just going to keep it outside off.
He goes for it there. Valivarthi cloths it. Just it's going to roll to long on. Prasath there doing the fielding, and that's probably what Hungary want, because Matty Ainsworth is 12 off 5. He uses long levers on this short boundary.
Importance though of having more options. Covers up here with the angle of Sharma. You should be looking to go over to cover, unless it's kind of right at you like that one is for Ainsworth. But any ball outside off stump, that's what a more complete batter would be looking to do. So from this kind of analysis, you can work on certain things in your game. It's just holding your shape a little bit more, being confident you've got the strength to go over the offside. Because that's the gap I'd be eyeing off right now, especially with Sharma hanging a lot outside the off stump. Straight over cover's head.
And this one's gone straight, and it's going to go all the way. It's not quite over cover, but it is straight over the bowler's head for 6. And Valivarthi it's Valivarthi at the non-striker's end. Oh no, it's Valivarthi did take that one, apologies. So he finally gets in on the action after facing 6 balls.
If they're twins, they're the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito type. But better from Valivarthi, hitting straight, just keeping that front side in play a little bit longer. So Sharma bowled a great over still, despite going for the 6, only 9 offered in total, 159 for 5 after 9. So Malta living that best case scenario so far. But here's last over from Prasath.
And that's a good start from Prasath. He's happy to kind of tease it outside off stump, because he does have the coverage there with Jagath Purna on the deep cover boundary.
First half, 116. Second half, 44.
And that's exactly what you said, the value of wickets. And the 2 set batters, you had Zeeman's Deploy and Abbas Ghani, they both departed. And after that, there hasn't really been much contribution. Sheikh Raziq 13 and Matty Ainsworth 14, the only ones reaching double figures. This one's just chipped in the air. It will be safe.
Look 2 here if you're quick.
I don't think they're interested in the slightest, either of them.
But look, you would never believe that Malta would be 21% after they were belted for 116 in the first half. So you still do get twists and turns and momentum shifts, don't you, in T10 action. I don't think you can go 2 here either, so just 1. And well, this is an incredibly good comeback. Still going to have to bat very, very well, Malta, to get even close to this. And that was kind of their issue in the T20s as well. Batted okay, but against this opposition, okay, wasn't winning them any games.
Nonetheless, they've done everything they can in the last few overs to keep it a chaseable total. Because from the first half, it looked like it was not chaseable in the slightest.
Couple to go then. Valivarthi wants the long ball.
I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do here. He kind of trudges off the pitch in slight embarrassment, because he never really got going. Apart from that 1-6, he just went for 8 runs off 11 balls, and that ends Hungary's innings, 162 for 5. And that kind of petered out to almost nothing in the end, didn't it?
Last 14 balls of the innings, there was a 6. There were 7 singles, and the rest were dots. So things really ground to a halt. Did think, with this makeup of the Hungarian side, a little bit less batting depth in there. But it's quite an incredible scoreline. 116 off the first half, 46 off the second half. And this game, it'll change so quickly, it'll make your head spin. But Hungary, still a very competitive 162 for 5. But the door's open for Malta if they're good enough.
Yeah, the door's very much open. It looked like for the first half, Malta weren't even in the right house, as Abbas Ghani and Zeeman's Deploy at the top of the order put on a 100 partnership in less than 5 overs. And it was really Abbas Ghani, the star of the show, plundering 10 sixes on his way to 71. Zeeman's Deploy spent a lot of the time admiring it from the non-striker's end, but he did get involved as well with 5 sixes of his own, plus a 4, and they really got off Hungary to a flyer, and we thought at one point it'd be over 200. But Malta came careering back thanks to some nice bowling from Amar Sharma, and that one was Abbas Ghani when he was really on that hot streak of sixes, and he missed out on that occasion. Zemus Deploy, in the end, he went thanks to a catch from Priyan. Amar Sharma in the middle with Jagath corner, they popped the brakes on. It was the spin twins that did it for Malta. You can see just how many sixes were raining down on this oval here in Malta. And that was Abbas Ghani reaching his half century, and look for all the world that we were almost talking about world record scores, and the win predictor had Hungary at well over 200. I think Malta were worried that they'll be chasing an eye-watering total, but they did really well actually to take their catches. Every single wicket that was taken, all 5 of them were taken cleanly as catches. Captain Prasad took 2 of his own. Gabor Torok, he'll be ruining his luck there, because there was a few that flew through the slips, and his flew straight into the grateful hands of Jaspal Singh, and good fielding throughout for Malta actually, and that was one of their downfalls in the T20I series. They just couldn't hold on to their chances, and yes, there were a few that went over the rope here, but they were half chances at best. But Matty Ainsworth, a little cameo from him at the end. He finished 15 not out off 8 deliveries. Chandra didn't really ever get going. He finished 8 not out off 11. It was only the 1-6 there, and in fact the rest were more or less made up with dot balls. And Abbas Ghani, what a series and what a few days he's been having with both bat and ball. 71 off just 18 balls. A mighty impressive strike rate of almost 400. Zemus Deploy, the captain as well, he chipped in with 38. And on the bowling side, Malta really fought back after Jace Matthew. He almost went for a half century of runs in his 2 overs, and David Marks also went big for his 19, only had the 1 over in the end. But it was the spin through the middle. Porner and Sharma in particular, they grabbed 2 wickets each, and deservedly so, and they put the brakes on the innings, so that gives Malta a somewhat respectable total to chase down. It'll still be a big chase for Malta. Hungary have got some serious bowlers in their lineup. They've got Sandeep Mahandas, who might be swinging the ball around corners as well. So Malta needing 160 runs at a rate of just over 16 to take the second win of the day for them, whereas Hungary want to get on the board for their first win of the T10 series. So join us in just a few minutes for Malta's run chase. I'm Tina Goff. Vinny will be back with me in the box as well. So join us for match 2, the exciting conclusion of that in just a few minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and a big welcome back to the Marsa Oval, where Malta are about to chase down, or attempt to chase down 163 after that very eventful first innings where Hungary got off to an absolute flyer. It looked like they would easily get over 200, but Malta brought it back very nicely, and this is the bonus point equation. Remember, we're back on the bonus point after not having it for the T20Is, so if Malta achieve the target in 7 overs or less, they will go home with all 4 points. Whereas the fielding team, if they Hungary restrict Malta to 114 or less and win the game, it'll be 4 points in the bag for Hungary. So it's all to play for here. Malta, they probably don't quite have the firepower that Hungary have at the top of their order. But as we saw this morning, they did bring in reinforcements from the T20 teams. So they have some big hitters. It looks like they'll be starting up with Michael Das, the 26 on his back. He's no stranger to some big scores. He got 123 not out in the ECS last year. 2 years ago, 101 in 2024. So he's gone back-to-back centuries the previous 2 seasons. And it'll be Mohamed Saklan who has the ball in hand. He had a tremendous end to the T20I series as well, and he'll want to start off with a few wickets again, and I think wickets will be the key here for Hungary, because I don't think Malta quite have the same level of batting depth. So Malta will be hoping that their top order does the business for them. That's a good start there by Mohamed Saklan, starting up with a dot ball. At the non-strikers end for Malta is Priyan Pushparajan, and he's no stranger to some big scores either. 136 not out last year domestically, and he's got over 2,000 runs on the network. So these two have got vast amounts of runs and vast amounts of experience. Have to use all of that for Malta to go back-to-back wins here this morning. Big welcome again to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us on this sunny day in Malta. There's not a cloud in the sky. We had a bit of rain around yesterday and at the start of the T20I series as well. I don't want to jinx it too early, but I think we'll be safe today for all 4 matches we have. There's 2 more to follow after this. Michael Das goes for a big swing. It just hits his hip. There's a half appeal there, but I think it's much too high. Fielders there maybe trying to distract from the fact that that ball has raced around to the boundary. I think that was much too high there, and yeah, it was going down leg side as well. You could see all 3 stumps. Definitely the right call there from the umpire, and Michael Das, he'll take those runs. They're not off the bat, but they still count. That's been crunched away for 4. That's more like it from Michael Das. That one, instead of coming off his hip, came off the middle of the bat, went through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs. It got quite big on him there, but it was safely outside off stump, so he just heaved it across the line. That was a lovely shot, and Hungary just tinkering around here a bit with their field. They're still in the power play, which is the first 3 overs. Which means they can only have 2 fielders outside the ring, one of whom's down at 3rd, the other's a square leg. That one's dug in even shorter. It's a bit misdirected. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire signals here. He does signal a wide. Mohamed Saklan clearly not happy with being crunched for 4 previous ball. He tries to fire one in. It was high and wide, not very handsome. Fumbled as well. by Tajendra behind the stumps. So we'll definitely have to re-bowl that one. And the runs per over, it's exactly 16 needed for Malta. And I'll be quite happy with that equation actually. After the start, Hungary got off to over 100. About 4 overs, the 2 Hungary openers. That one's come off the Q end of the bat. I think the slip fielder there managed to slow it down somewhat, and then it was fielded by the third there. It was a very wide ball, and in fact it came straight off the edge. And then it was Sheikh Razik in the slips who took the pace off it. Still a not bad start for Malta. Every over that they get to around 16, 17 is a win for them. That's well bowled though by Sacklin. In fact, it will go all the way. It was well bowled, but it was a lovely shot. It must have been just pure timing there. It was just more of a push there than anything. But it went all the way. That was Michael Das there, just showing a bit of class, and that's not a shot we see too often, a push through mid-on. But it's 4 runs nonetheless, and they're right on the run rate here, Malta, with 1 ball left of the first over. Run rate just a tad over 16. And that one, I think, is going to go all the way as well. Yeah, signaled 6 by the umpire, and that's turned it into a magical over for Malta. First up, 22 runs for no loss. Just pivoted on that one, Michael, and yeah, a good half a metre over the boundary. And this is an excellent start for Malta, and it's the exact start they needed to chase down this total. And we can see how quickly these games change. And, you know, we might be on for a golden ball. It's been 25 matches since we had that golden ball in the ECCW at the back end of the 2024 season. Hopefully we don't have too long to wait. I can feel we've got a lot of tight lineups here. Malta have proved themselves this morning, having toppled Austria in that tight game, and what a dream start it would be in the T10 series for them if they beat Austria and Hungary in their first 2 games. There's still a long way to go, and Sandeep Mohandas will be the one coming in with his swing bowling and coming back into the commentary box as well. Hi Vinny, how are you doing?
Hello. Yeah, it's nice to be back. And you know, a lot of people watch and they don't have the commentary on because they might be at work or might be disturbing others. But they have the auto-generated captions on. So apparently you come up as Tina Golf.
Oh, okay, I'll take that. Maybe I should
something else made in Germany.
Pivot into golf commentary.
Yeah. Volkswagen Golf. How would you say Volkswagen? Or you say just Volkswagen?
I'll get my angry German out in a second.
Okay. Mohandas, the king of swing, as they like to call him, and he almost gets a wicket first up. Zemus thinks about launching himself, then decides to just concentrate on stopping the 4, which he does. It'll be 2 runs. Okay, if I was saying my Australian accent, I'd be like Volkswagen.
Yeah, so the way you're supposed to say is Volkswagen. So it's more of an F than a V. So
say it again.
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen.
Yeah, so V's in German are actually F's.
Yeah, it's like an unvoiced V.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a little V.
That's pretty cool. Maybe we can make this a segment. Angry German words with Tina. What other words sound kind of ominous? Or have, and like I know in German, like you've got something against the space bar. Like you'd love to just jam words together and make one long word, like some of the street names. A bit ridiculous.
It makes sense and that one didn't make much sense, but it's going to go for 4. Glorious edge there by Priyan. It's not exactly where he intended it to go, but he won't mind. It's a better ball by Sandeep, and it kind of came off the bottom right corner of his bat, but it's 4 runs, and Malta getting off to a good start here. Takes them into the 30s.
Go on then. What do you got for us?
So I like hospital, which is quite nice in English. No, hospital. That's the English word. Hospital. That's my received pronunciation. But in German it's
Say it again one more time.
Krankenhaus.
Sounds like if I didn't know, I would assume the translation is House of Horrors.
Well, it depends which hospital you go to, I guess. But krank is ill, so it's literally
Krankenhaus.
the house of ill people, which, Germans are nothing if not literal.
Wow, try explaining that to a kid who needs to go and see the doctor.
Please don't make me go to the Krankenhaus.
That's a good one.
And that's also a good one. Off the bat of Priyan, that's going to go all the way for 6. Malta are well in this game here. That's taking them to 35, and that win predictor is still around 33, 34%, but shots like that, he just kind of fishes for that.
Yeah.
Goes for the flamingo shot.
Goes walkabout and gets the result. So you can see the rate they need. 15.36 from here, so they're ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Quick hello to Adion Tessarande, thinking Malta have a really good chance here, but depends on the bowlers, of course. Could be difficult for Hungary to adjust to their batting.
This one's just been levered over the boundary. It's another 50.5 metre boundary there. And he didn't quite follow through on that one. It's more of a push than anything, but it was enough of a push from Pushparajan to get the 6.
Well, we talked about shrinkflation a bit yesterday, and the 52-metre sixes, which was a feature of some of this Maltese batting in the ECS last year. It's, 50.5 metres, but it's good enough, and Pushparajan hanging in there. Mahandas in danger of going magical. Last ball of the over.
And he is going to go magical because that's a magical 6. It's a bit longer than this previous one, but they all count for 6. Priyan Pushparajan races into the 20s, and Malta race to 47 for no loss after the first 2 overs, and that was a big over, finishing with those 3 sixes from Sandeep Mahandas, who didn't get too many opportunities in the T20Is, came back roaring back in game 6, but he's gone magical first up for Hungary, and this is where it leaves us in the standings as well. This is how important this first game is. Malta kind of coming back from the dead.
Yeah.
And now they're top of the rankings. They ideally want to stay there, especially here on home soil.
Sprung out of the Krankenhaus feeling pretty good. I know that must make you laugh the way I say it.
That was actually very good.
Okay, take it. German isn't something that I pick up that easily. I can say a few things. Obviously, been there a few times now. But I've got plenty of friends there who are willing to give me a few pointers, and yeah, you're a new friend I've made that's given me a few pointers as well. Malta ahead on the percentages, and they're going to be possibly further ahead after this. 1 bounce and 4 for Michael Das. Stuck around a bit longer this time. Ghani has come on to bowl the 3rd over.
And Ghani did it with the bat for Hungary with his 71 off just those 18 balls. He would have been proud of that shot, but that's been given the treatment by Michael Das, first ball up. And given that I've given the German language a bad rap so far, that's been given a bad rap as well by Michael Das. That's going to go all the way again. Sends him flying into the 20s. Abbas Ghani's gone 4 and 6 off his first 2 balls. Malta flying along here.
On these ends, you've got 3 freshies in the top 6 in Das, Pushparajan and Purna. And they've made a huge difference, haven't they? Very experienced. Michael Das went on a bit of a heater in the ECS last year as well. Was on a streak of big scores. Always the question, I suppose, can he do it against international attacks? And I guess we're finding out.
That's well bowled by Ghani. Good comeback after going back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, so I've given you a bad rap of German language so far, so I'll give you a nice word.
Okay.
So butterfly, nice word in English. In German, Schmetterling.
Oh, I like that. It sounds like the wings fluttering.
Yeah.
Schmetterling.
Yeah, so
Schmetterling.
it's not all bad.
I like that. So it'd be like Krogsrock.
That's the word for a crocodile.
No, I love it. I am quite interested in languages and linguistics in particular. And obviously, have so many distinct languages across borders here. It is funny. Until I did the ECS England last year, I hadn't been to a country where English was kind of the native language of any series I'd ever done.
True. So that one is going to fly through the slip cord, but in fact almost goes all the way for a 6. In fact, it's a 1 bounce for Pushparajan and Das are both clipping along in the 20s here. That takes Priyan to 29.
You would have thought this game was over after 5 overs, but that's one reason I never call a game after 5 overs. Hungary in big danger of being one of a handful of teams that have scored 100 or more off their first 5 overs and lost. It's only happened about 6 times. One famous time was Hornchurch conceded 100 in their first 5 overs, but then won their group final in the ECL.
That one's been hit hard, but it's straight down the throat of the fielder Sheikh Razik there. And that is Malta's first wicket. Pushparajan goes off swiping his bat because he knows that was there for the taking. In fact, it was just taken gleefully by Sheikh Razik there at long on.
Kind of got what he wanted there. He charged and turned into a full toss, but just didn't time it. And Sheikh Razik made it look really easy. So Pushparajan has gotten his team off to a good start, but it's only a start. It's also the end of the 3 over power play. It's 62 for 1. What I should say, by the way, is there's a lot of countries, not a lot, there's a couple at least, where English is one of the official languages. And Malta's one of them. We're in one right now, so you do see English widely spoken here. But there is Maltese, which is quite an interesting language as well, with lots of different influences. But yeah, it was a bit weird when I went to English and when I went to England. And I have been in the UK before, but when I've gone there with ECN, normally in ECN you start thinking, right, is the Uber driver or whoever it is that's transporting me out there, am I going to be able to communicate with them, say where I'm going and things like that? In England, of course, I've got a cabbie. And it's pretty easy. As long as
They can't understand you, that's the problem.
As long as they can understand my colonial cretin accent.
CC accent.
Which I'm told isn't quite as broad as
I've heard worse.
some. Anyway, here's Suck Lane coming back, and this is going to be one first up.
That was good fielding out there on the boundary. Sacklin drifted down the leg side there, but managed to escape with just the single off it.
Suck Lane, don't forget, he was on fire yesterday. In fact, he is the top entry of our Hall of Fame board for 5-wicket hauls. In fact, there he is, 5 for 32 off his 4 overs yesterday. We'll say last year we had quite a few 5-wicket hauls in T20 international matches. Not as many in T10s, probably because bats tend to dominate a fair bit. But yeah, he's up there, and well, that's out. How about that, Prasath? Oh, hits it, kind of runs, but doesn't run too quick. He knew the direct hit had him cooked, and he's gone for a golden duck. Fielding making the difference. 2 quick strikes for Hungary. Malta 63 for 2.
That was an excellent piece of fielding, as we see that on the replay. And Prasath didn't really get going at all in his run, but he kind of knew from the start that a direct hit had him cooked, and that's what happened from the arm of Sheikh Razik, and Prasath not really in the frame. But I think if he went all guns and put his head down there, at least put in the bat slide, but he wasn't having any of it.
You know what's really good from Sheikh Razik? Gets to the throwing position really quick, and it's almost like an abbreviated back arm swing with the throw, almost like a little kind of shot put, but he gets it off quickly. See there? He wasn't perfectly balanced, but he just, gave himself a chance and put it into the edge of the stump. So 63 for 2. Michael Das will be facing up. Purna has come out at number 4.
The one thing I love about English accents is just the massive range of them in such a small little island.
I talked about this before. We'll go into it in a minute. But here's Suck Lane.
That's been given the treatment. That's going to be a 6 on any boundary. That's going to almost plug, but it's plugged about 20 metres long of the boundary.
Bit of a car park update. This is more for the offside, but I've noticed they've roped off the first row of car parking spaces, and you're not allowed to park there today. And I wonder if that's in response to some of the hitting we've seen this week.
Well, Mr. Range Rover won't be too happy about that. He would have hoped that the rope came at the start of the week. It's not going to fix the dent in his car.
Oof.
Sacklin coming back with a response to that 6. That is a good ball. Just dug out the Yorker there, Michael Das.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really good Yorker. Yeah, accents. UK and America, USA I should say, are 2 places that have a lot of different accents. And there is kind of you called it received pronunciation, which is a good way to put it, or the kind of standard accent is probably a layman's way of saying it. Wait for Suck Lane here.
That short ball is going to go to the mid-wicket, but it's going to be cut off there. It's a good ground fielding there by Kushal Gabani, running around, and actually it's going to go.
Oh no!
They saved the boundary the one side, and they're going to throw it the whole length of the pitch over the rope the other side. Didn't quite see what was happening there, but
Wow, good fielding. But what happened? I'm assuming this is 6 because I think they were going for 2, weren't they? Let's have a look. They get 1, and were they coming back for 2? Oh no, it's going to be 5. So see, it's just 1, and then because they haven't crossed when he's thrown it, so that's going to be a 5. So he saved 4, but lost 5. Ouch.
I don't
When
know.
good fielding becomes bad fielding, 5 to dust.
I'm not sure how much Kushal is to blame there. He threw it in, and the keeper, he's got the big gloves on, the big pads on, and he kind of just wafted a hand at it. So Tajendra didn't really help out
Where
his
was the
teammate there.
backup? There's lots of people over there. What were they doing?
All gone walkabout.
Oh, dear me.
That's a 5 klaxon there.
Yuck. Funf.
Fumph. Ah. God, you're quite the polyglot. And it's double trouble here for Hungary as that 5 is followed by a 4. Signal there by the blue crew. I think that's Andy signalling the 4 there.
5 and 4. Peckish for more. It's not quite a 6 and 4. But, yeah, poor enough. Oh, that's a great stop. Well, is that Joe there? Yeah. Bang, one hand. And, well, it's a protect the equipment job, rule 1.
It's more dexterity than he showed playing paddle yesterday.
He was. Was your paddle partner? I was wondering how long before you have a dig at him. It's very easy getting Joe's head. I think made that clear last night. Anyway, into the over. One interesting over. 1 wicket 6.54. This is European cricket.
Everything.
When we see things like that. Yeah, just with the overthrows. Overthrows confuse people about what the laws are. But I'll just explain to you why that's 5 and not more or less. At the moment that the ball is thrown and it ends up going for overthrows, the batters are credited with any runs they've made, any runs they've crossed for, +4. So, that's a bit too short, and that's adios pelota as Giovanni. Now this time won't be 5, but it will be 6 maximo to start the over. Yeah, so you get batters get any runs they've made, they've completed, any runs they've crossed for at the moment the ball's thrown, +4. So you can see there they ran 1, they were looking for 2, but they kind of decided they didn't really want 2, to be honest. But then the ball was thrown and ended up going for 4 overthrows. So they get the 1 +4 overthrows. That's why it's 5. I thought originally, because I wasn't really watching the play, maybe they were coming back for 2, and then it probably would have been 6 for 2 +4 overthrows. But some people get this a little bit wrong. They think, okay, any runs you might have finished before the ball goes over the boundary +4, that's not right. But then there's also actually I found a little bit of a grey area. Not that there's too many in your famous MCC laws of cricket. But overthrows aren't defined that well. Like, what is an overthrow?
And that one's been hit firm to the cover boundary, but it's Matty Ainsworth out there doing a good piece of fielding, and yeah, they've made sure to get the back up here this time. It's just going to be the 1.
So I dug into this a little bit because we've had some situations where balls have been thrown over the boundary, but we're not actually sure if they're overthrows. So, for example, we've had someone take a catch off a no ball, throw it up in the air, and it's gone over the boundary.
This one's also going to go over the boundary, I think. It's going to plug away. Yes, just beats Kushal, who's got the ball magnet at the moment, running left and right.
Yeah, so we've had that. We've had players make great stops and then accidentally throw the ball backwards.
Can happen to the best of us.
We've had, and there's other situations such as, trying to throw the ball to another fielder. This viral moment for the Turkish team where there's a sliding stop and he tries to hand it off to his teammate next to him and it's gone for 4. So the question is, what's an overthrow? And I can tell you that it's not really well defined. So actually in the laws, it just kind of says off a throw. But then if you go by that, then anytime, you do like kind of team fielding, you could argue, well, that's a throw, right? But I wouldn't necessarily class that as an overthrow. And even going to one of my favourite books, as a bit of a cricket nerd, cricket badger, as you'd say, Tom Smith's Cricket Umpiring and Scoring, which kind of clarifies a few things. Even his definition with overthrows is you know them when you see them. Right?
Yeah.
Which is actually, it's still for me the best definition.
This one's gone high up in the air. And it's 2 fielders going around to it, and neither of them are going to get anywhere near it in the end. It's Zemus Deploy who was running backwards. There's Gabor Torok who was on the boundary, and it kind of bisected both of them. It probably would have actually been an easier catch for Gabor Torok, but Zemus claimed it early and didn't really get anywhere near it.
Zemus, in a way, is a bit more of a senior fielder, you could argue, but that's an outfielder's catch. Outfielder coming in has priority, I think, over the infielder going back. Of course, Zemus has taken some brilliant catches in this series, but that will be the end of the over. So Malta ahead of where they need to be right now. 5 overs to chase down the rest of these runs. Coimbra Knights versus Marlow tonight. Got to say, Marlow probably going as heavy favourites there, but Coimbra will be hoping to recover from a bit of a disappointing performance on opening night. Phil G standing by, and expect some balls to fly into the night sky there at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo tomorrow, as that will start at 6 p.m. GMT, 7 p.m. in Central Europe, and 11:30 p.m. in India. So just going back to the overthrow thing. So you might say, well, that's really clear in the laws. Any throw or deliberate action. Deliberate action meaning that's if you deliberately kick the ball over the boundary or something like that. I mean, that's slightly different. But yeah, that would mean that, even if you are on the boundary and you take a catch just inside and you throw it to yourself trying to take a catch, that if you go by the letter of the law,
overthrows,
then it wouldn't be 6, it'd be 4 overthrows if you then didn't complete the catch, right?
Yeah.
So this is why a lot of the laws, they don't really anticipate modern cricket with some of the things we see. So that's just something that I don't think everyone's really ever looked into it.
It's Kishore Kabani who's come in to the action, and his first ball has just been deposited over long off, and that actually takes Michael Das to a well-earned 50 off just 16 balls. He's 51 not out. He's not scared to go after the new bowler, and he just lifted that one over the boundary, and that takes Malta as well to 97 for 2. So I'll get on the phone to my friends at the MCC, see if we can clarify
just
these
ask them
rules.
what's an overthrow, and you know what, I've found out everyone's got a slightly different opinion of what they think.
Michael Das goes again. This one's gone high. Gabor Torok is under it. Should be taken, and is. Oh, I don't want to say comfortably taken. Gabor does look anything but comfortable, but he's sitting there talking sweet nothings to the ball there.
Yeah, he's basically whispering his thank yous into the grizzly there as Gabor Torok, and that's why I think he probably should have gone for the other one. Maybe just felt he didn't feel comfortable calling Zemus off the ball, but Gabor's been put in a hot spot there. It's a kind of flat bat smack, isn't it? But Gabor Torok is going to get Michael Das for 51. Who knows? That could be a really important moment in this game. Native Hungarian player Gabor gets some applause from his wicketkeeper, Tejendra. Das with an explosive 51 at 3 a ball, but he is the third to fall, 97 for 3. Could have another really close finish on our hands here.
I was going to say this game is very delicately poised. Malta, they've lost 3 wickets, so their middle order is going to be challenged here, needing 66 off 28 balls, so just over 14. Great response from Gabani after his first ball went for 6. He will have to re-bowl that one though. Just going back to
overthrow
accents.
chat.
I want to go accents again.
Oh yeah, we skipped over.
We skipped
By the
over
way,
accents.
before we end overthrow chat, can I tell you what my personal definition is? Like I said, because it's not really defined.
I want to know, because I'll submit that to the MCC.
It has to be some sort of intention of throwing the ball back towards the middle of the field. That's kind of where I've come to. So I don't think throwing the ball to yourself counts as an overthrow. It's just a throw. I don't think throwing the ball to a teammate, like laterally, or a teammate that's nearby in the outfield, I don't think that counts as an overthrow. But a throw that is a deliberate throw towards the middle of the field, I think that then goes to the opposite boundary, if you like, as well. That for me is an overthrow, and that would result in the 4 overthrows rule. By the way, other thing, you can't have 6 overthrows, even if you throw the ball over the boundary on the full. I like in that Turkish clip. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where youngster Ilyas Setin makes a great stop, throws it to the fielder coming behind him, misses him, threw it straight over the boundary. So and that, to me, it's not an overthrow. It's just going to be a regular boundary 4. Back to accent chat coming up as the 100 comes up for Malta, swing and a miss. Gabanu fighting back, doing a good job here. He's in to this squad for the T10 Eyes. Yeah, so talk to me
Accents.
about accents.
So there was a survey recently, at some point, in the UK about which accents sound the most intelligent and receive pronunciation, because that's like they call it the Queen's English.
The
I guess
Queen's English. King's English.
The King's
now.
English
Yeah,
now.
Sure.
That's what they have on the BBC, you know, the newsreaders. So this one goes aerial. I think it's probably going to drop safe, and it does. So they'll just run through for the one. So the Queen's English was obviously at the top of the list because, you know, that's sounds good.
This is the BBC News from London.
That was slightly Scottish.
I actually have Scottish BBC.
But then there's all the regional accents, and how do you kind of categorise them as we get the final
Are you
ball?
talking like beauty or understandability?
It was more kind of, as that goes, that was a beauty in itself. That goes all the way for 6. Rocky in on the action here. Takes his team to 107 for 3 off 6 overs. 56 needed off the final 4. Run rate exactly on 14. So it was more about how intelligent are you made to seem by your accent. And obviously,
Gotcha.
Queen's English right at the top. And then
Cockney, where's that?
Cockney, well,
where's that?
yeah, this is where we start to struggle. I think Cockney was not that high up. I think maybe kind of a London accent was near the top. This is where we really see English class culture coming into play. And as you probably know by now, I'm from near enough Birmingham, and I used to
Midlands,
have quite a thick accent when I was younger. It still comes out if I'm angry or
Give us a bit of the Birmingham twang.
I can't on demand. I can't do it like angry German, but
Really?
in this survey, Birmingham accent came right at the very, very bottom
Oh,
of
really?
intelligence. And you know what was above it? Being silent.
Sometimes you're better saying nothing at all.
Especially if you come
Is
from
that
Birmingham.
right?
It's
Wow.
like, you're right, love. You're right, love.
Oh, I can't believe that. Anyway, here's Matty Ainsworth coming in over number 7.
I can do a fake German accent better than I can do my actual native English accent, but it will come back to me, I'm sure.
Anyway, 4 overs to go. This game's right in the balance.
This one's high up in the air, and it's a catching chance out there in the Jeep, and it's been shelled. It was quite a straightforward chance in the grand scheme of things, and he's not happy with himself. That's Sandy.
Cabane just finished his over, I think. Let's put that down. I see, there's Sandeep out there, you're right. Long way from us.
Would have been a great start for by Matty Ainsworth, but it's been put down.
Uh-oh. Just using the non-striker for a bit of stability there, Matty Ainsworth. Hey, the other thing, I have a bit of a theory, and I want to ask you about Germany as well, because it is interesting because of the size of the country and all the different regions. But I think one thing that's quite interesting is places like the UK and the US, they have all these different accents that are kind of, British or American.
This one's going to go all the way as well. Rocky, having been given that life out in the deep by Sandeep, he's making the most of it. Takes his team to 114 halfway through the 7th over.
Hello to John Higginbottom in the chat, by the way. Hello to you, and let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Green Technology, likewise. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Great to have you with us. Hello to Chris Smith. It's just popped in, I noticed as well. But in Australia, it doesn't matter where you're from. You pretty much have the same accent. So, okay, that's not 100% true. There is a little bit of, I'd say, like a city versus country accent, and there's really, really minor variations, and I mean really minor, certain vowels and things, or how you say certain words. It might be a wide, it's over the head. It's only a little guy, Rocky. So for example, when I meet an Australian in Europe, which happens quite a lot, I have to ask where you're from, because it's not obvious from their voice. Like, for example, Melbourne people, I say the like egg, like an like an E, but they have a bit more of it. There's this halfway between E and an A, so I'm from Melbourne.
Yeah.
From Melbourne.
Yeah.
A few little, but they're tiny things. You really can't pick it. Whether you say castle or castle, these kind of things. This is well picked up. That is Gabane out there, the real Gabane, out on the other side. And I have a bit of a theory about it, and it's to do with the fact that Australians live in population centres that are far apart, and there's not really continuity of towns. Like, you got really tiny towns, like a handful of people in the middle. Whereas in the UK and the US, you'll find that the accents can change gradually as you go, for example, north in England, and then into Scotland, and then in America, kind of south, when you get kind of from the coastal to the south. Into the pitcher, into the sawdust. 50-50 game, by the way, pretty good game. We'll get off accent chat after this over, I think. But yeah, and I also think because Australia is such a recent country as well, and with technology and things like TV and all that, it's become quite homogenized.
Yeah.
So that's my theory. And I don't know if any linguists out there challenge it, but of why all Australians kind of sound the same. Some people would say there's three types. There's the kind of our version of posh, and then there's the middle, and then there's the bogan accents. I won't say which one people say I am, but that will be the end of the 7th over. 118 for 3. We've got another thriller on our hands, Tina. 15 and over required. Purana out there with Rocky Danish. And this game is up for grabs. Hungary-Austria rematch of the deciding match, really, of the T20Is yesterday. Hungary winning the toss, wanting to have a hit. Why not? Ghani is listed at the top of the order this time. Chris Dow comes in. Love to see him make a bit of a contribution as well. And Austria looking at their team. Chima retains his place behind the stumps. Looks pretty much like the side we saw this morning. Austria went down by 8 runs, so they're without a win in this series so far. Mark Simpson-Parker has been a standout, hasn't he? Hit the ball very sweetly in that first game as well, but it wasn't enough to get the win for Austria.
And it'll be Kushal, who's been busy in the outfield, who will be taking the ball for this 8th over. Starts off, I don't know if there was anything on that, but it's going to go to the boundary in any case. See what the umpire signals yet. There was a bit of footage, I think, on that one.
Yeah, take him how you get him. 15 and over. If you hit 2 sixes, you probably get there. Get 12 in boundaries in the over, you probably get what you needed. Well, there's 4 in the boundary. I'll even count a kick. Hello to Ian, asking who would I like to hear doing an ECL preview before the start of the tournament. I'll go out on a limb. I'll say Gavin Griffiths from Hornchurch, who was my skipper on the charity day when I played there. And give us someone from Northern, please.
And that's a big shot. That's going to go all the way. Back-to-back boundaries for Malta at the start of this 8th over, and really staying on that run rate. They need less than 15. They've already gone 10 off the first two balls of the 8th over. And yeah, I love this chat, and I love what are the things that gets people talking, and it's always things you least expect. So accents has got people talking, food has got people talking.
Of course.
Cricket sometimes gets people talking,
but
it's good cricket on show at the moment, and that one is going to go all the way as well. And that's a really good conventional shot there by Rocky. Just hit it hard over the covers.
Well, Rocky's just changed his calendar to November 2024 when he came out and had an absolute heater for the Warriors, ended up leading them to their first ECS title. By the way, the team they beat, the Knights, 6 times in the final without a win. So real heartbreaker. Warriors came up, make their first final and won it. Just quickly, before we go back to that, James Stewart, that to you. I noticed that you're in the chat a little while ago. And Adi and Tesserani's watching from Western Canada, 3:40 a.m. That is commitment. Certainly is. Yeah, so I know I said we'd finish with accent chat, but in Germany, there's quite distinct accents, right? Depending where you go. And I know our headquartered in Switzerland, that's Swiss German. That's almost completely different.
That has gone all the way. That's same but different. That's another big shot, this time on the leg side. That's 4 boundaries in a row now.
It's 20 off the first 4. This is the over that's potentially changing the game. Cabane, a pretty good first one, but he's getting absolutely tattooed here. And the run's running out in Malta. Geez, what a difference a change in format makes, and a bit of an injection into their side. Come back to it in a second. 2 minutes on the clock as well. You know, they're looking at 5 penalty runs here as well.
That one has been hit hard to the leg side, but it's going to be cut off by Matty Ainsworth there.
So I was going to say, is it really noticeable as a native German speaker? And you are a native German speaker as well. People don't realise this, maybe if you listen to Tina speak English, but in German, she sounds German.
Yeah, and I have quite a flat German accent because I've lived in Germany now for 10 years, but I never grew up really speaking a lot of German.
Yeah. Nice ball, the over.
And that one's gone high. Matty Ainsworth is in with a chance here, and what a great catch that is. That is a brilliant catch. He stayed calm under that and actually took the ball quite low under his waist almost, but on the boundary. It doesn't matter how you take them, and that's a really important wicket there for Hungary.
Well, I hope you ordered your T10 with a late twist, because here it is with Porner going. Never really got going in that innings. It was weird. He had 2 sixes. He had 6 dot balls and then that wicket ball. He had finished 12 off 9. Ainsworth, it's a big moment in the game. He stood up every time Matty makes a contribution. I think, grows in confidence in that green shirt. I know the whole Ainsworth family will be thrilled that he's able to hold on to that, keep Hungary alive really in the game. End of 8, 139 for 4, but Rocky's come out there at number 5. He's 32 off 11. He will be facing up for the start of the night. He's been joined now by Nias Mohammed, who actually batted really well. A little cameo in that first game, but that's given a glimmer of hope to Hungary. Malta needing 24 off the last 2 overs. Ghani, who's having a stormer of a week, he's going to bowl the 9th over. I was going to say, so is it really noticeable to you when someone speaks German, kind of which part of Germany they're from?
So I struggle to pick it up more than probably most Germans, because I haven't lived in the country probably when I was growing up.
9th over.
But what I do notice is that one
Great
almost
stop.
squeezed through, but yeah, it was a great stop by, I think it's Tarok there.
That's Tarok.
What you do notice then is the huge dialect. So whereas in England you mostly have accents, in Germany and the German-speaking countries you have dialects.
It's like
so
vocab.
yeah, it's completely different. I think I did a linguistics module at uni, and I think the difference is then differences in words. So accents are just the same words in different ways, whereas dialects have whole different vocabularies. And when our dear CEO Roger speaks his Swiss German, I nod along and try to keep up, but it's a completely different language.
I do that when he speaks English. Anyway, this is going to be up over the top, and that's going to be it is. Great effort by Mohandas out there. Nias Mohammed's off the mark. Just joking, by the way. Roger, our CEO, does a fantastic job, and I do listen to every word he says. He's a big reason the broadcast is so great, now that I've kept my job for another few months. But, wow, there's the boundary. That's a good start for Nias. Almost everything has to go right here for Hungary for them to have a chance. 19 off 10 required.
This one's been hit down the ground. They'll be happy with just taking the one there.
I would love to go back. Might do it now. I'd love to see what percent chance Malta were in the first innings after 5 overs when they were Hungary were 116 without loss.
I'm sure the figure started for Hungary with a 9. I think it was 91 or something like that. What a comeback this will be. And that one's in the air. And it's going to go over the diving figure of Sheikh Razik there at long on. Abbas Ghani has his head in his hands. That was just a lovely shot. And Malta, all the team in the tent there, are on their feet because they know they're on the edge of a really, really good victory. And that will take them 2 for 2 on this first day of the T10 series.
Malta went as low as 5% in the first innings as a win predictor before they were able to come back into it. Surely. Now they're 95%. So that's not to say Hungary can't come back here. I mean, these runs don't make themselves. Rocky has come out, played an absolute blinder of a knock. He's going 39 off 13. Nias has again been an important contributor. Still a bit surprised I haven't seen Nias with the ball. He's been very, very effective in ECS cricket. Be interesting to see if they give him a run. Bowls kind of off spin and little in drifters.
He's averaging more than a wicket a game on the network, but it's his job with the bat at the moment. That one's gone high up in the air. I think it's going to go all the way, and I think we're going to have a check for a no ball as well. The umpire is speaking into his sleeve, so I think we're checking this.
No, I think this is no ball. For me, it's waist high. He's only little. Let's have a look at it on the replay. But this is 7. It's pretty much lights out if it is. Yeah, that's going to be a no-y.
It's a tight one. Rocky's not standing up straight, but I think it's going to be given. Yeah, it's going to be given a no ball on the field, and this really puts Malta in a
free
position.
Hit. So there's only 5 to win now off 7 balls, and what a turnaround! Never say die. Like I say, there's been some. This actually 116, I think, is the most runs after 5 overs to lose a game. I think the previous record 114 by Sohail Hospitalet in Barcelona. So
what a start. Can they do it
4
here?
to win actually now off 8. That'll do it.
And that will do it. I think it's actually gone all the way. In any case, it's been signalled 4. In any case, it's the 4 that Malta need to win this game, and they have clutched victory from the jaws of defeat, and they were almost gone and dead after 5 overs of their bowling innings, but they've careered back and actually chased down this total at a canter. We're just checking, and that is in fact a 4. So the signal on field will stand, and Malta beat Hungary by 6 wickets, and they had 7 balls to spare in the end.
Oh, what a crazy game. And Rocky deserves a 50, but I think he'll settle for a lightning 49 not out off 15 balls. And just like that, Malta come from the clouds to win that game. And Hungary, they've gone down. It means we'll have a clash of the two teams without a win today in match 3, when we will see Hungary taking on Austria. Hungary winning the toss and electing to bat. The first ball will be bowled in 25 minutes. But yeah, it's very ECN. Yeah. The momentum shifts just shows you as well, you know, even if you're getting a bit of a pasting, take a couple of wickets, you can, I suppose, work your way back into the game. And then Malta stood up with the bat. Again, got to say that important contribution from Das at the top of the order. Came out there, whacked 51 off 17. Pushparajan was his opening partner. Leg byes actually were pretty important at times. A couple of those went to the boundary. But yeah, Hungary, I'm trying to work out exactly where it went wrong for them. But yeah, I think some of these runs they weren't able to stop. Maybe not nailing that Yorker often enough. A lot of balls were kind of length balls that were slammed away. But, you know, credit to Malta. They have put down a marker, haven't they? They're 2-0, and they're pretty happy heading into the lunch break.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Malta, they didn't quite have the rub of the green in that T20I series, and their luck seems to have changed. They've been taking their catches. They've had 4s coming off thigh pads and toes and edges, and that's what you need to be successful in this T10 format. You need a bit of luck to go your way, and that's exactly what Malta had. But don't take away from the skill of their batting as well. Michael Das at the top of the order, he got a well-deserved half-century off just 17 balls, plundering 5 sixes in the process. He was ably supported by Priyan as well at the top of the order, 29 off just 10 deliveries for him. And Varun Prasad, he was there, you saw there just the run out, golden duck run out. But apart from that, everyone contributed. Porner, he got 12 runs in the middle order, and then it was the Rocky show towards the end of the innings. Great catch there by Gabor Tarok. He contributed well in the field. But it was Rocky who landed the knockout punch for Malta. Didn't quite get to his half-century, but the catches that were maybe going down for Malta in the T20 series, Hungary were dropping them on this occasion. And there was a whole load of 6s raining down, 14 in total compared to just the 9 4s. So we're really having a 6 fest here today, and Malta will be more than happy going into the lunch break that they've gone 2-0 after going 0-4 in the T20 series.
Yeah, and obviously because that game gets pushed past the 7th over or into the 8th over, we know that Hungary take their point, so it's something to take away from it. But yeah, Malta just getting on absolute heaters, weren't they? And Ghani, again, maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in. You could see that Malta has a bit more fresh blood, I suppose, in this side in key positions. And someone like Ghani there, that over went off the rails for him. The high ball went for 7, then 4, finished the game. 24 actually came off the 9th that was unfinished. 49 not out. What an innings from Rocky Dinesh. Rocky packs a punch, doesn't he? He's only a little guy, but really has improved so much in the last couple of years. Ends up winning the game for Malta. Let's not forget, though, top score was Michael Das at the top of the order with 51 a half century, and ended up striking at 300 with 5. Max Most Pushparajan 29 and a dozen for Purna. Bowling wise, well, not too much to get excited about for Hungary. Gabane did pick up a couple of wickets. We haven't seen too much of him this week. The other wicket went to Ghani, but like I said, that 9th over just kind of got out of hand. In fact, we didn't even need to go to a 10th in the end. And yeah, Mahanda's not really able to get that penetration with new ball. Sucklane likewise ended up with none for 34. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes with the first ball of match number 3. It's two teams that will really want to win. Otherwise, it's going to be a long road back for the team that loses, bearing in mind that there is a final, so you just need to make the top 2 to make that final tomorrow afternoon. Plenty still to come. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECM with Tina Goff we'll take a break. And no matter where you're watching from, you're welcome back when we return for the second half of day one here in the ECI Malta. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Time for match 3 and a rematch of the crucial match yesterday in the T20 international format with Hungary to take on Austria, of course for the first time in this ECI Malta. Well, I know we've seen some big hits, a lot of crash and bash, and let's see what happens at the coin toss now for match 3. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Austria the call. There you go, Zemus. Flick it for us, please.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll have a bat first.
They're going to have a bat.
Hungary win the toss. Zemus deploy, happy to have a bat. And Zemus, he's shown signs of it, hasn't he? But hasn't quite been able to time the ball the way I think he would have liked so far this week. But another opportunity for him at the top of the order. It was quite a crazy game, that last one. A crazy innings for Hungary, who put 116 in the first 5, so they're on 232 pace, but only 46 in the second half. So obviously they'll be hoping they can sustain an early assault for a bit longer this time. Austria, of course, went down in the first match by 8 runs, so they've actually lost their last 2 matches now on this tour after winning the first 5. I'm sure they're very keen to get back in the winner's circle, but it's not going to be easy against a Hungarian side that certainly have been playing some pretty good cricket this week. Let's get ready for the first ball. Tina Goff is standing by Hungary, wanting to bat after winning the toss. Over to you as we get ready for the first ball of match 3.
Thank you, Vinny, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this ECI series in Malta. Just starting off match 3, and what a day it's been so far, and what a day it's been for Malta. Putting in quite the turnaround after they went winless in 4 games during the T20I series. They've come back, roaring back with 2 wins, but it's the 2 winless teams at the moment who will be facing off in a minute, Hungary and Austria. Hungary have won the toss and elected to bat. They've brought in Chris Dowell into the team. It'll be Matty Ainsworth who can put his feet up for a while. Of course, this is Hungary's second and final game on this day. They'll come back tomorrow as well with the double header in games 5 and 6. For Austria, they've got some big hitters there, but they're going to be bowling first, and they'll look to maybe Sahil Zadran at the top of the order, bowling, and Dida as well. They've given Sandeep Mohandas a game off. So this is a finely poised situation we have here, and we didn't expect to go into this with both teams not having registered a win, and you see just how finely poised it is, with Hungary just edging out Austria according to the win predictor. And of course they just edged out Austria in that thriller yesterday afternoon, the final game of the T20I series. As Vinny said in the intro, Austria then trying to stop the rot, stop the hat-trick of defeats. We lost that game last night and lost again this morning to Malta by just 8 runs in what was a very tight game. In game 1, Mark Simpson-Parker was top scoring for Austria in that one with 40 off just 15 balls. I imagine he will be an important figure again in the Austria lineup. For now, it's Hungary who have the right to put on a score. They put on a decent enough score against Malta in the second game, 162, but it was a case of what could have been for Hungary when they were on at some point over 200, and Malta came roaring back into that game. Roaring in here is Sahil Zadran. Abbas Ghani will face up the first ball. He's been having quite the series so far with both bat and ball. He went big at the start of the last game as well. He went and got 71 runs, just 18 deliveries. He was the pick of the batters for Hungary in that defeat by Malta. The other end is captain Zemus deploying. He got 38 in the previous game as well. As these two put on a partnership of over 100 before they lost a wicket, and that's what got Hungary off to such a good start. Deploy lost his wicket in that game, the first ball of the 6th over, leaving Hungary 116 for 1, but they didn't manage to convert that. Malta pegged them back, scoring just around 50 runs in the second half of that innings. Sahil Zadran is getting a bit of shape on the ball here, moving the ball away from the right-hander. And that one moved in a bit and it's found the edge of Abasghani, but it's flown away for 4 runs past the diving keeper in the shape of Miha Chima. We've seen a slip, or kind of a fly slip, being used a lot. It's a favourite position in this T10 format, but that I think would have evaded anyone but a conventional first slip. Abasghani went absolutely all guns blazing at that one. Just gave himself whiplash in his follow through, but it was enough to take it to the boundary. That's Hungary's first runs of this innings. Welcome back, and a big welcome to those who have just joined us as well in the chat. Thomas says quite a match coming up. Hungary having a strong batting lineup. Austria can also bat and have a very interesting bowling unit. I agree. This is quite the matchup. It was a great matchup in the T20 series, and it promises to be just as eventful in this T10 format. Hungary do have quite a lot of depth in their batting lineup, and be disappointed in the previous game that they didn't push on after such a strong start by these two at the crease now. Speaking of strong, that's a very, very strong shot, and hopefully our cameraman up there, our friends from Two Circles, are safe, because that went straight as a bullet, straight back over the bowler's head. Clean as a whistle, and that was a lovely strike by Abasghani. Luckily, just to the right of our camera crew. We didn't hear any clattering of windscreens or denting of metal either. So the cars of Malta are safe for another ball. Abasghani goes again. This might be close if it was a direct hit, but Bilal decides to just play it safe. And that's the end of the first over. 11 off it for Hungary, so not quite the bombastic start we saw at the start of the previous game. But Hungary still have a lot of batting to come, and this is what we've seen so far. Joining me again in the commentary box, and I've had some compliments in the chat about your red suit as well, Vinny, so talk us through this number.
Well, I thought we're in Malta, so it's probably a good colour to wear to start the ECI. Yeah, this is only from today, so we've already seen over 600 runs. We've already seen, well, now we have seen 60 maximos. Run rate, so average run rate so far, 15.7. Maximo rate's off the charts. That's 15 sixes per 10 overs, so 10 over innings on average. So more sixes and fours, I think we've seen that. Wicket rate, yeah, a little bit low. So bowlers have found it hard to get the breakthroughs. So that's 157 par if you're just going off the first 2 games. You saw that 160s wasn't enough last time. Anyway, Dida comes on, loses the first one down the leg side, and Hungary actually favourites in this game at the moment. They actually started 55-45, and yeah, quite interesting. What a turnaround on Austria after winning the first 5 games of their week. They've lost the last 2, and remember, and Malta, by the way, they're 2 for 2, but they still have 2 games to go. The top 2 of 3 make it to the final, so you just have to avoid coming last in these 6 games. And put this out there, it's very, very possible that all 3 teams could end on a 2-2 record, just because these teams are so even. And so then margins matter, you know, making sure you keep your point if you do lose matters, and obviously net run rate potentially comes into it as well. That's well bowled, I think. Straight over the line. Good umpiring. Dida.
Well, we had to put our maths hats on yesterday to work out the net run rate in that final game, which kind of ended up being a final. And
yeah,
we could very well find ourselves in a similar situation around this time tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that Ian, by the way, from Premier League Cricket Show, has just been organising with me behind the scenes to a podcast, ECL preview. I know we've done that before. Uh-oh, need to lose this one. Loses this one badly down the leg side. Nice work by Chima, who's come into the side. He's doing the keeping. Yeah, so yeah, look out for that. Maybe it'll get released in the week of the Western Shield, which is just before the ECL. So yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting down with Ian and doing that. Not so easy to go through 35 teams, but we try and keep as brief as possible. Of course, they're all grouped into 7 groups of 5. Dida's just completely lost his control here. And this is hit almost the side of the pitch, just off the pitch, and it's gone further away from Chima. 5 wides. He lost one. I think it's, no ball. So, no ball, pardon me, because it is off the pitch, plus 4 bides. Again, that was the one law that got changed. That's another one for your MCC people. That used to go down as 5 no balls, and it got changed now to no ball plus 4 buys. And I honestly think they had like a free wicket-keeping gloves or sale or something, and then they organised the meeting without the keepers there. Meanwhile, this is a free hit, and it's going to get hit for 6. That's 11 off that ball. Maximo Garni doing Garni things.
Yeah, well, on that law, you think, they've done the right thing here. They've made it a no ball, which I think does make sense when it's off the pitch entirely. But then they just had a bit of a brain fade and said, we'll call it buys.
Well,
Keepers Union are fuming, I imagine.
It's a separate thing. So no balls used to be treated like wides. If they weren't hit, any runs that were scored of them were counted as no balls. So just like you get 5 wides, it's not 5 individual wides. It's kind of 5 runs in wides. And the only defence I've ever heard is, it's a bit harsh on the bowlers.
Ball on the pitch.
I'm like, well, hold on. I also got to say, I'm not a fan of no balls getting called for off the pitch when I think they should be wides. I know very occasionally, once in a blue moon, one can hit the edge of the pitch and then jag back. But I would say then you can call it a no ball. If it hits the bat or it hits the wickets or it hits the batter, then call it no ball. But 99.9 are just wides. And I don't like the penalty of a free hit either. Oh, that's going to be 6. Beautifully timed by Zemus to Poi. Is this the innings where he's going to come good? That's on the roof. A roofer to finish the shot off as well. Maximal for Zemus.
Yeah, and you do start tying yourself up in knots a bit when, especially in maybe women's cricket and slower bowling, when it's a no ball off the pitch, but the batter still runs and hits it.
Yeah,
it feels harsh then. Because a wide wouldn't be a wide, of course, if they hit it.
And now they've made it that you can't actually leave the pitch anyway. You have something on the pitch to hit it anyway. Right, so now you're getting a ball that goes down as a dot to you as a batter, but you're not allowed to hit. Now, that's a bit harsh. Doesn't make any sense. It's a strike rate killer. Hungary want the wide call here, but umpire thinks this gets a bit of the line. I guess with the angle, it's favouring the bowler a little bit. I think it's a good call. I don't think it's outside the wide line when it passes the crease. So plenty happening here. I can tell you that we're at the end of the over. So 2 overs down now, and chance to look at the table. 31 for none in this game, but Malta, they have gone to the top of the table, 6 points, but I still think there's a way that Malta could miss out if results don't go their way. They don't win another game. But I can tell you, if Malta do win another game, they're for sure going to be in that final. And they are playing a 3rd game. Last game of the day against Austria. That's out. It's Zadran coming back, and Garni just carves one straight to point. Now, catching is important, and Garni in form, but he's got to go. And Hungary, 31 for 1.
Yeah, it was a sharp catch there by Hamid Safi. Conventional point position, and Garni got all of that actually, and he's looking like he was going to get the boundary, but the big figure of Safi in the way takes it actually quite comfortably in the end. It's a good early wicket for Austria to take. Garni has to make his way off the pitch. Doesn't seem too happy about it, but he'll come back with the ball later, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. He misses the field, it races to the boundary, but hello, Sheikh Razik coming in at number 3. There's still 5 balls left in this power play. Yeah, so there's a few weird things that I just think don't make sense. And you'd know that from women's cricket as well. Okay, you may be ball that bowls just off the pitch, or maybe bounces twice. Okay, bounce twice maybe slightly different. Well, that's hit, and that's 6. So Razik, not wasting any time, bounces into the car park, where thankfully the first row of spaces have been roped off, and that may have been a response to an incident during the week, but Maximo for Slick to get going.
Yeah, so I think sometimes the rules are made for the men's game, and the women's game is kind of not taken into account. I'm not a massive fan. I know we had the discussion the other day of the pitch length for women's cricket. I'm not a massive fan of changing the laws around too much for the women's game, but I think these no ball, double bouncer one, when you have to take into account as you said, the longer pitch for women who aren't going to be as strong necessarily or bowl as quick. There's a bit of wiggle room there, I think.
Free hits are funny because they got brought in for one specific reason, and that was to discourage front foot no balls. That's the only reason that got brought in. In fact, when they first got brought in, they were a bit of a novelty, I suppose. I'll wait for this ball from Zadran. And it's a miscued pull that will fly, and it's well caught off the field. West Arsene Arif, well, he had the gloves on in the T20I series. Takes a good catch there, gloveless, but unfortunately, the result's going to be 6 to Hungary.
And Austria were wishing that could be a legitimate catch. And that's been a discussion as well, isn't it? That you could have, I know we had that incident in the ECCW with a fielder taking a catch from outside the rope and pushing it back, and maybe we could have just agent fielders just placed in the crowd.
When I've said, throw us your crazy cricket rules you'd like to see, and I liked, there was one that said one fielder that's allowed to field off the field.
Yeah.
That can take catches.
And if you're in the MCG or somewhere like that, you just have to plant him in the crowd of 100,000. If you pick him out, unlucky.
Well, our good friend Andrew Leonard, who is a guest commentator sometimes on ECN, of course an Irish commentator, does a lot of high-level cricket. He took a catch at Lord's, just in the stands.
That's one to tell the grandchildren.
Don't you worry, he milks that. Even though most of us, and you haven't taken one yet, and your priority is commentating and protecting the equipment, but if you do get a chance, go for it. Oh, that's in the air, miscued. Fielder comes around and takes it. Safe hands there, Akib Iqbal sweeping on the offside boundary. So Russick goes 6-6 and out, and I suppose the top order crumble, if you want to call it that, come a bit earlier for Hungary this time. It says 2 wickets in the over for Sahel Zadran. I suppose there's 2 sixes as well, but Hungary now 43 for 2.
Yeah, we've been giving Sheikh Razik a big build-up every time he's come in after that glorious century he had in the T20I series, but he didn't quite fire against Malta early in the day. He fell for 13 off 4 balls on that occasion, and he's gone one worse this time, going for 12. The same amount of balls, so he's only faced 8 balls in the previous 2 games, and that's maybe why Hungary's middle order has been faltering a bit, because their big hitters haven't quite been firing so far today.
Tarok comes in, gets another opportunity. I like that. You know, he's had to sit on the bench in the T20s. And Gabor, he loves his cricket. He's sort of taken a really good catch. Kept his team in it in the first game Hungary played.
Well,
but yeah, just going back finally on the no ball thing and the free hit thing. Yeah, I wonder in the women's game if it's really required, because you don't get a lot of front foot no balls, which is again the reason it was brought in. Eventually they made it all no balls because they were like, well, these are fun, let's have more. And this time a bit of a bottom edge from Torek, goes to ground, and that will be the end of the over. Good one from Zadran with a double strike, 43 for 2 at the end of the power play. So then the progression was front foot no balls only are a free hit. Any other no balls, no free hit. Then, because it was kind of cool, after a year or two, they're like, hey, let's make them for everything. But then they changed the off the pitch rule, law, sorry. All right, semantics. And by the way, you know when people say like, no, they're not, cricket doesn't have rules, it has laws. And I always like the reply once I saw it, no judge will enforce them. But anyway, you know what I mean. In the women's game, especially in T10 cricket, you only get 12 chances to take a wicket as bowler anyway, max. And I feel I've seen so many cases in developing countries where, you know, a bowler's got one wrong, then they get one right, hits middle stump, and they don't get the benefit of taking that wicket. So if you asked me, I am pro, there we go, I'm always sitting on the fence, this is one, I am pro removing free hits in women's ECN matches. Or maybe all. Because people are trying to hit all the time. And also, another reason for the free hit brought in, wait for it, Bilal coming in, he's fraction short here, Zemus jumps all over it, goes Maximo over long on. Bilal occasionally has dragged one down, hasn't he? But that was well struck by Zemus. We're hoping he can turn this into something more. Yeah, so the other reason for free hits, and mainly for like 50 over cricket, where they're like, okay, they're not really taking a lot of shots, taking a lot of chances. So here's a chance to see them really play an aggressive shot, no matter what. So it's kind of for the crowd. Oh, it's a really classy shot this time. Beats the fielder, Shigawal. Does well to pull it back. It'll be 2. Yeah, so In our ECN T10 cricket, you don't really need to encourage people to go for it because they're
No.
going for it all the time. So yeah, there you go. There's a random one for you. I think I've turned around on the free hit.
I think for women's cricket, maybe because they're not going for it quite as much, you often have quite top-heavy batting lineups. Maybe the free hit is quite a good tool there.
That's
Nice.
up. Yeah, in the air. That's going to be 6 more. So deploy. Enjoying his first few deliveries. Hit straight through the line. So yeah, so where do you sit on it? You still think you like it?
I think in the women's game, I like it in T10s because you don't quite have that freedom to hit, or maybe the mindset is not to quite have that freedom to hit as
that
it is
sounds
in the
like
men's
someone...
game. I wouldn't have a century without free hits, but I will indulge myself once, and that's, speaking of no balls and speaking of Lords, the first ball I ever faced at Lords, I was lucky to play at Lords last summer on the main pitch. I hit it for 4.
Yeah.
And it was a no ball. So for one small moment in time, I had 4 off 0 balls at Lords. I should have just retired on the
I
spot,
like
to be
that.
honest.
That's good. But actually, no, there's only one there. But that's what's actually funny. So no balls that aren't quite like wides as far as your statistics go because they do count as a ball faced.
Oh, do
So
they?
you didn't have an infinite
okay.
strike rate even though... So, for example, imagine being on track for like the fastest 50 or the fastest century and then you get a ball that's off the pitch that you can't reach and you're not even allowed to hit. So I just think there's a few reasons that I'd like to see that changed. And often some of the changes we've made then filter up because we try to only make changes that make sense. Such as that we think we like our black and white wide laws. Playing conditions.
Maybe we should call them rules just to
annoy
to
people.
be special.
The other thing that we brought in first was not being able to cross on a catch. So
Yeah, and that makes sense.
yeah, like you haven't earned the right to cross. Okay, run-outs are slightly different because run-outs are end specific, but catches aren't. Is Bilal last ball the over? Oh, actually beats deploying the outside edge, so that's the end of 4. And Hungary are 59 for 2.
That was a good comeback from Bilal after he went for 14 on his first 3 balls. Came back with 1-1 and finished up with a dot. And with Gabor, who will now be facing up, Seamus, I think, has to really guide this innings for Hungary. He's seen 2 of his biggest hitters, Abbas Ghani and Sheikh Razik, come and go. There's still a few left to come. We know Safi can hit a long ball, Gabani as well, and Amal Jacob. It'll be interesting to see where he comes in. So there is still some options, but Seamus deploy, we keep on saying he's going to go big at some point, and he needs to go at some point. Maybe it's in this game.
Small margins of error. He's had a few that almost hit the middle of the bat, but haven't quite. Umar Tariq is going to come into the attack now, who in this corresponding series 2 years ago, ECI in Malta, he took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings. He was 12th man in the first game, so gets his opportunity now. And yeah, I think actually he comes in at the expense of his brother, so
Can only ever be one Tariq.
I was going to say, you're not keen to have him share the field. Here we go, over number 5. Tarok flirts with this, but it leaves him, and he just misses out. Deploy. Good. Nice from the captain here. Just comes down, has a word with Gabor, saying, hey, relax. A bit of a jumpy shot, still early in the innings for Gabor. So Niev going to nick that. Yeah, so it must have been a great feeling being 4 first ball, and then was it free hit?
It was, yeah, and I don't think I would hit the next one for a 4, but it's actually quite a nice shot. It was on the offside, so it wasn't the old hoik. I think I got 20 odd in the end. It was a 20-20, and then I got stumped, which is never a nice way to go.
I don't mind that,
But
being a keeper, as long as I'm not the one getting stumped. I hated being stumped by the other keeper. Couple of things that I like here in the chat. And Chris Smith has actually mentioned Marcus Stoinis retired from ODIs on the eve of the Champions Trophy. Yeah, did read that actually.
Peculiar timing that is.
It is, isn't it? Maybe there's bigger money elsewhere.
Maybe. Maybe he's playing for Roma CC.
Can I tell you in all seriousness, I used to coach Marcus in WA when he was growing up, probably when he was 11, 12, 13. He's the same age. I've got twin younger brothers, so they all played together. So yeah, it was great to watch him back then. Obviously very, very talented. But again, you know, he's one of a handful of players in that team that were really talented. And he didn't necessarily stand out as, oh, you know, he will definitely be, you know, the one with a chance. But yeah, a lot happens through puberty, and I suppose whether you stay with it or not. Right, in the air and dropped. Bounces straight off the hands of Zadran, and I think just nestles into the rope. So that was a chance, wasn't it? Deploy, dropped on 21. Zimas probably hasn't had a lot of luck this week. Every time he mistimes one, seems to get out. Well, this time he mistimes one and hits it straight into the breadbasket of Sahil Zadran. But the result's going to be 4 runs, and the Hungarian skipper survives.
Yeah, and that should really have been taken there by Zadran. He saw it all the way. It was just a flat catch. He just didn't quite get in the right position to catch that one.
Oh, well. Really unfair. You could call that a chance as well, but Tariq almost has his head taken off. But the other thing here I noticed, and I like this, Lance, and this is the kind of chat I'm here for, because when you're just trying to think of, like, with AI now, you could probably simulate this out, but he'd love a game of cricket with no boundaries, like the olden days, like the 1800s.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, weren't we?
You just have to keep running. See, I love that. One of the issues we'd have in our cricket was you wouldn't be sure the ball that they bring you back is the actual ball. That's gone, by the way. Torok swings across this. Probably a little bit too full to pull. No disappointment for Gabor. Doing the right thing, trying to get on with it. And he will go. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. 65 for 3.
Yeah, and he just swung all across that. He was unlucky earlier in the day, hitting actually a nice shot that got caught in the slips. Whereas that one, it's just a bit of a swipe. Wasn't really there for the pull. All smiles there for Tariq as he picks up a wicket. And yeah, just going back to the chat, talking about different laws we could bring in, but also bringing in Marcus Stoinis. He sounds like maybe a bit of a Greek background there. Yeah. Could be given.
Oh, maybe that's why he's retiring, to play
that's
more
what
for Greece.
Roma CC teased it, but maybe
Right.
Corey the Greek has had a word. Got Marcus in.
Yeah, well, it gives a chance, actually. A lot of people might be tuning in for the first time. I know we're going to have a lot of new viewers as well over the first couple of months. So we put this together to explain what is different about the ECN T10 format. 50-metre boundaries, 30-metre infield, 10 over innings, all the overs are bowled from one end, a 3 over power play. You've got 36 minutes and it's strictly enforced to bowl 9 overs. The new batter has to be ready within 60 seconds. If not, they're going to give away a run penalty. Got the video umpire available in limited circumstances, and tide matches are decided by golden ball. If you're not sure about any of that, screenshot it and refer to it. And yeah, there's reasons probably why we do those things. Hopefully there are reasons. So the one end is partly because it speeds the game up, and also just means we can always get that really nice camera angle that you look straight down the pitch with the resources we've got. And one day, obviously, when $1 billion company buys us out and we can have 37 cameras, we'll may consider switching ends. I actually quite like switching ends as a keeper. I get my steps in the few games I have played where we've played at one end. I realise, especially if I'm up to the stumps, that I operate in a 2x2 metre box. That's up, it's in the air, and that's going to go. Safi off the mark. Again, he might be a little bit disappointed. He hasn't been able to put as many runs on the board as he would have hoped this week. That's a nice strike with the spin of Bilal. Maximal straight down the ground.
Yeah, a nice shot, and Zimas deploy at the non-striker's end. We'll be hoping that one of his teammates just sticks around for a bit here. And Safi's got off to the perfect start here. Bilal's gone for 23 off his 8 balls so far.
Slightly quicker one, that one. Pushed through by Bilal. Safi will get a single.
Tim in the chat makes a good point. Imagine Stoinis batting with ECN boundaries, but I mean, we're going to have a bit of a showcase of boundary hitting, I imagine, during the Western Shield. Ross Taylor's no stranger to a boundary or two. Joe Burns, Kevin O'Brien, they're all big hitters, so I think we're going to have to send a warning out to the bird watchers and the aeroplanes flying around the Cartamore Oval in a couple of weeks' time. That one's just been hit down the ground. Zimas deploys, kind of targeting that long on to cow corner area. That's where he was dropped in the previous over. That one he just clothed. Gets Safi back on strike. Hungary here at 34%. They've kind of faltered a bit in this innings so far. After having a blistering start to the innings in their previous game. But Zemus, he's still in there. He's going at quite the rate. He's on 28. Just the 12 deliveries. Bilal, after conceding a 6 on the second ball of this over, has come back well with just the 3 singles taken in the last 3 balls.
Last ball for Zalmai. It's going to get spanked over the ropes. It's a Maximo. And Hungary powering on. Still a little bit behind, I think, what they would hope for run rate wise, but they will complete that 6 over with the score at 81 for 3.
Yeah, and Hungary will be wanting a few more of those to get themselves up to a decent total. You can see Zemus is really the only one that's pushed on. Abaskani, he went for 18 off 12 balls, and that's why there's not enormous amounts of big hitting left in the Hungary lineup. So one of these two, I think, has to go big if they want to get, well, the expected score is 138. They'll be wanting to get more towards 150 here, I reckon.
Yeah, Hungary, big finish. What can they go? Maybe have to double the score after 6 overs, but they need 20 and over to do that. 160. So they couldn't defend 160s against Malta in the previous game. Here's Umer Tariq. Well, that is a little popper, and it's going to be taken. Very athletic, Umer Tariq. Just miss hit from Zahir Safi, who's late in the shot. It's kind of high up towards the splice, and it's all about the jump there. I think Umer gets good, quick couple of steps, realises the opportunity, does his own work. So Safi out for 8, and it's 81 for 4.
Yeah, he made that catch look easy, but it was nicely done. He's got a follow through that takes him more or less off the pitch, and that helped him get towards that ball, and Zishan Arif just lifts him up in the air because that was a great grab. And that is the end of the batter, and that brings Hungary's 4th wicket down. Zahir Safi, 8 off just 4 deliveries. Chris Dahl comes to the crease. He hasn't had too many chances. He just played that one game in the T20I series.
Didn't get a hit, so yeah, Chris, good to see him getting an opportunity here. See what he can do. They can prod one. Interesting. They kind of got a little bit of the choke on Dow. Don't want him to get away. Pretty clever. It's early in the over, and they know Dow is pretty much looking to get a single. And so they're thinking, all right, we're going to try and make that difficult for you. And you see, that's exactly what he does. Just kind of knocks one down first ball, and he's not able to get away. All right, I'll get more than a single here, though. Plays that pretty intelligently, doesn't try and hit it too hard. Just kind of pushes at it, gets a fair piece of bat, and 6 runs. Oh, hold on. 4 runs to Chris Dow. Maybe he feels he deserves 6.
Yeah.
It's
added 2 for the guile there, I think. But
yeah.
I mean, Chris he got a half century on the network last year. I think that was domestically, so
Yeah, it was.
he's no stranger.
Cobras.
Yeah, he can get a run or 2.
I always think Chris should get a 50% Silver Fox bonus, so maybe that's why I called that clear 4 as a 6. But yeah, I know it's got a few fans out there. Chris Dow. And he's rocked. And the bail might have gone to the boundary, so it's going to be a 4 and out for Chris Dow. But it's clever movement, though, from Tariq. I think this does a little bit. And Dow is kind of not quite getting behind the line of it. Let's check it out. Yeah, I think probably just a hint of that movement off the seam. But it's pretty comprehensive. Has not quite be 2 hat-tricks in an innings, but still a 2 wicket over, and actually it's a 3 wicket haul for Umer Tariq. By the way, I missed this, but was actually on a hat trick when Dow first came out. He took a wicket off the last ball of the 5th over, wicket off the first ball of the 7th, but now he's got 3.
I always feel like those hat tricks they should be like a half trick or something, because it's not quite the same as doing it all in one over.
Get what you're saying.
It's good, but there's too much time in between. It becomes a bit more forgettable than just, crash bash.
Corey Roccioli, I think I'm saying that, from Western Australia, finger spinner. He took a hat trick over 2 overs. It might have even been 2 innings. It was 2 innings actually. So obviously not even on the same day. And that's in the Sheffield Shield, the first class competition in Australia. And yeah, the commentators missed it, and they were showing it again. But I feel sorry for the commentators because you can get almost everything right. And then obviously they didn't realise, and they said, "Oh, now he's on a hat trick," even though it was a hat trick. And every time it gets replayed, poor commentators get roasted.
It's a tough life being a commentator.
How can you not know? But what people don't know, go into bat for the, what do you call it, the commentators union. 7 overs down, by the way, 85 for 5. And so, there's people talking at you that a lot of people don't realise. So, yeah, and I know if you do miss something, and obviously I try not to miss too much, but you are kicking yourself. So that's a good example. I didn't spot that Umar Tariq was on a hat trick. Hopefully I would have realised if he'd taken it, but yeah, commentating.
Who would do it?
You have to be crazy. 13 days to go till the Western Shield. Speaking of crazy things,
Yeah.
you ready to watch Saeed Ajmal bowl to Ross Taylor in a format that neither of them have ever played, I'm pretty sure. Also, we've got Joe Burns, the icon player for European 11, and Kevin O'Brien. I remember really well at my old work when and I remember just completely riding off Ireland, chasing, I think, like 330 or near to it against England. You probably remember this game.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Brien came out, played an incredible innings, kind of life-defining innings, and getting Ireland the win. England have had some comical losses, actually.
They have. And
Ireland
that's just in the
World
last 2 months.
Cup. Have to say it, but yeah, Netherlands first. One of the few games I ever watched with my mum. My mum's not a huge cricketer,
Right.
a cricket fan, but supported me growing up. And the first game of the World T20, England Netherlands at Lords, Stuart Broad missing the stumps, Netherlands winning on an overthrow last ball. Safi coming on, deploy, goes with the angle and smashes it out of the ground. Maximal. Need more of that, don't they? Hungary on for 120s at the moment at this pace. Nicely struck. Yeah, so I just remember Netherlands, they didn't really have a lot of depth, I think, at that level at that time. I'm going to say maybe it was 2007, just a guess. But it was quite funny because then their set batters had all gone, and I don't even think they hit a ball in the last 3 overs off the pitch. There's a bunch of extras, leg byes, and just like scrambled. They needed about run a ball, and they scrambled home. Having said that, to be fair, Australia have had some similarly shocking losses. Shocking not meaning bad, but shocking as in they shocked people. Losing to Zimbabwe in the 83 World Cup before your time. And I was
very
before I was
my
only
time.
2. Anyway, this is going to be 4 runs. Deploy. Keeps on keeping on here, giving his team a fighting chance.
Well, I'll give you a quiz question here then, because it was 2009 actually the England-Netherlands game
2009? Okay, it was.
at Lords.
Okay. I think it's 7 or 9.
And there was one player playing for England that day who still regularly plays in the T20 team for England. And that's what, 15 years ago?
Is it Joss Butler?
It isn't. It's a bowler.
Is it? Still regularly plays. It's a bit faster, surely. All right, deploy, unloads on this one. And that's going to be his 50. 17 ball, half ton for Zemus deploy. It's been worth waiting for. Not a huge amount of celebration there for Zemus. Thinks his job isn't done yet. That was a monster to bring it up. Also brings up the 100 for Hungary. Chris Wokes?
No,
Am I way off?
You're way off in terms of the bowling action, yeah.
Adil Rashid?
Correct.
Oh, there you go. How many goes did I get?
I think you named the whole team at that point.
Yeah. Okay. 20. What if I told you that was 16 years ago? Anyway, this is going to be 4 now over the offside as Safi's over goes magical. Hungary trying to squeeze as much as they can out of this innings.
Yeah, a 21-year-old Adil Rashid and Broad and Anderson both in the team as well, so it wasn't like England had a second string.
You normally go straight to Broad and Anderson, but now they've hung up the boots. Well, I think Jimmy Anderson's still playing county cricket, right?
He's coming back this year, yeah, to play for Lancashire. Full season, apparently.
Slow ball, pretty well bowled. Zemus, happy to take the one and retain the strike. Knows he's got a big responsibility here. 106 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, the captain has to really put in a captain's innings here to get his team up to, they'd want to be up towards 140, 150. The expected score is 134, but as long as Zemus is still out there, Skabani gets himself a new piece of equipment.
Like that, he's had 0 off 2 and hasn't actually faced a ball for about 4 or 5 minutes, but still just feels it could be more useful with another piece of willow. Yeah, I mean Australia also, I mean they lost to Bangladesh in England famously after the Andrew Simons, let's just say, suboptimal night before the game.
That's what happens when you come from Birmingham.
Apparently knocked over a bin during the warm-up. Never a great sign. But, yeah. Everyone loves an upset. It's a Keeb, and he's getting hooked away. Flight legs up, so that's going to fly. And it will go all the way. Maximo! Gee, Zemus, he's kind of carried Hungary on his shoulders here. Actually, now that expected score's up in the 130s. We saw earlier Austria, they scored 138 in their first game against Malta. So, I mean, okay, maybe I was right with my kind of 140 par around there. I suppose we have seen 160 not stand up as well. Chases this one outside the off stump. Interesting here. I should kind of agree with this. You know, turns down the single and just feels that it's worth paying 1 run for him to have the strike. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I would agree. I think he's really the key to success here for Hungary. And the left-hand, right-hand, though, it's always going to play with the bowlers' minds. Iqbal now bowling to the left-hand. He gave him a bit of width there. And they're going to want to scamper through for 2 here. They should get home relatively safe. Actually, he was thrown to the wrong end there. I think it's the non-striker here who was struggling. It would have been the shorter throw here to try and get Kushal out, but I think they have Zemus as the key wicket in their heads.
Yeah.
So he went back to the keeper's end.
Yeah, makes sense. Deploy takes less steps to get there than Gabano, but they both get there. Slow ball, clever bowling by Keeb.
There's a lot of chat and a lot of excitement about the tournaments coming up, the Western Shield, of course, and Thomas saying he'll have to pinch himself when he sees those big players, Joe Burns and Ross Taylor playing at the Cartermore Oval, but then also some chatter about who's going to be favourites going into the ECL. Some big words being thrown around in the chat.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I like this. Tevin just, yeah, I guess my memory is pretty close, saying Ireland required 328 to beat England. And Kevin O'Brien got that 100. The Irish were 111 for 5 about halfway through the innings. Yeah, it was a great game. Unexpected. This is hit, but straight to the fielder. Don't see Mark Simpson-Parker dropping too many. Drops that one initially, but it pops out and he takes it on the second bite. Deploy goes after a brave 63. And just wonder, maybe there's some issues with the finger of Mark Simpson-Parker there. Maybe he copped it on the top. He couldn't really get his fingers pointing up or down here. It kind of came straight in. And yeah, hopefully he's all right. Looks like he's heading straight off the field, but at least he does get that wicket. Hungary now 115 for 6, well batted by Zemus Deploy.
Yeah, it was a big wicket there. Zemus not happy with himself. And Mark is also not happy at the moment. As soon as he took that, he looked down at his finger and he is going off the pitch. And it's an expensive wicket for Hungary, but it might actually be an expensive wicket for Austria. Mark Simpson-Parker has done himself a bit of mischief here, and that's a big loss.
I think
to
it's
Austria.
one of those ones that might just flick to the top of the finger on the way through, and it can mess with the top knuckle. You can see, and it does well. You know, still in the game face kind of mode. But yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker. Hopefully it doesn't affect his batting because he has been really good for Austria. But that was an absolute bullet, wasn't it? Luckily we got the medic on hand, and he'll get some attention. But yeah, it becomes quite difficult to bend that top knuckle when you take one of those. Here's Jacob getting a hit. 7 balls to go. That's not a bad shot. Amal Jacob is known for some runs down the order. And he's going to start with 4. Really nice shot here. I like it. It just kind of holds his line, doesn't move around the crease too much. And it wasn't far away from 6. It's maybe half a metre or so, but it will be the end of the 9th over and Hungary are 119 for 6. I remember on one day of the World Cup once, Ireland beat Pakistan and Bangladesh beat India on the same day. And I remember just thinking, what are the chances of... Is anyone in the world picked those two results? And that's probably when upsets were a bit rarer as well.
Yeah.
Between kind of the full member nations and the... I call them second-tier nations. So the idea that that would happen on the same day was astronomical. Last overtime, here's Itty. He just didn't have his control, did he, in that first over? Again, hasn't bowled a lot. Still, I think sometimes we forget early in the season, for especially the fast bowlers, even if you've done a bit of indoor training, you probably haven't been off the long run. But yeah, indeed, let's see if you can get it right here. 120 now for Hungary with an over remaining.
It's always hard coming back as a fast bowler as well when you've bowled early in the innings and you've been standing around in the field for a while, and then you have to come and hit your trap straight away. Dida, that's a slightly better line. That's just sneaked within the wide line.
It's definitely not a wide. But look at Chima. He's crafty. He frames the pitch. You call this in baseball. He takes and quickly takes a little bit of a step to his left to give the impression that it was always inside.
And then he runs straight back up to the stumps as well. Doesn't give the umpire a chance to give the wide there.
Don't know if it ever works. Well, this is a full toss on the legs, a little bit of something on it. That's going to go for 4. So Hungary, they've kind of fought this out, haven't they? It looks like they may be on for 130s here. Maybe come a 3 with a height. Just checking. There's a little kind of bottom edge. They got a freeze on this. Not a huge guy. I mean, yeah, I think just below. Coming down, but yeah, testing the limits. Well, that's in the air and should be an easy catch. It will be, but still, I suppose you could argue that's a productive knock in that 10th over from Gabane, but he will go for just that 4. And Hungary, 124 for 7.
Yeah, Hungary, I think, are definitely going to be below where they wanted to be. And unlike in the previous game where they got off to a real flyer and then got pegged back by Malta, this innings kind of hasn't really got going at all for them. There's 2 overs that have gone magical. The second over went for 20 and the 8th went for 21. And otherwise there's been a few 12s, 16s, but there's been some low scoring overs as well.
I mean, without the Zemus deploy knock, this innings is a disaster really for Hungary. 3 to come then. Keeper comes out. Tajendra gets off the mark with 1. Well bowled by Itty. That's a spot I wish he probably wishes he'd hit a little bit more often. Tevin Herath saying he loves Mark Simpson-Parker, very good cricketer and very nice bloke. It was quite interesting actually, because both Mark's parents played for Austria. In fact, his mum played for the Austrian men's team.
Wow.
Back around the turn of the century. His sister also plays obviously for Austria. So it kind of runs in the family. And I know that Johnny Grimmer, who's a bit of a fixture here in Malta, who still plays, in fact, he was fielder of the tournament in the over 60s World Cup playing for the rest of the world recently. I know Johnny's here and all he operates the scoreboard. He is kind of mid 60s now, Johnny. But Johnny loved meeting Mark. Hadn't met him before, but he remembered playing against Mark's dad, Andrew.
Amazing.
In Greece, of all places. That's lifted up over the top. That's nice shots right in that zone, isn't it? Where we see a lot of batters happy flicking it away. Jacob comes good. It's another 6 runs for Hungary. They do get up in the 130s with the ball to go.
Yeah, and this is not a bad little play here from Jacob. He's only faced 2 balls. First one went for 4 and that one's gone for 6. Hungary sneaking up, get closer to that 140 mark on this final ball if this one goes big.
Misses, going to be called a wide though, so he'll get one more chance. Yeah, so yeah, it was really nice. Johnny Grimmer was just checking up with Mark and actually, maybe trying to lost touch with his dad. So saying, maybe we can get in contact, and that's what cricket's all about. And yeah, Johnny, he's been around for a long time here in Malta. He's played in games against Russell Crowe and the Crowe family from New Zealand, and yeah, it's great history of the game here. Last ball, take 2. Low full toss, hit, and fielder has to make the adjustment. You might as well go for 2 here. And I think they've made it. Checking camera 1, 5 at the end. Do we have 5 of them? And so it'll be 2 runs to finish the innings. You can see here, Tajendra has to pull out the big stops. At least he got a good head start, and that's why you run. A good throw would have had him cooked. Dita does well, but by the time he gets back to the stump, their batter is in. So 2 runs to finish the innings, and Hungary 135 for 7. Feels a little bit unders for me, but let's not forget Austria only scored 138 in their first game. But yeah, I think there's a big debt of gratitude Hungarian supporters will owe Zimas Deploy for his 63 that kind of kept that innings on course.
Yeah, and as you said, if you take away Zimas' knock of 63, then Hungary would have been in real trouble. It looked like they were going to get off to a blazing start, just like they did in the previous game with Abbas Ghani and Zimas Deploy. Put on a century in the previous game, didn't quite hit those same heights. Did put on 31 before that wicket fell.
Sheikh Razik came out and you're like, uh-oh, this could be big, because we saw that catch, Ghani going for 18. But yeah, Sheikh Razik came out, goes bang there, and he got 6 here, kind of accidental Maximo caught by Hassan Arif, who's not in the 11, so that's why that's not out. I suppose plus he's off the field. But then Rasik hold out to Akib Iqbal, sweeping on the cover boundary. So really, all roads led to Zimas, didn't it? As he did come up with his half century. He's occasionally beaten as well. I mean, Bilal said sometimes he tries to hide his emotions behind the sunglasses, but not that well. That was a rare drop catch from Sahil Zadran. Took a blinder during the T20s. But Umar Tariq into the side, just normally so reliable, rarely gives you a bad game. Actually came up with a 3 for 10 of his 2 overs. On a hat-trick at one point. Zimas hitting the ball cleanly though. Could see him kind of holding his shape a bit longer, only really going leg side when the ball was asking for it. Umar Tariq with a nice caught and bowled athletic stuff to remove Zahir Safi. Good strength from Zishan to lift him up as well. Dow came out in the Silver Fox, where he did hit a 4, but then he lost his off bail to Tariq. Zimas ended up getting his 50, but then he had to go. So did Mark Simpson-Parker actually after that catch, which took the top bit of his finger with it, I think. Hopefully he's okay to bat in the second innings of this game. And Hungary kind of had this real dead spot then, didn't they? Although some good late hitting did get them up to 135 and gives them a fighting chance in this contest.
Yeah, and a fighting chance it certainly is. And Amal Jacob, he played a quiet little cameo at the end, getting 12 runs off just 3 deliveries, including 2 boundaries. As we said, it was really the captain, Zimas Deploy, who hoisted his team up to the total of 135 for 7. He ended up on 63 off just 24 deliveries, and no one really, apart from that, got going, did they?
Yeah, he got 18 as the next best score. It was Ghani, who didn't stick around too long, and then 12s for Rasik and Jacob, who made the most of 3 deliveries that he faced. Just a quick one, Tevin has reminded me, and it's true, the Ireland beat Pakistan on St. Patrick's Day in the 2007 World Cup. Same day that India lost to Bangladesh. 3 for 10, Tariq, best of the bowlers. And it seems too good to be sitting on the bench, even if it's a rotation. Missed out in that first game. 2 wickets for Sahil Zadran, as well as singles for Itibashar Dida and Akib Iqbal. We will take a break. Back soon. Another real tight contest here. Austria surely favourites to chase 136, but a lot can happen. Let's not forget they got rocked by Hungary for 98 yesterday in the final T20. Vinny Sadu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break. Back soon in Malta for more European Cricket Internationals.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox. Hello, welcome back, folks. Time for the second innings here with Austria needing 136 to win. Both these teams without a win after losses to Malta, who are kind of in the box seat for finals qualification. I will say that both these teams can't miss out on finals because one will make it at least, and maybe both, who knows. Still not quite at the end of the first round of this double round robin format. 135 on the board for Hungary, mostly thanks to Zima's deploy. A couple of bit parts. 94 or less is what Hungary could do to get all 4 points. 7 overs or less for Austria to get all the 4 points, to get all the way. Here's Lane coming off a 5 for yesterday to get us underway. Lifted up and smashed. Well, Bilal Zalmay, that's getting your eye in ECN style. Just caresses that, but with a little smack of violence as well. Have a look at this for a cricket shot. Bang. It's probably above waist height when he hits it. It's quite a remarkable drive. And yeah, Malta, probably just fresh from their lunch. Just have a look at it. It's actually not easy to drive a ball that high. Made it look easy. Next one, probably goes a little bit too far across. I mentioned that Bilal's kind of restrained a little bit in the T20 format, but I don't think those restraints apply. In the T10 format, it really expresses itself. And what I mean is, yeah, he does kind of temper his aggression a little bit in the longer format. Lane getting that ball to rise nicely. One. It was short, but it kept a little bit lower, I think, than Bilal was expecting. And he just kind of turns on it, gets one round the corner. No update so far on Mark Simpson-Park, who went off with an injured finger, taking the catch of Zima's deploy, which I think probably saved them 10 runs or so, potentially. Austria. Remember, all the way back on Monday, Alpetesh Prashar, who was meant to captain Hungary this week, went down with a knee injury, so they've done remarkably well without that key player. Actually ended up winning that T20I last night. Arif misses his first one. Kind of stayed leg side of it. Flirted with it. Couldn't make contact. Yeah, so sticking with this opening combinations through thick and thin. I think it was just one game that Zishan Arif didn't play and they sent Akib Iqbal up to open. But apart from that, it's always been Bilal Zalmay and Zishan Arif. Just trying to go leg side, a ball that pretty much bounces straight over the off stump. Just motioning there, maybe it moved a little bit away from him. Angles in. I'm not sure it did a lot. I just think it was just a poor choice to try and go across that ball and off stump. Lane. Bit hit and miss in the T10 format. And I remember one game he went 1 for 61. Member of the 60s club, which is a club you don't want to be part of as a bowler. Wow, that's beautifully played. Actually went a little bit straighter there. You know, still had more of a natural straight bat with that elevated on drive. So Austria get 13 off the first over. 13 without loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world, and great to have the company of this magnificent player, commentator, and person. It's Tina Goff.
Thank you. What a build-up that is. But we're building up to quite a good game here as well, I think. I don't think Hungary are out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Bilal and Zishan, we both know what they can do, but they haven't really fired as as much as they would like in the T20 format, neither of them have actually got 100 on the network either, so I don't think they'll get it in this game. Well, if they do, they'll be very close to getting that total, but I don't think there's enough runs to play with.
We've seen hundreds in chases of like 114, so it can be done. 26 matches since a Golden Ball. I know you've never commentated a Golden Ball. You did commentate Premier Division of ECCW last year. It wasn't a game that you were on, so yeah, I'd love to share that first Golden Ball with you, but I hope it comes for you sooner rather than later. It's always really special. You never really know when one's going to happen. Typically, they happen around 1 in every 100 matches.
Okay, so I'll be lucky to see it.
Slightly more often, probably 1.1 per 100 matches. Anyway, Mahandas comes in and doesn't really come on to Bilal, who gets all tied up. I've got a question for you, because you're a very good bowler and a very good batter. On a Golden Ball, would you rather be batting or bowling?
I think I'd rather be batting.
Yeah?
Bowling, I feel like, however good you bowl, you're always at the mercy of what the batter does. I feel like you have a bit more agency when you're batting.
It's interesting. See, I kind of feel the opposite. And I'm about the same bowler and a batter as well, realistically. I just feel as a bowler, you can control where that ball is, whereas a batter, you're reacting. But it's interesting because I take the point. A lot of people say it's a batter's game and all that, and 2 should be easy, but tell that to a batter that's standing with the bat in their hand trying to win the game. And actually, if you go all time, only 20 of the 68 have been won by batters.
And that's, I think, really surprising, because if you ask people that question, they, I think, would almost always say, I want a bat.
First 5 were won by batters, and then I think the longest streak of bowling was about 11. But I think, it's a pressure thing. Also, pressure's on the fielder to execute. Well, keeper comes up and Bilal does not care, and that, I think, has gone for 6. He charges anyway. It's quite a remarkable shot. Often they'll say, keep up, it stops the batter charging. Well, it doesn't stop them. It just makes it a bit more risky, and Bilal didn't plan on missing it. And that's gone kind of, one side of his head and the other side of the boundary, 6 runs.
He kind of charged at it and tried to play it on length, but in fact it kind of bounced up towards his shoulder. He did well to get anything on it.
Oh, close one. Umpire has a good look. Very, very good look. I actually think it's a good decision. I had it outside the line. Yeah, because he goes to reverse, but have a look. There's the off stump. Does it hit him in line or just outside? I had it just outside. Close. And that's even if it hit his pad. Those ones are messy. Sometimes they hit the arm or the glove. I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, Bilal was shaking his hand there as if it hit him on the glove.
Maybe it did.
It's a good tactic either way. That one definitely hit a bit of glove, I think, a bit of arm.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. See what the call is here from the umpire. It's been given 4 runs. So again, this is the negative, I suppose, of keeping up. Although you could argue that Bilal probably wouldn't have stayed in his crease if you were back. But if you are back and that exact ball happens, then it's caught behind. It should be caught behind. And Tajendra is going to get tested here, keeping up to Mahandas as well. He's hooping the ball around. One thing I mentioned with his keeping, just he needs to really concentrate on trying to keep his head behind the line of the ball and his lateral movement, not just relying on his hands, just kind of throwing his hands to the left or right of his body. Austria favourites. A lot of work still to do. All right, that's a charge, and that's going to go in a similar direction. This time it will be picked up. I think that's okay. Really close for show when he touches the bat. He does touch the rope, but I feel like because he slapped it, the slap came just before the rope touch. Let's really slow this down. So, oh no, it could be for his foot.
Yeah, he goes just over the line, doesn't he? It looks like his foot might be aerial, but
We've got one more.
we have to go really frame by frame here.
Still touching the ball.
His foot is still over the line. It's whether his foot's actually grounded.
I think it is, because actually the ball hasn't left his hand yet. Here, see? Hasn't left his hand yet, and the foot's on the line. So it's actually the foot that was undoing. It will be 4 runs. Cool, great work. That's the thing, even if it was a slap, you could still see it was 2 or 3 frames that was in contact with the hand. Whew. And I love cricket. We have so much excitement packed into one day. That'll be the end of the second over. Valavarthi might be wringing his hands like that, shaking it like a Polaroid picture. End of the second, and the score is 27 without loss.
I'm not entirely sure why Valavarthi is deciding to stand up.
He won't be winning too many thumb wrestles after that tonight. I'll give you the tip.
Him and Mark Simpson Park will have to have a thumb war, see who comes out on top.
All right. So, look, they're right on the line at the moment. It's 13.5 and over required, and they're going 13.5 and over. Let's have a look at the table. And Austria and Hungary did take a point out of their losses to Malta. Malta and Austria actually play 3 matches today. Hungary, well, if they do make the final tomorrow, it'll be their 3rd game in the day because they played both the matches in the morning session. That wraps up the 6-match double round robin before we go to the final. Swing and a miss. Suck Lane coming back, top of the 5-wicket haul list. I was just thinking, I was talking about 6-fers earlier today. I know we were talking about that. We had a 6-fer in a T10 match on the 2nd day of the season. Lorne Burns did that. Had none for 20 after 4 balls, finished with 6 for 20. But we didn't have a 6-wicket haul for the rest of the year in T10 cricket. So yeah, it was the 18th of January. Quite amazing. Shorter one.
Thought you'd have a lot of 6-fers that year, and then you went 1 and out.
I think one day we'll have a 7-fer in T10 cricket.
Yeah.
I think I've seen balls at it, which means it is possible, which means it can happen one day. I have a list I call Final Frontier, which is things that I think can happen that haven't happened yet. And look, lots of stuff has happened. Do you want me to bring it up?
I do. It's like things that might happen before the apocalypse.
Because I've seen a lot of things. We've had over 6,000 matches now on ECN. That's a close one. I think that's just too wide. Yeah, I mean, this one's very close to the edge of the line, but kind of the benefit goes against the bowler with these. I wonder where it passes the crease. Oh, no, it probably was fine. But real time, it was real tough call. Maybe a little bit on. A fair bit of the ball was outside the line, though.
Well, we were talking about hat-tricks earlier and how it's easy to miss hat-tricks if they go across overs and even innings. There must be hat-tricks that have gone over seasons as well, because you can easily finish off a season with a 1 or 2 wickets and then come back first ball of the new season and get a wicket again.
Well, this is a debate. Technically it doesn't count as a hat-trick if it's in 2 separate matches. But I know Danny Hudacek, our good friend and co-commentator, he thinks it should count across matches. Of course, sometimes it's against the same opponent even.
Yeah.
There's no real difference, you could argue, to if it was across 2 innings against the same opponent. Well, the Baximo count is just off the charts. And Salmo swings hard. I mean, he's basically playing in the upside down V here, but the ball is flying at 6 more.
His wagon wheel is just going to be one straight line passed through the wicketkeeper.
Unbelievable. He thinks it's hilarious, and who can blame him, really? Yeah, so their Final Frontier. And actually, I wrote this list in April last year. I think it was in France, no, Portugal at times, in Portugal. This one doesn't beat the infield.
Good fielding there by Chris.
And I'll tell you how many things I wrote down. I wrote down about a dozen things, and 3 of them happened already. I tick them off as they go.
Okay, what are the 3 that happened then?
2 batters hitting 100 in 1 innings. We'd gone close. It hadn't happened. It happened in Hungary last year. Sheikh Razik and Jeremy Polarutu for the Cobras. Yeah, we'd had a few chokers. We had, people in the 90s not being able to hit the ball in 10th over. All right, that is hit straight as well, and that's going to go all the way. Maximal, 6 more to Bilal. Suck Lane will finish with figures of none for 14. And, yeah, really. He'll, enough for 27, I should say, 14 off the over. And the score now is 41 without loss after 3. So, yeah, a 9-ball 50 was on the list. We'd had quite a few 10-ball 50s, but a 9-ball 50. And actually, since then, it's been done twice. It was first done in Austria, actually. Aman Naeem did it for Cricketers Cricket Club. Great name, by the way. Appropriate.
Does what it says on the tin.
Yes, that's exactly right. And it happened again at Cardamore Oval. And then the other thing was 6 catches in an innings. It didn't matter if it was a fielder or a keeper. Up to then 5 was the record. And that was done actually at the Cardamore Oval in finals week of the ECC. So they're the 3 that have been done. I still have 11 now, because I think I added a couple
Okay.
since then. So 11 are on my final frontier. I don't know, and maybe you guys could think of some things I could add to it. Here's Jacob coming on in the 4th. First one on a length, just smacked away. It's wide of the fielder, and that's going to be 4. A reef, a little bit slow, you could argue, to get started, but moves into double figures with a 4. Okay, and I've put them in like 3 groupings of like most likely to less likely.
Right.
So here's on my most likely group. 7 wicket haul.
Yep.
Shows you how unlikely some of these are. This one is up in the air and caught. Abbas Ghani's got a good pair of hands. Might have less than 10 good fingers though after that's another stinger. Medic is going to be double booked, but it is the end of a reef as Jacob breaks through, and it's 45 for 1.
That must be the finger breaker area, because that's a similar area to where Mark Simpson-Parker went down earlier, and hopefully he's okay. He'll be happy with the catch. It came at him firmly. He went a bit crocodile-y, maybe just popped on the end.
Yeah, they were a little bit apart, weren't they? Almost like making wings with your hands.
A schmetterling.
A schmetterling, yeah, of course. But, well, good news, bad news. Good news is Mark Simpson-Parker's coming out to bat. So, obviously, that finger injury isn't bothering him so much. A lot of people say the bat looks like a toothpick in his hands. I can kind of see what they're talking about. Bad news for Ghani, obviously, that hurt. But he's still out there, so that's a good sign. Let's see if MSP wants to go straight away. Yeah, asking for trouble, but, Ghani. With the dodgy thumb. He dives with the right hand. He does knock it down. Simpson-Parker will be disappointed he didn't put this out of the ground. He has a light first ball.
Yeah, that was just asking to be hit. MSP did hit it quite well, not well enough, and Abbas Ghani, that was a great effort. I mean, just had his palm stung. He got a hand to it, but didn't quite hold on.
You can see Jacob's coming through between the stumps and the umpire. And so, okay, 7 wicket hauls on there. A 9-ball 54. That's one I added because I had 9-ball 50, but we've had, I think, both the 50s have been 7 6s and 2 4s, which adds up to 50. So like a 9-ball 54. And actually, I think one of them, we've even seen 8 6s in a row and then a dot, and then you can't do the 50. 9-ball 50. That's going to be 4. Nice shot down the ground. Simpson-Parker stands tall, hammers it down the ground. 4 carreras más. Austria have brought up the 50 now within 4 overs. I'll keep going. A 200 chase. So our highest chase now, I think, is 186. That's the record got beaten. We've had, again, some close calls. One where this might be on, but we haven't had a 200 chase. A 20-ball century. Our best is 20. Our best is 21. It's basically, you can look at it as back-to-back 10-ball 50s. So a 20-ball century is on there. Gets under this one, finds the fielder again, but Ghani, maybe a little bit low on confidence. Let that one get very low on him, maybe just didn't judge it. So Simpson-Parker living dangerously, but he does survive. Back-to-back 4s to finish the 4th over, and Austria are 55 for 1. Going to keep going. 5 wickets in 5 balls. We've had, I think, 7 times 4 wickets in 4 balls. So I think that one day we'll get 5 wickets in 5 balls. I'll keep going. Back-to-back golden ball games.
Okay.
We've had...
How close have we been?
We've had just 1 in between. So we've had basically 2 out of 3, but never back-to-back. And we've had really close games where it's been golden ball, next game 1-run margin. Corey likes to call this the Big Bang, but it's a 50-run over. And it's because we go supersonic for 30 plus. We go hypersonic for 40 plus.
Yeah.
And Corey thinks the Big Bang. And he actually has a theory, not backed up by scientists, but I'll come back to it in a second. Yet.
We got all scientific yesterday, didn't we?
Jeez, so that's a good shot by Zalmai. Still there and is very keen to keep things moving in the right direction. Bangs it across the turf for 4. Yeah, so he thinks that if the 50-run over is achieved, that's the Big Bang and the ECN universe will collapse on itself.
That is what happens with a Big Bang, isn't it? So the world will end and ECN as we know it will be no more.
Oh, goes for this, but gets under a bit of a toe job. Rasic doesn't drop too many, doesn't drop this. So Zalmai goes now. Gabani with the breakthrough. Bilal was living dangerously. We saw a few fly off the edge behind. for 4 or 6. This one gets 95% of the way there, but Rasic, such a reliable fielder, holds on to the catch as Bilal departs for 38. It is 59 for 2.
Bilal had a few lives before that. His wagon wheel was very much all behind square. That one he hit in front of square, but didn't quite get a hold of it, so he has to leave. And now you imagine, just as Hungary had to rely on their captain Zemus deploy, Austria might have to rely on the big figure of Mark Simpson-Parker to get them over the line here.
You mentioned a comment, or you're about to mention a comment. I think I know the one you're talking about. I'll come back to that. But yeah, 5 wickets and 5 balls on there. Back-to-back GBs is on there. Big bang, 50 run over. 5 stumpings in an innings. So we've actually had 4, and the 5th one missed off the last ball.
No.
That was called Golia in Portugal. It's a tough one, but I took 4 stumpings in innings playing for Hornchurch in I think a social match. Assumed it was.
They all count.
Judging by the standard, I think it was. But I actually had and I've never taken 5. I actually don't think I've taken 4 before. But how's this? Took one down the leg side, kind of shoveled the ball at the stumps, hit the stumps, didn't knock the bails off. It would have been 5. How hard are they knocking the stumps into the ground there? Hit the top of the stumps. I'm filthy. I haven't played too much, obviously.
They make them bails differently down in Hornchurch.
So we've never had 5 stumpings in an ECN match, in one innings, I should say. It'll be a call to wide. So that's my kind of middle list. Here's my pretty unlikely list, but possible. First one, an 8.
But we had a 5 earlier today.
Yeah.
So the odd numbers are possible.
The closest we've gone to an 8 was in Austria. And what happened was, I think it would have been 8 leg buys actually. But wait for this, right? Last ball of the innings. It was a pretty heavy outfield, not too dissimilar to here, maybe a bit heavier. There was no fine leg. It went off the pad, went down, and it stopped that far inside the fine leg boundary. Not far. They're running 3. It comes back. It goes to the bowler, kind of misses the keeper, goes to the bowler. So they're like, well, let's just keep running. So they go for a 4th. And they've just crossed for the 4th when the bowler pegs it at the stumps. Right? He's a little bit more towards mid-wicket. So it ended up going out towards like kind of deep backward point. Obviously missed. They're going to keep running. They should have run at least 6, maybe 7. But because of, let's just say, bad conditioning, they ran the 5th run they ran was not really a run. They were running on the spot. That's lifted up in the air. Awkward one. Well, it's too awkward with the fielder. Gets through for 4. Just needed to make a play on that. Safi kind of burst through his hands. It's 4 more to Austria.
Yeah, and luck is on Mark Simpson-Parker's side at the moment after he put up a chance or a half a chance the other side of the pitch, and that one should at least have been stopped. It burst through his hands, and Simpson-Parker will take that 4.
So yeah, these 2 I'm going to tell you on my list are kind of together. So yeah, an 8. And also we've had a couple of 7s. Oh, that's good running, really good running. Oh, dangerous ball flying all over the place here. Yeah, so we have lots of 7-ups, which is like no ball plus 6. We've had a couple of genuine 7s, which I think it's only happened twice, which is a 3 plus 4 overthrow, so 7 off the bat. So I'm hoping for an 8 off the bat at some point. That'll be the end of the over, by the way. 5 overs down, and the score is 67 for 2. And they are right on the rate, maybe 1 or 2 runs behind at this stage. So that brings me to my next one. I'll come back to that in a second, because first let's have a quick game of European Cricket League roulette. Who takes your fancy there?
Well, I said I liked the names the other day, so I'm going to go for the Walferdanga Optimists.
Again, new team to ECN, and it's always really exciting when we see a new team, because we haven't done an ECS in Luxembourg. So Luxembourg's actually also had 3 different teams now, I think, represent them. And I know that Joost Meijs, who is a guy with Dutch heritage, but he's played a lot for Luxembourg now, very experienced campaigner. He will be there. And they're in Group F with the 2 Jersey teams. I also know that Wolferdanga is the location of the ground there in Luxembourg. It's a really nice ground, apparently. I know that Corey said he's been there. He said it's brilliant. All the guys have told me it's wonderful. Yeah, we're hopeful one day we can have a series in Luxembourg. I think typically they have kind of 5 teams. It's not really enough necessarily to host a a full European cricket series. Although, as we're going to a shorter series, maybe it is. And also, Luxembourg and Belgium have a bit of a special relationship because of their geography, that sometimes they play in each other's domestic competitions.
Well, I know Luxembourg have a women's team as well, so maybe get a few ECIs going.
Yeah, why not? This could be gone. It is gone. Simpson Parker holes out. Yeah, don't count Hungary out yet. It'll be interesting to see how the percentages change. Hungary were 38% before that ball. This one just not off the middle from MSP. Sheikh Razik takes the catch. Jacob with another wicket. He's got a canny ability to just chip in. And Razik, it's team game, he holds up his end of the bargain. So Simpson Parker out for 15, and the score is 68 for 3. Top 3 for Austria back in the shed.
Yeah, it's a big, big wicket, and Simpson Parker, he took that knock on his finger earlier in the day. He seems to have recovered from that. He won't recover from holding out there too long on, and yeah, you can see that it's almost 50-50 on the win predictor, and you can see how big of a wicket that was. Austria still shaving it at the moment, but I feel a tight finish coming on. Austria needing 68 runs, 28 balls remaining, so that the run rate is going up to about 15. So they can't take their foot off the gas, but wickets are falling at regular intervals here.
Oh, that one is up, and no one's catching that. Akib, wasting no time, goes to the skies, and that ball flies. Maximal, 6 runs.
So going back to the final frontier.
Final frontier. So an 8 is on my list. An all-run 6, because we had a couple of all-run 5s. One was in Germany, it was great. And let's just say, again, wasn't necessarily the fittest batter, which is back in 2020. And everyone thought that maybe the stream had stalled, but actually after the 5th, he just collapsed and didn't move for about a minute. Eventually, you could see someone walking past him, so he knew it was working. Jacob tosses this one up. It might only be a single. So you see an all-run 6. If you can run 5, you can run 6. That should have been an all-run 6.
Yeah.
I thought originally it was going to go to the boundary, the overthrows in Austria, but because it held up, didn't. And then the last one's quite a fun one. Actually, it's laws of cricket buffs. You'll appreciate this. Oh, mistimed and gets away with it. Torop down there. The last one is in inverted commas because I'm trying to describe a situation.
Okay.
I'm trying to describe 6 buys or leg buys. Now, actually, if it hits you, say your duck hits your helmet, it goes over the rope on the 4. It's not 6 runs. It's only 4. So boundary 6s have to be hit.
Right.
I don't know if people.
That's a good law fact there.
Very obscure. 6 overs down here, walking sticks, 77 for 3. But I'm trying to describe a situation where at least that does happen. So it hits the body and goes over the rope on the full, or somebody bowls the ball so fast that even if it's like a bouncer, it goes up and over the rope on the full. And Mohammed Kamran, who we will see in the ECL, he'll be back, by the way. He bowled one that just kept going up and probably landed about a metre and a half inside the boundary. Keeper. I don't even think it was wide. It just kind of kept climbing over Mohammed Isan, the keeper. Anyway, so that's my final frontier list. I'm knocking over a few things in order here, but I know there was a question about why is 4 wickets and 4 balls sometimes referred to as a double hat trick.
It's a frequent question, isn't it?
It splits people, Or bowled by Gabani coming back to bowl his second over.
So I've heard that the reasoning for it is that you can take a hat trick in the first 3 balls, and then you can take a hat trick from balls 2 to 4.
That's right. Well, that's the answer.
Yeah, which feels a bit off.
Counterintuitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it is true. I think both are hat tricks. So I do use the term. All right, full toss and clipped away all the way over the rope. Maximal 6 for Akib Iqbal. Yeah, Hungary, you see, they were in the 30%, and then we could have Simpson Parker and a good little period here now. They're favourites, so another topsy-turvy contest. So, I mean, I use the term, but it took a while for me to kind of
warm to it,
catch to it. I mean, I'd get the technicals of it, which would make 5 wickets in 5 balls a triple hat trick. So I suppose you're right. I mean, it is. But some people say, shouldn't it be 6 in 6 balls?
Yeah. Which you never really have. I mean,
I have a word for that. It's called the perfect over. Like a perfect game in bowling. Oh, almost to the left hand of Gabane. So, yeah, the term perfect over. Again, in indoor, it's slightly different. You lose 5 runs for a wicket, and there's lots more wickets because there's a lot of run-outs and chaos. And the batters don't actually change on a wicket they change after every 4 overs. So I've seen a perfect over. Oh, well, that's one way to do it. Gilzai finally has some runs in the competition after he went for a duck this morning, but he's trying to make something out of nothing there. Finally didn't exist. So he thinks, okay, let's try it. And then he almost second guesses it for a second while it was in transit. And he goes, all right, I'll try.
Well, he's quite a tall lad, and he kind of half got down, then realised it was coming square for his forehead, and he did well to kind of duck out of the way of it in the end and just took the body blow. So I'm quite interested in this final frontier, but maybe it's a bit of a tangent to that. Modes of dismissal. You must have had quite a few games where it's
let's talk.
10 catches must be quite regular, that the team has been all out and they've all been caught out. That must happen quite a lot.
I don't know.
Or is it not happened?
You don't get teams bowled out too often, but I think it has
true.
been done, the 10 catches. I think it has been done. Things like, most bowls in an innings 8. I think most ducks in an innings 8 as well, just as a little bit of an aside. All right, that's lifted up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Iqbal keeping his team in the game. That's 7 overs down, 91 for 3. It's a little bit like Austria's first chase. It was a similar kind of size chase. It just kind of fell behind and couldn't catch up. Still batting to come in. Shigarwal's listed to come in next. And Safi, then Chima. Chima hasn't had a hit yet this week. But, yeah, plenty of exciting cricket going on right now. Let's have a look what's coming up. The last game of the day will be a situation where we've got the start of the second round with Malta taking on Austria. Malta winning the toss, electing to bat. And remember, Malta beat Austria by 8 runs. That game coming up in half an hour's time. Show the batter going off, new batter coming in. Now, looks like we've got a tactical retirement here. Janan Gelzai has been retired out 4 off 6 because they want Shigarwal to come to the crease. I've got to say, I think it's the right call. I think you've got a guy, Shigarwal, on the bench. He hasn't batted in the top 5 in this game. They have given Gelzai an opportunity, but just hasn't happened for him. And remember, this could be the difference between making the final or not. So here's Raz, 91 for 4. He's going to start by hitting one down the ground, and it's going to get through Torok. That's 4 runs. So yeah, tactical retirement, I should say. It's really come into the game, and actually goes to what you say. It's that I don't have it as a true mode of dismissal because it's almost like the batter is choosing to give up his wicket rather than actually being dismissed. Some people, it's kind of an asterisk if it's a true mode of dismissal or not.
I suppose you could say this is a chance. You could say that was a good catch as well. Sheikh Razik taking that one.
It is a good catch, so you could argue it backfires slightly because Shigarwal goes 4 and out. Like this field, they know that Shigarwal likes to hit straight. He's very correct. And that was pretty much a good old-fashioned Southern Crossfield with the straight hit that Rasik had crept around to. Look how straight this is. It's really straight over the umpire's hat. And Rasik takes it. So excellent captaincy as well. And yeah, Shigarwal has to go. Probably worth the gamble though at this stage. Still some batting to come. But it will be 95 for 5 then. After 7.2.
Yeah, it's interesting, that mode of dismissal. I suppose you could argue that the fielding team have played their part because they've penned that batter back.
Lifted away. That's going to be up the fence. Maximo. 6 carreras. And Wasafi, kind of a little bit the anti-hero in the last game when he had a few swings and misses in the last over. Did get one out of the screws. Maybe a couple actually, including the last ball. But can he go from rags to riches here and pull out a win? That's a full toss. Probably should have gone. Gets a fair piece of it anyway. Only a single. So I think the scoreboard just imploded with the retired out. But I think that would be 101 now. After 7.4, scoring in my head. I want to go back in a minute. I know these keep coming up at the end of games, but I'll run you through modes of dismissal and how many we've had.
Yeah, let's do it.
In ECN cricket. Well, Rasik again. Wow, he's so reliable, and now it's going to be the end of Akib Iqbal. So really, when push comes to shove, I think Hungary are winning these battles, aren't they? Down the stretch. So it will be the end of Akib Iqbal. So that will make it 102 for 6, I think, now in the 8th over.
Yeah, it's a great over so far from Abbas Ghani. He was in the wars a bit in the field. He had 3 hits, I think, come his way from Mark Simpson-Parker's bat. He's got the ball in hand now. He's doing the business, and Sheikh Razik, he's got some of the safest hands in the business. And he's taken his 3rd catch as well.
Okay, so I'll come back to it in a second, because first, check out. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. Really close, and it's gone. Yeah, well, Tajendra's chased it to the boundary. He's going to get a nice little surprise when he turns it around. Drop both gloves. But, yeah, looked pretty dead to me. Hit back pad. And, yeah, that looks like Zadran to me. He's come out and it's gone just as quickly. I know you can see the off stump, but full. Can't see that missing. It's a little bit leg side. But remember, the whole ball would have to miss the whole stump. So I feel it's a fair decision. And Ghani just kind of grabs his cap and gets out of there. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say it's 102 for 7 after 8, although I am scoring completely in my head. Occasionally I've had to go to the pen and paper, but not going for it. So if it was 102 for 8, retired out, wicket. Yeah, 102 for 8. Welcome to ECN T10 cricket.
Yeah.
Then they would need 34 off the last 2 overs. So I've got 34 off 12. And they're running out of batting, and now I'm just having to call the batters by sight. Anyway, let's go, and let's go. So let's start the 9th. The Safi pumps one for 6. He's been joined by Mehat Chima at the crease, and Chima, again, we've seen him hit big runs. He opens the batting for his club, Indian CC Vienna, and can hit some monsters. He kind of said to me, Vinny, Dad, I'll be getting a bat. And I kind of said to him, well, maybe it'll all go wrong, and you will.
Yeah,
it's kind of what's happening here. The retired out, that's the negative of the retired out, can spark a collapse.
And that's just in the scoreboard.
It's like kind of throwing the first stone in an avalanche, isn't it? But, all right, I've got 28 off 11, unofficial. And that's one thing with Safi. Does like to go leg side, tries to fetch, and Sheikh Razik, and he's a smart character. We've seen him fielding really well. He's not going to give too many balls to Safi that are on the stumps. Well, maybe he will, and if he does, he's going to find out the hard way. That's out of the ground. Take the scoreline down. It's 8.2.
I think that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen so far this week as well. That was right into the middle of the archery range. That Grizzly's gone for good.
Got 22 to win now. 22 off, I'm going to say 9. Is that 3 balls in the over?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're looking at me blankly. Should have gone to pen and paper if I knew it was going to be down this long. 22 off 9 I've got. 21. 21 off 8.
This is how, like, indoor
if
cricket.
it comes back, and I'm right, again, I had no idea the scoreboard was going to go down. The retired out has broken it. We can go back to our unusual dismissals one.
I think the retired hurt has just bamboozled everyone
21 off 8, right?
here. If 22 off 9 was right, then yeah, that was a single off that one.
Yeah. Chima misses, so does the keeper. Oh, that's going to go 4 byes. Oh, Tajendra. Just the lateral movement sometimes hasn't quite been up to scratch. This is a ball that needs to stop.
Yeah, it just moves quite a bit after the stumps, but he just doesn't get his feet moving at all. I think they were stuck in concrete there.
17 off 7. This is last ball over, then we'll show goal. 17 off 7, unofficial. But I'm pretty confident.
Done enough games now to have a feeling for this, but I'm sure they're working very, very hard to get the scoreboard back.
All right, last ball of the 9th. All right, high. Well, big moment. It's runs or it's out. Oh, he's dropped it. They'll get 2. Oh, boy, Safi. Oh. Had More touches than you're allowed in volleyball, put it that way. But that'll be 2 runs. Chima survives. And remember, I've got them as 8 out as well. Or at least 7. But anyway, it'll be 15 required off the last over.
And he was lucky that he didn't hit that back all the way to the boundary. He had about 4 or 5 bites at it. As did Sheikh Razik in the earlier catch, which he then managed to hold on to. But that one was grounded and it could be a very expensive catch.
Tell you what'd be funny is if I've got the runs right but not the wickets, which potentially has happened. I've got 15 to win here. 15 off 6. And they've turned down the first one. Safi is the 10th over bowler again. So, okay, we haven't seen Umar Tariq or Dida bat yet, so I reckon they're 7 down. But that's kind of irrelevant now. They need five balls, and they need 15. Oh, that's good, you know. And this is the kind of kryptonite to Safi, isn't it? He's just putting it outside the off stump. This is clearly catching the line.
Yeah.
In fact, it's not even catching the line. It's well inside the line. 15 off 4.
It's well bowled by Ghani. He must have seen the earlier innings from Safi as well. If you just keep it outside that off stump, he's going to have some trouble.
All right, 15. 4 to go. And there's a boundary. Not 6, but 4. So 11 off 3 now. 10 for a golden ball. The scoreboard's gone down. I remember doing a whole ECL game on pen and paper. And meanwhile, did one game off the back of a pizza box in Italy.
Is that in the MCC museum now?
I've got to keep remembering the score. So I've got 11 now required off 3 balls. Hopefully you got the sound up because then you'll know what's going on. 10 to tie. Ghani, ball in hand, game in hand. Good. Straight over the line. And Safi, well, he's going to have to buy a television set and have a look because this goes straight over the line. It's a good ball. Not even up for debate, really. Straight over the line. It's got to be completely outside. Now he's got to go 6-4 for a golden ball or 6-6 to win it. This isn't a boundary. The game's pretty much done. Ghani, no surprises where he's going to put it. Watch for the jump here. Doesn't get the contact. Stays in the field of play. In fact, it's caught. It's a lovely catch out there by Gabane. And steam coming out of his ears there. Safi didn't like the call. The next one was hittable. He jumped across, opened up that leg side. But it is a wicket that will pretty much decide this game. With 10 required to tie, there's only 1 ball remaining. And the score is 125 for 8.
Yeah, talk about a pressure catch and take a bow, Gabani. And a bow he did take. He took this, carried on running, took a little tumble, and gave a little bow to his admiring teammates here. He's got a big grin on his face, as do Hungary. Austria here, staring down the barrel of 2 defeats today.
Safi's a really good player, and we've seen him in ECS Austria. This will be the last ball of the game. Come back to it during the highlights maybe, but you know, I suppose he'll see when he watches this back kind of what he needs to work on to become a genuine threat at international level. Because, you know, bowlers, if they know that you've got a bit of a weakness, they'll exploit it. Last ball, Umar Tariq is going to get 1, and they may try for 2, but it's all academic really, as this will be all over. And the final score I've got at 135 to 126. So Austria will have gone without a win, but both of their losses have been single-digit run losses, and so they're narrow. But yeah, Hungary, they keep the wood on Austria after that tight win yesterday. They get another tight win, this time defending, as Hungary will run out winners in this one by 9 runs.
Yeah, and it was a good defence there by Hungary. We thought at the halfway stage, and the win predictor agreed with us, that Austria were in the driving seat, and only needing to chase 136 for the win. Hungary came roaring back in the end, and Austria, of course, will have the chance to reply. They're playing in the final game of the day against Malta. Malta, the surprise package of today, to be honest, having won both of their games. Austria, having lost both of their games, will need to desperately win to have any chance of making the final tomorrow. But this was a really comprehensive bowling performance from Hungary, and I think what made the difference was that they took a lot of their chances. Still, a few went down, Austria started off actually quite well. Bilal at the top of the order, he scored 38 off 15, but again, not much support lower down after that.
Yeah, and look, I bet they would have loved those couple of balls, or at least have a swing, a couple of those balls in the last over. Safi hoping for wides, but I mean, pretty clear that they weren't wides. And so Mohandas coming on, he hasn't quite been effective in this T10 format as he was yesterday, not getting the ball to do as much. Bilal, though, he was on a heater, wasn't he? 38 off 15, though. Did have a few spokes going backwards. If it was on a bicycle tyre, I don't think it would roll too evenly. But hey, that's the way he plays. Likes to be aggressive. Zishan Arif would be a victim of a good catch by Ghani. But Ghani seemed to have just knocked his finger there, and then Simpson Parker hit him another one first ball. He wasn't able to hold on. That got hit down the ground. But yeah, just frustrating kind of phase of this tour for Austria, who started with wins in their first 5 games. Now they've lost their last 3. And don't forget, they have pretty much what's shaping up to be almost a must-win, even though they'll play a game tomorrow, but a game they'll want to win. Mark Simpson Parker's legs are so big, he hit wicket to the other end. By the way, that's not out. We'll come back to that conversation in the next game. But Sheikh Razik, how good was he though? His catching and then his death bowling, basically sneaking Hungary over the line. Well, Gelzai tried to get creative in the end. He was given some free coaching as he was pulled off the field. They tried to make a strategic change by retiring him out. But Raswal went 4 and out. And that just made everything kind of break down, including the scoreboard. But Rasik, again, very clever tactics to put him straight to Rasmal Shigwal. You can't really unlearn hitting straight being safe. And then a little bit further around towards the traditional long on there to take that catch. That LBW, it's some debate again, but it's hard to believe that's going to miss the whole leg stump. I think where it was. Just say, Tajendra maybe wasn't the most vociferous appeals. He was sprinting after the ball. And maybe that one, he'll look back and wish he was able to hold it. And likewise, Zahir Safi there fumbled that one. But in the end, it was all down to Safi once again in the 10th over. But he just made some strategic errors, leaving balls. He was hoping, he was praying they were going wide of the line, but they weren't. And, credit to the bowlers late in the piece. They were able to get it right. And, confirming, believe it or not, my scoring was right. It was 135 to 126 in the end. And here's the scorecard. Got it back for you with Zalmai's 38. The top score, 24 for Safi, but he was out in the last over. Iqbal, the captain, with 21-15 for Simpson Parker. Pretty good on the wides, only 2 wides bowled, even though that a lot of time they were going for that line. They didn't miss it too often. The 4 byes in there, so just 6 extras. And look, reflecting back, I think that innings from Zima's deploy, probably the difference between the 2 sides. Even though that, I think maybe player of the match, Abbasghani, you can understand that as well. 4 for 16, well, that's pretty good, I guess. So yeah, you can't really argue against that. But I think, Zima's deploy, at least dragging Hungary up to a total, was the reason there was a game at all. Yeah, bowling wise, obviously fantastic effort from Ghani with 4 wickets. 2 wickets for Amal Jacob in there. Pretty good effort from him. And a single to Gabane, 1 for 26. Well, Tina, I said this before this ECI, that these games are pretty much all going to be toss-ups. It's kind of shaped up that way so far.
Yeah, we've had quite a few low-scoring thrillers as well, and the game coming up promises a lot as well. You've got, I think, a reversal of fortunes from the T20Is, so Austria almost went unbeaten through those. They're yet to pick up a point. Well, they've picked up 1 bonus point. They're yet to pick up a win. And Malta, meanwhile, have won both their games, so it's going to be a really tasty final game.
Yeah, it's really interesting situation, and Malta can basically lock down a spot in the final next game, or Austria can kind of throw the table wide open if they are able to win. And I wonder what the win predictor's saying about it. I haven't seen anything yet, but I can tell you we will be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the final game of the day, Malta versus Austria, before we hand it over to Phil G in Portugal for the night series. But for now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break. Back soon with the final game in the opening day of the ECI Malta.
so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. Been a great first day of ECI action here in Malta. Already through the first round of matches, halfway through these qualifying matches, 6 of them before we have the final tomorrow afternoon. So last match of the day is match number 4 and a rematch between Malta and Austria. Let's see what happens at the coin toss out in the middle.
Malta the call, Austria will flick the coin.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's tails. They're going to have a bat.
So it is Malta that win the toss and have elected to bat, and you can understand that because they were able to defend a score earlier on, but only barely 8 runs between these two teams in the opening match. And of course, that was earlier on today. So Malta, I mean, they just seem to have a new lease of life, bit of new energy in the team. Michael Das has been a big difference maker at the top with Push Parajan, and Porna, obviously, such an important player with the bat and the ball. And Malta, look, with a 2-0 record, remember they beat Hungary as well, despite going for 116 in the first 5 overs of that game. They were able to claw it back and then chase a big score in the 160s. If Malta win this, they're pretty much assured of one spot in the final. Then it's up to Austria or Hungary to battle for that second place. But Austria winning here just kind of opens up the table a lot, and Malta still aren't a certainty to qualify top 2, even though they have won the first 2 games. Austria, obviously really important. They've had an up and down couple of days, and they'll want to really finish on a high here and take a win back to the hotel. Tina Goff standing by. Well, it is last match of the day. You know what that means. Also random questions, maybe a little bit of food chat. I know we've been enjoying that so far here in Malta as well, but the news from the toss is Malta have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Let's get ready for match 4.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and welcome back to this ECI in Malta. Match 4, the final match of the day, before we have 2 more matches tomorrow and the big final at the end of the day. Malta, they won the toss. They've decided to bat. They're given the gloves back to Afi Khan. He hasn't featured yet in the 2 games Malta have played today, but he'll be back behind the stumps, and might see him with bat in hand as well. And it's Darshit Patanga who sits out this one. He featured a lot at the top order for Malta, especially in the T20I series, so he'll be having a rest now. Austria, same lineup to the previous game. They just narrowly lost, and as Vinny was saying, they've lost both games today, and they'll dearly like to have a reversal of their fortunes in this final game today. And look at that, we could be in for a thriller. I think before the start of the day's play, Austria would have been heavy favourites going into this match on the back of their success in the T20I series, but we're more or less at 50-50, with Malta coming in on a hot streak, winning both of their games today, looking to make it a perfect hat-trick here on day 1 of the ECI series. Welcome back to everyone in the chat. Lovely to have you with us. As Vinny says, we're going in to the final innings of the day, 8 of 8. So looking forward to any random questions you might have. Please throw them in there. So we have a bit of a false start here. Zahel Zadran with ball in hand, as is often the case in this T10 format. It will be Rocky facing up the first ball. And Rocky was the main opener for the Maltese in the T20I series. He's been moved around a bit in the T10 format today. It's good to see him back at the top of the order, and he's joined by Priyan Pushparajan, who's contributed well since he's come into the team this morning. And Rocky was behind the stumps for the first 2 games today, as that one just veers the wrong side of the wide markers. It did in fact start inside the line, but the swing just took it to the left side of that line. Rocky has been behind the stumps for Malta, but Afi Khan has come in. He's got a lot of experience as well, over 1,000 runs on the network. And that's been flashed out to the covers, but Austria have got some protection on that boundary in the power play, which is the first 3 overs. The fielding team are allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. Austria have gone for one deep out in the covers, and the usual figure of Mark Simpson-Parker prowling that mid-wicket boundary. Another full start there. You can see the umpire's quite wrapped up there. See, we're still in winter time here in Europe, so it's amazing to have any cricket played at the beginning of February, and it's, you can see the blue skies are out. The sun has been on and off all day, but it's dropping in temperature now a little bit, but we can't complain. We've got the cricket on. No complaints from Sahil Zadran. His first few deliveries, he's getting the ball talking a bit, and it's now Priyam Pushaparajan on strike, yet to get off the mark. And it's worth noting just how impressive a comeback this has been for Malta. They went through the whole T20I series without picking up a win. 4 losses in a row against these same 2 teams, against Hungary and Austria in that double round-robin format. There's no final in that series, where we will have the final tomorrow afternoon. Malta came roaring back today to win the first 2 games of this series. That's a low full toss. It's in the air. It's going to drop short, and there's a bit of confusion. Rocky gets sent back by Priyan and gets in safely, so much ado about nothing. It ends up being a dot ball. Just gets hoiked up in the air. Rocky almost completes his whole run, comes back. The throw in was delayed. As it is, just with this strong start by Austria with the ball, they've already shot up to 62% on the win predictor. That can change very quickly. A very loud appeal by Mihai Chima behind the stumps there. It was very much going down leg side. See pretty much all 3 stumps on show there. So nothing doing there. Just 3 for Malta off the first over. A bit of a low-key start, but Malta called in the reinforcements ahead of the T10 series, so they do have a bit of power through the middle order. Speaking of power, we're powering through the games here on ECN, so after we're finished here, don't go anywhere, because we've got the double header, the Portugal Night series, the Coimbra Knights, double header against Marlow, who Marlow I think will go in as heavy favourites for that one. You never know what will happen in these T10 series, and it'll be Phil G on the mic talking you through those. So it'll be 6 games back to back on the network today. More action to come tomorrow as well. Umar Tariq shares the new ball. And that's gone high, but it's a chance. Bilal is under it. He rarely drops those, and he doesn't drop it on this occasion. As the first wicket falls for Malta, it's 3 for 1. And it's Priyan Pushparajan who didn't really get going. He's really reaching for that. Probably wouldn't have been a wide. It was just inside that white line. But it wasn't really there to be hoiked at. And Bilal made no mistakes. Umar Tariq continues his impressive day today. He's been popping up with some important wickets. Went 3 for 10 in game 3 against Hungary, but from an Austrian perspective, unfortunately that was not enough. So Austria in their 2 games today have been on the wrong side of single-digit scores, so they lost the first game to Malta, which is this a replay of that first game, by 8 runs, and then they lost the third game to Hungary by 9 runs. They've been on the wrong end of 2 close games. They'll be hoping to turn that around in this 4th and final game today. And the new batter is Prasath, the captain, and he heaves that one over to the leg side first ball, and it doesn't quite make it to the boundary thanks to some smart fielding out there on the mid-wicket boundary. He picks it up quite nicely, but he doesn't quite get a hold of all of it, and it's Hamid Safi who does some good work there. I think he just about pushes the ball back before running over that boundary line. This one's high up in the air. It's probably going to fall between the three fielders. All three converge. Mark Simpson-Parker shows us his best footwork. Picks it up. You can see the top end of his finger has plaster on it as well after he took that heavy blow in the field. So maybe he's more than happy using his feet instead of his fingers. It's good to see him back out there. And there was a couple of fingers in danger in the last couple of games. Everyone has made it through unscathed. That's almost an action replay of the previous shot. Same outcome. It drops short of Hamid Safi out there on the boundary. Just the one run, and Prasad haven't really found the middle of the bat quite yet. The same could be said of Malta. Halfway through the second over, and they're yet to score a boundary. In fact, they've yet to score more than a single off any given ball. It's been a great start here from Austria. And this one has found the gap eventually. Mark Simpson-Parker running around, but he won't quite be able to stop that one. So that's the first boundary of the innings to Malta. It's from the bat of Rocky, who takes Malta into double figures. 10 for 1 with one ball remaining of the second over. Welcome to everyone in the chat. Hi to Monica. Hi to Trip. Lovely to have you all with us. Big swing from Rocky. Swing and a miss to end the second over. Malta 10 for 1. Thomas has nice soccer skills there from Mark Simpson-Parker, and Austria will be hoping that their cricket skills are on show in this final game to give them any chance of reaching that big final tomorrow. And as we see by the standings, Austria have lost both their games, but they did in both games, because they were such tight finishes, manage to pick up those bonus points. So they're by no means out of it, but Malta really in the driving seat with their 2 wins from 2 games. And you imagine a win here would put them in the final. So it's really an all or nothing game almost for both teams, with Hungary coming back for their double-header tomorrow, so they'll face Austria in the morning before the Hungary-Malta matchup, and then the final between the first and second place teams. Sahir Zadran, after his great first over, he is brought back. After going for just 3 in his first over, he's gone for 4 off the very first ball of his second over. It's nicely hit by Varun Prasad. Again, I don't think he quite finds the middle of the bat, but he gets enough of it, especially in this final over of the power play, to clear the inner ring. Quite short, straight boundaries as well, and he manages to find the rope on that occasion. Trip in the comments saying, I still haven't seen Derek yet this year. And there is a reason for that. He's on a well-earned holiday. I think he might be getting himself a little makeover, getting his wings trimmed. He'll be coming back bigger and brighter than ever very soon. I think maybe a lot of the batters this week who might have got a duck are happy not to see the sight of Derek yet, but I can assure you he'll be back in due course. Malta will be hoping not to have too many ducks in this innings. Prasad still, he's motioning about how he should be hitting that shot, and he's still not finding the middle of the bat. I'm sure that bat has a lovely middle. The Malta captain not quite finding it yet. This one's gone high in the air. There's no deep cover out actually, and it looks like the tent there are motioning that it has gone for 4, so they are acting on behalf of the third umpire there. I think it just was one bounce and over the rope here. Rocky just gave himself a bit of room. It was already quite a wide ball. You can see it just lands within the rope. One of those 49.5 metre boundaries. We've seen a few earlier in the day just drop the other side of that boundary, but from Rocky's perspective, it was just the wrong side of it. That's a good response from Sahil, who's put in a good spell so far. He's gone for just 12 of his spell with 1 ball left of it. And it's the final ball of the power play. Malta find themselves a bit of a sluggish start. 19, the loss of Priyan Pushparajan, the dangerous Priyan, who scored a few runs in the previous games. There's a half-hearted appeal there from Chima. I don't think there was anything in it. Rocky just rocked back, tried to lever that through the point region. Ball kind of followed him a little, as it was ended in a dot ball. That's Malta 19 for 1 off the power play. Some talk in the chat about Derek. He will be coming back, I assure you, very soon, but someone who's coming back sooner rather than later. Vinny, welcome back.
I am back, and yeah, what an interesting start to this game. I'm an Austrian win here, and I was just going to check the percentages. So yeah, I just still feel that probably Austria would have started favourites. You'd probably be able to tell me that, but yeah, an Austrian win here kind of throws the table wide open. And Austria, maybe they're doing the reverse of their T20. In T20, they were undefeated through the first 5 and then kind of dropped off at the end. Obviously, they had a slow start here. 2 losses in 2 games. And right now they're 80-20. And partly that's because of that early wicket, but also the fact that they've kept it to a run a ball so far.
Yeah, Austria were just about edging it before the game, 52% to 48% I think it was, and the slow power play from Malta's perspective means that they've already shot up above 80%.
Tariq, brilliant in the last game. You can see his line is pretty intelligent to Prasad, who, by the way, can drive over cover. I just think he really likes going across the line, and I suppose he has enough success with it that he just often persists with it where maybe it's not the percentage option. Hey, I like this from Trip. So Trip's watching from Virginia in the USA. Trip Mr. Kitty. Kitty's in the chat sometimes as well.
There's that shot over cover, and Mark Simpson-Parker does the double knee slide to try and get it and ends up just kind of patting it into the ground. He saw that it dived on him, and he was probably had in the back of his mind his half damaged finger and made sure to just get everything behind that.
Ring finger on his right hand. One thing with this is if you go for a catch, it's probably not going to bounce past you for 4 because it'll plug. So it's worth at least kind of looking into it. Whereas on some other outfields, you have to make a real decision. And you might be thinking a bit more defensively, not wanting to risk it going for a boundary. But Mark actually had quite a serious finger injury not too long ago. And I know there were some concerns that maybe re-injured that, but it looks like to be that it's a different one. And obviously it hasn't actually kept him out of the lineup. So that's a really good sign that he's in the lineup here for match 4. Big game for Austria.
They'll take that. That's just been squirted over the slip region for 4. And
so you're an MCC member. How would they describe this shot?
Agricultural.
That's fair enough.
They wouldn't describe it. I think they would just tut.
Yeah, you're right.
Heads.
Like short little tut. Although some of them are a little bit more vocal and aren't afraid to voice their opinion, of course, after the Kerry Bairstow incident.
Say, ask Usman Khawaja.
Quite liked just some boisterousness, uncharacteristically so.
Well, this is why you've got to watch your step, Vinny. If you keep on slating the laws of the game, you're going to have angry men in blazers tutting at you. This is a big shot. There's no tutting on that one. That's going to go all the way, and it's just stopped by the net.
Same shot. Same shot, scored in a different area. This time Rocky goes bang. Tell you what, strength to size ratio, Rocky Dinish is probably winning a few competitions. That isn't a big bomb. It might have been in the gym. Corey kept calling him the king of the 52 metre 6, but these are going a lot further.
Yeah, he might have gone up a weight class, but that one he decides to just, well, I think he tried to do the same thing, but managed to just get a bit of a bottom edge on it. But Malta are slowly ticking away here. The double boundary definitely helped. And at the end of the over, they're 31 for 1. Still a good over from Tariq, so he comes out of his 2 overs with 1 wicket for 19 runs, which he'll take, and it's a good day at the office for him.
Yeah, I think that if you're only conceding 2 runs in the 2 boundaries in the over, you probably won the over here in Malta, or you might say 2 boundaries and overs par. But yeah, Trips watching from USA saying, I'm enjoying Tina's commentary, talented at cricket and a natural commentator. How much commentary had you done before this? I know that you did a little bit of the Valletta Cup that you were playing in last year, of course, playing for the MCC. Had you done too much apart from that?
That was it. So I did 1 innings at the Valletta Cup and then the ECCW, and I joined you guys for the Premier Division, but that's it. Maybe I just like the sound of my own voice too much.
The equivalent of like the Kate Moss story or whatever, you just get spotted and
plucked from obscurity.
Right, I wouldn't say obscurity with your cricket career, but still, no, we're so happy to have you.
Bilal is into the action and straight into the wickets. That's a great catch out there by Shigewal. He was conscious of the fact that his feet were quite close to that boundary rope. He had one eye on the boundary and one eye on the ball. Didn't go cross-eyed, took the catch comfortably. That's the end of Rocky.
Yeah, it is, and Rocky might have got one up the fence, but Razmal Shigewal mentioned since he's given up the captaincy, he seems to just be like a man in a field sometimes. Pretty lonely out there on the boundary in the outfield, but he does a good job, doesn't he? But he took that ridiculous catch earlier today, the one-hand job. And Rocky will have to walk back. He's got to go for 21 and the score 31 for 2.
That brings Jagath Purna to the crease, and he did a lot of damage in the earlier games. He got 40 off just 15 balls in this reverse fixture in game 1.
Well, I know that since Purna's been on the scene, a lot of people just can't stop watching him. They're messaging me saying they've got a Purna addiction. Let's see how he goes here in match 4. And the first one carved away. That's going to be 4 into the practice nets. That's the slip zone. If you remember the first ball of day 2 when you were here, we saw a vest wearer kind of lose his footing.
And that's one for the Purna addicts out there. Straight into the attack and straight in to the boundaries.
Salmate for a wicket in the 4 so far.
That's just been hit down the track, and we're at the power play now as well, so I imagine Austria are going to cover off those straight boundaries. They're short boundaries, but we saw the importance of having good catches at long on and long off in the previous game. Hungary really using those 2 field placements to their advantage.
Yeah, so obviously no Michael Das, that's mentioned in the chat as well. He's been in good form today, but yeah, it's a big program, 3 matches for Malta and Austria for that matter. Hey, so random questions, random chats if you like, maybe food chat, but we were starting to touch on unusual dismissals in the last game, but then we got caught up in the
actual
big finish.
cricket.
Yeah, which is understandable. We always had match 4 up our sleeve. So yeah, I actually think we've had one of everything, at least, on ECN. So now that handled the ball is considered part of obstructing the field, I'd actually argue hit the ball twice should also be part of obstructing the field.
Deliberately,
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah, I mean, hit the ball twice is a method of dismissal by itself, and it has to be deliberate. And there's certain exceptions like protecting your stumps. But I'll get away with this one, so 7 off that over. Pretty good result, and he picked up a wicket with the first ball of it. It's 38 for 2 after 5. We'll come back to unusual dismissal chat in a moment, but first, let's have a look at what is coming up. Of course, 13 days until the Western Shield, and we have a slightly new look, revamped Western Shield. It was a great 9-match 2-day series, but yeah, as usual, people want more. So we've got more teams. We've got 4 teams this year. I suppose it's more matches for the players, but at least they don't really have to play consecutive matches as often, although there will be a few times that they'll have to with the 4-team format. 24 matches and a final over 5 days at the Khartoum Oval. The second Western Shield, 13 days away. Here's Akib Iqbal. And first one knocked down the ground for a single. So, I grew up with 10 ways to be out. I'm not counting retired out, by the way.
No.
Because to me, it's not really a method dismissal, it's a choice.
Yeah, and it was the wrong choice in the previous game,
last game,
especially for the scorers.
Turned out, and the scoreboard. But now that would be 9 because they've merged a couple, handled the ball. So there's kind of, I'd say there's 5 fairly usual ones, and there were 5 unusual, now 4 unusual, okay? Loses his shape there, Varun Prasad. So the 5 usual ones are caught, bowled, LBW, run out, and stumped. Probably in that order, maybe even in frequency, decreasing frequency. So they're 5 that you will see fairly often. But then you've got ones that aren't as usual.
This is a big shot. It's up in the air, captain to captain. It's the Maltese captain that comes out on top with that one, and he just levered that. Didn't really put his feet anywhere, but when it's in that hitting arc, especially for the right-hander going across the left-hander, if it's coming into them, anything in that area is going to get the treatment.
If you don't succeed at first, then try again. Zemus with a little deke there, ended up over his head. Clever adjustment though. Akib is clever. He knows that Varun is wanting the ball in a particular place, and he will play the shot whether it is in the good place or not. So shorter. He's more of a swiveler than a genuine puller. So you can see here, he tries to catch up with it and can't. Yeah, okay. So, and actually, who was it mentioned in the chat? Yeah, Kroom's mentioning it. That's what kind of got me thinking about this as well, Kroom. Because of the other, well, it used to be 5, now it's 4. Hit wicket is the king of the unusual dismissals, because that happens a lot more frequently than the others. Like,
it's always a comedy element.
Even though it's a rare one, but, we'll see. I wouldn't say one a week. Slower ball's gone wrong, it's going to be called a wide. But we saw last night a hit wicket off a wide in Portugal. It's a big bouncer where the batter deep in his crease has gone to hook it and just demolished the stumps on the follow through. I think that one might end up on social media, but yeah, you can be hit wicket off a wide. And stumped is the other one. You can be hit wicket or stumped off a wide, but not off a no ball.
Yeah, well, you see stumped off a wide as quite a legitimate tactic, especially spinners in the shorter format. Just throw one down leg side, and you always give away the one wide.
I try and say, like, people wonder why that is. I kind of rationalise it this way: 47 for 2 after 6 is that like a no ball is like an illegal delivery for some reason. It contravenes like a rule, whereas a wide is just like misdirected. Okay. So there's a couple of things that like you still can take a wicket if you're a bowler off a wide, but you can't take a wicket off a no ball. That goes to your figures, right? Obviously, it can be a run out or something off a no ball, but that doesn't go. But let's talk about the unusual ones then. So hit wicket's quite unusual. Have seen hit wicket off a wide probably 3 or 4 times.
Prasath goes again through his favourite area, through mid-wicket, and he gets enough of that one to go past the sprawling dive there. Takes him into the 20s, takes Malta past 50, 51 for 2 at the start of the 7th over.
I hope they post it on social media because, yeah, it's not often you get a hit wicket off a wide. The ball was miles over his head. He almost tried to tennis it and came down, took out the stumps. What else have I seen it? People backing away and trying to cutting their own stumps.
Well, a few of these batters really like going deep in their crease, so there's not much room for error.
Yeah, and even they might just go too deep in their crease and their heel might brush the stumps. Great keeping by Chima there, by the way. And Chima's a tall keeper, but he's a very good keeper.
That one is going to go again, and that's almost into, I think it's the basketball courts over there as a horse stalls past in the distance as well.
Yeah, it's a fairly normal thing you'll see in the European cricket tour.
Creatures of all kinds,
yeah.
And that was quite a hit there by Prasath.
So, yeah, where's the horse coming?
Yeah.
The horses do get walked on the road behind the ground here.
I thought I was hallucinating, but that was in fact a horse.
Yeah, was. They said your helmet falling off after a bouncer falling onto the wicket. Although, funnily enough, that now in the laws of cricket isn't out if your helmet falls off and goes onto the wicket. Did you know that?
I didn't know.
That's your mates as well, once again.
And what is the justification for that?
They want to encourage people wearing helmets. And
As opposed
I
to if
don't-
like your teeth fall out and hit the
I don't
bails.
think that like that's the reason that people... Anyway, that's going to be 6 as well. Up and over the top, over the tents. Maximo! Somebody's put a couple into the Prasath zone and paid the price.
The P spot, and it's gone all the way.
Well, they do say not every bowler can find the P spot, but I think that Bilal Zama has here. But, yeah. What were we saying? You've lost me.
Helmet falling onto the
Yeah,
stumps.
that's not the reason. Most batters don't wear it if there's a reason. It's normally because they're uncomfortable or feel like they can't see as well. Not because they're worried it's going to fall off and they'll be dismissed. it's like, yeah, can't wait till I'm in the MCC and I'm going to just stride in going, what are you guys thinking?
There's about a 60-year
Do
waiting
they like
list.
it when people do this?
I think the waiting list will be extended to over 100
Tina
years for you.
suggested that I nominate as a playing member for the MCC because I
Absolutely.
hardly get to play. I know you got to play last year, and you might be playing later in the year as well. Okay, I'm going to stay on the what I'm saying though. So then you got what I think now is the 3 really weird ones. Used to be 4. So handled the ball is now part of obstructing the field. So that's one really weird one. Full toss, trouble, and that's going to go for 4. Pitches just inside. So Purna is going to smack it to the boundary, 4 more to the total. So obstructing the field is 1, hit the ball twice is 1, and timed out is 1.
And we have quite strict timing out rules here in ECN, don't we?
So it's a 5-run penalty if you're not there in 60 seconds, and after 90 seconds you can be given out on appeal.
Have we had that?
This is the key. So the 60-second penalty, 5-run penalty, there's no appeal involved. It's just automatic.
Yeah.
So the umpire says if you're not ready to get the game going after within 60 seconds of the last wicket falling, that's a penalty. That's it pretty well as well, and that will go for 6. So Purna lighting it up, 4 and 6 pick up sticks. Bilal has that over, go off the rails a little bit, 28 coming off that. 7 overs in. Malta are 75 for 2. Yeah, so we've actually had quite a few obstructing the field dismissals. I'd say about 6. I say it's quite a lot. Hit wickets, I feel like we've had about 30 or 40. And we're talking like 6,000 games.
Yeah, so it's not too
It's not.
too regular.
It's like the most common of the rare ones. We've had, I think, about 6 obstructing the field. And I'm just going to try and think of some of the ones we've had, because how they've actually happened. Just quickly, this is what's coming up tomorrow with Hungary and Austria doing battle in the first match of the day. Come back to live, though. Akib following that through in front of the umpire. It's probably no better than that, but maybe the umpire will have a word. Hungary-Malta to finish things off. So Hungary with a double header in the morning. There'll be a slightly longer break before the final, which is the top 2 teams, first versus second. And really, it still could be any combination of teams in the final. I know Austria haven't had the greatest start, but if they win here, they beat Hungary in the morning, then potentially they can still qualify for that final. Hungary and Malta probably in the best position at the moment, but obviously Austria in a really good position here. One, I think it's a good call, just misses the line. Okay, so I'll get to the fun obstructing the field dismissals first, but it's easy for me. We've only had 1 timed out, and we've only had 1 hit the ball twice.
Okay.
In the air, that should be gone. It is gone. Safi takes the catch. Prasath is going to have to go. Probably was in the P spot, really, but this time Prasath not able to get the timing. So unfortunately for him, he finishes a little bit early compared to what he would have liked. He's out for 33. It's 76 for 3.
Yeah, it was maybe 1 hoist too many for the Maltese captain there. Does get 33, but a captain's knock is important, as we saw with Zima's deploy for Hungary in the previous game. His 63 off 24 let them go to victory, but Farhan Prasath has to go for 33, and Malta here faltering somewhat, 76 for 3.
Look who's back. Afi's back. And he will be behind the stumps for Malta once again after Rocky Dinish did it in the first 2 games. They have been kind of mixing up that position, obviously rotating it around a little bit. Oh, it's really close. It's going to be called a wide. Again, this is closer, but I think the umpire's not sure he's going to call it a wide. Is it fully outside the line? Probably when it passes the crease. Anyway, just before a kick could even make a case. I think the arms were up. Walking stick 77 for 3 now. Oh, that's in the Affy zone. So now we got the A squad there, and that's out of the park. Maximo. Hakib to Affy, 6 runs. Okay, but this game is just going too quickly. I'm going to try and motor through these. And mentioned in the chat, Angelo Matthews got timed out. That is true. But before that, we had Always Ahmed of Spain timed out. We actually thought it might have been a really clever ploy because there was this clock loophole back in the day where you'd only get a 1 minute allowance to the fielding side, but the batter had 90 seconds to get to the crease. So if there was like only 20 seconds left on the clock, you could basically sacrifice a batter for 5 runs at the end. Of course, Corey would think of that.
Of course you would.
But I actually don't think it was strategic at all. I think it was just slow. So Always Ahmed was out Spain versus Jersey in the ECC. So he's the only batter to be timed out. Now we have the 60-second penalty and then 90 seconds timed out. So, and it's our lines. So the fielding team gets 60 seconds for all wickets taken. It used to be only after the 5th. And the batting side have 60 seconds to get to the crease. So that all lines up. Eventually we work that out. So that's the timed out we've had. Well, that's hit pretty well as well, isn't it? That's going to be 6 Maximo for Porner. Still a big threat there, isn't he? And that was the back of the hand kind of slow ball, I think, from Akib Iqbal, and it goes out of the ground. The hit the ball twice was actually in a T20I in Romania, and it was a Maltese batter, Fanyan Mughal, who... And it was... This is where I think hit the ball twice and obstructing the field. Sometimes the line isn't that clear.
Yeah.
So he kind of actually hit his pad first, which counts as a hit. And the ball was on the crease. And then the non-striker backed up, and the keeper was coming to pick it up and maybe run out the non-striker, who had to turn around. And then he hit the ball back to the bowler, ostensibly doing him a favour. But also it was kind of, I think he knew what he was doing. Only he would know.
Yeah.
There was an appeal, it was considered, and it was given out. And originally it was actually given out obstructing the field.
Which, in that specific equation, it might have been true, but here we are back to live in the air and taken. It's the 4th wicket down for Malta as Porner has to go. He fired brightly, but it's just not enough. It's 23 off 9 for him. Kind of playing across the line of that one.
I mean, I know he plays that shot well, but he's good enough to hit that straight, isn't he, Porner? Maybe goes for the cheese and falls into the trap. But he'll go for 23 off 9. Nice catch by Safi again. Iqbal with the wicket, 90 for 4. Yeah, so, but this is where it's funny, because it fulfills the criteria of obstructing the field and hit the ball twice, which is literally the dismissal hit the ball twice, is that you've hit the ball twice. Your pad counts as a hit, by the way. And it's not one of the cases where you can do it, such as defending your stumps. And no fielder has touched it yet.
Yeah.
So actually, but then obstructing the field is basically deliberate obstruction of the fielding side. That's simply put. But there's no kind of priority to those dismissals. Like, for example, if you are LBW, given LBW and the ball goes onto the stumps, the bowl takes precedence. You know, if... that's going to be 6 as well. That's Safi Khan, who's lighting it up. We're into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Safi bowling his only over of this innings. He gets pumped first ball. Yeah, but there's no kind of it's this or that takes precedence with those two. So I think it got given out obstructing the field at the time. I think on Crick Info, though, they adjusted it to hit the ball twice. So that's our hit the ball twice story. And the obstructing ones are kind of funny. It's normally people that are trying to get away with something and they've just been pinged, especially with TV. You know, so running... there's been a couple of people have changed their course deliberately to try and impede a throw.
And this one's been hit very straight. And it's going to just drop short of the boundary. It's going to roll over 4-4. Hamid Safi has come in and he's gone for 6 and 4 off the bat of Afi Khan. And he's putting in a little cameo here, 17 off 4. And that gets Malta into the triple digits, 100 for 4. 10 balls left of this innings.
Yeah, Afi Khan has been kind of given a bit of a breather, but now he's back and making his presence felt. 100's up for Malta.
He goes again. I think that's going to, again, be a 1 bounce for Afi. Flying into the 20s. He gets a big fist pump from Nias Mohammed, who's the new batter, non-striker, who hasn't faced a ball at the other end. But Afi, welcome to the game. He's been sitting out the first 2 games. He's getting his chance now, and he's making the most of it.
He sure is. He looks fresh, doesn't he? Considering Malta playing their 3rd game of the day, but he basically had the morning off, I think. He just was told, stay at home, relax, catch up on a few things, come ready to play.
Goes for a big 4th effort. This one, they might try and scamper through for 2. They decided against it. Afi is a bit slow on the turn there. It gives Nias Mohammed, who hit a few big shots earlier in the day, gives him a chance to face up to Safi.
But this is my random question. Tell us your favourite weird dismissals. Doesn't have to be weird like obstructing the field. It can be caught or run out, but in a weird way. We've had some good ones. I'm trying to remember some of my favourites as well. Nias on strike.
And it's a good recovery there from Safi. Having gone for 3 boundaries, first 3 balls of his spell. Pulled it back with a single and a dot.
Tim Harmer thinks that Jason Roy's been out obstructing the field twice. Is that right? Yeah, the modern interpretation, I kind of like it as well. You know what's funny in baseball? I know wickets or outs aren't as much of a big deal in baseball, but on baseball they say you're out obstruction if you obstruct deliberately or otherwise, which is certainly quite different.
This one's been hit a long way. It's over Bilal, who's standing there long off, but he can only watch. It's Mohammed, his 2nd ball. He pumps that for 6, and Mohammed Safi has already gone for 21 runs on his over, and it will be his only over of this game, because that's the end of the 9th, and Malta, they're on a Nelson, 111 for 4 with 1 over remaining.
I've seen an obstructing the field off a no ball as well, which is still out. And there was one recently, actually, I was in a Bangladesh BPL match, maybe, can't remember, but I saw it over the Christmas break where, this is quite an unusual one, that if you obstruct a fielder taking a catch, then whoever hit the ball is out, not necessarily who made the obstruction. So this is one where the batter hit the ball pretty much straight up in the middle of the pitch. The non-striker came out and basically cut in front of the bowler to try and take the catch. So it was the non-striker that basically caused it to be out, obstructing the field. But he wasn't the one that was actually out. It was the batter, because
maybe
that's who should have been out.
Yeah, maybe they should flip it, and whoever obstructs the field should be out, regardless of whether they hit it or not.
But that's the thing. Like if I'm like a lower order batter and I see that you're a better batter than me and you're going to be caught, I just take one for the team and
kamikaze
tackle
batting.
the bowler. That's French cut, and that's going to disappear for 4. Nias getting runs however he can into the 10th over now, 116 for 4 balls to go. Put your unusual ones in the chat. I'll read them over the innings break, and we can talk about them maybe early in the 2nd innings. But I'm just trying to think of some of the good ones we've had. The one I saw also, again, wasn't from our cricket, but it was, so I actually don't even know what the game was. It was, and this is a law they changed a while ago. It used to be you couldn't get like a dismissal off your fielder's helmet. But this guy has smashed the ball into the short leg's head. It's bounced onto the stumps. He's out of the crease. And he's run out.
This is Dida on to bowl the final over, by the way, and that one's just going to be hit firmly to Bilal. So just the 1 boundary off the first 3 balls of the final over.
A couple of early ones here. Tim Harmer, Imzamam hit wicket against Monty Panesar. It couldn't quite get his leg over. Very famous commentary as well.
Never a good sign.
Running theme here. Well, it's night in a lot of places. He's also out obstructing the field once, Imzamam.
There's a lot of him to obstruct, to be fair.
Well, he hit it to mid-off, and then mid-off threw the ball into the keeper, and he stood a metre outside his crease and blocked it. And I just don't think you can do that.
No, probably not.
It shouldn't matter, but morally, if you're out of your crease, you can't be interfering with the ball. And even there was one, I think, when a Pakistani first-class game where the bowler threw it back, and batters to protect themselves, but they're wearing pads and everything, and just stay in your crease. It's your obligation.
Penultimate ball of the innings has gone very high in the air, and Dida is going for the court and bowled, and he doesn't get anywhere near it, but it's a chance of a run out, and he misses the run out, and they're going to go for another run. Oh, they know. They're going to stay back.
It's actually well read by Umar Tariq, who backed up what can't be called a viciously fast throw from Dida.
Yeah, it went high up in the air, and I think he was right to call for that. There was no one really else in sight. And he kind of gave it a little
he was about throwing, thought, I don't have to throw it that hard, but that kind of affected the direction.
Final ball, it's gone up in the air. Bilal is under it and he takes a great catch. He takes that catch actually in mid-air. So the Malta innings kind of stutters towards its end and they finish 120 for 5 off their 10 overs. And Austria will be quite happy with their turnout there. As we said before the game, Malta had come in 2 wins from 2 games and Austria came in with 2 losses. But Austria have shown what they're about here and Bilal takes that high above his head. It's a good catch there with his sunglasses on, his trademark look. And it's Afi Khan who contributed there 24 off 8 balls and he remains not out because it was Nias Mohammed there who was caught on the final ball. He contributed 13 off 6. So probably a below par score there from Malta, with Austria now needing 121 off 60 balls. Maths is not the strongest, but that's about 12 runs and over. And Austria will be confident they can chase that. And we see here that it was a rocky start from Malta. Rocky did, in fact, contribute 20 runs himself, but Priyan was out very early. Bilal taking his first of 2 catches in the innings. Mark Simpson-Parker was showing us his footwork with his big old boots, and Varun Prasath, the captain, came in and he hit it right out of the P spot. So he got 33 off 20. He, in fact, was the top scorer leading his Malta side. And we talked a lot about the 50.5 metre boundaries. There was a lot of 49.5 metre boundaries here, a lot of 1-bounce 4s. There's good striking through the middle orders, through the middle overs. Jagath Purna, he came in, struck a strike rate of over 250, 23 off 9 for him. There's a lot of 6s flying about, but Austria did well to hold on to their catches. All 5 wickets taken cleanly in their hands. Malta will be confident still that they're in this game. As we see Zimas deploy, he's not even in the game. He tried to take that one. And Malta here, that was Prasath in the middle overs. The left-hander kind of paid off there. So he was raining down 6s near the scorer's 10. And then Purna, Afi Khan both came in and contributed as well.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers here, I mean, it's the first innings of the day where there haven't been at least 10 sixes scored. In fact, every innings up until now has had at least 11. So that kind of shows you that they're behind the 8 ball. Malta, and that was one of them. Afi actually came in, made a big difference when he came out, 24 off 8, batting 5. And yeah, I mean, Malta with a golden opportunity here to pretty much cement a spot, and that makes the morning match just kind of for practice. But I think Austria, they'll be disappointed if they don't knock these 120 off. Not just that, I would say I wouldn't put it past Austria to maybe chase this in 7. About 17 and overs required. Now, I don't think they necessarily go out that way, but I think they go out, they attack, they play the natural game. They would feel it's a chance maybe to get a bonus point to scoop all 4, and that would really kind of turn the tables, literally speaking. But yeah, great shots there of the beautiful Malta coastline. There's plenty of coastline in this island nation. 33 for Varun Prasath, the captain, top scoring of 20 balls. 23 for Purna, 21 for Rocky Dianish, and Nias Mohammed with a little cheeky 13 at the end. Only 5 extras in the 10 overs. So pretty disciplined stuff from Austria. And I think they are in the box seat for their first win. But I suppose it's up to the batters whether that happens or not.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting chase for Austria, and you can see that they shared their bowlers around. They used 6 of them, and Akib Iqbal, Mr. Consistent there, leading his side. He picked up 2 wickets for 24 runs. Dida, he came back strong. He only bowled the 1 over right at the back end of the innings. Every time the final over only goes for 9, you'll take that as a win. Umair Tariq as well, he's had a good day, chipping in with 1 wicket. So this is where we are mid-match. Malta have posted 120 for 5. They're 2 for 2 so far today. Austria desperately in need of a win. They need 121 runs from their 10 overs to get their first win on the board in this ECI Malta series. So join us in just a few minutes for the run chase. I'm Tina Goff. Vinny Sandu will be joining me. Final innings of the day.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
A very warm welcome back to this final innings of day one of the ECI T10 series, tri-series between Malta, Hungary and Austria. And it's Malta and Austria who are doing battle here in the final game of the day. At the halfway stage, Malta posted 120 for 5 after winning the toss and electing to bat. The unbeaten Malta in this ECI series so far. Austria, meanwhile, yet to register a win. They'll be optimistic that they can chase down this probably below par total. And here's the equation as well. Austria will want to chase this total down in 7 overs or less to grab all 4 points. We've had a few tight games so far, so if Malta restrict Austria to 84 or less, they'll take the bonus point. That's the all-important bonus point that Austria have managed to get in their losses so far. They lost their first game by 8 runs. Their second game, which was game 3 of the day, they lost by 9 runs to Hungary. It will be the usual faces of Bilal Zalmay and Zeshan Arif who will open up for Austria. The ball is in the hand of Jace Matthew, who bowled very well in the first game, and he went for a few in the second game. He's got a lot of control with the ball, but that's a lot of control with the bat as well. And Bilal wastes absolutely no time hitting the first ball of the innings through cow covers, cow corner for 6. We're in the power play still, which means that only 2 fielders can field outside of the ring. Malta have 1 out deep in the covers. Now they are going to send someone out to cow corner as Priyan Pushparajan makes his way out there. The classic move of sending a fielder exactly where the previous ball just landed. And this one goes on the offside, but the result will be exactly the same. Bilal goes back-to-back 6s to start off the Austria innings. We've seen a lot of balls today go almost dead straight. That was moreover long off. But Bilal, he plundered some runs earlier in the day as well. He's been a key figure for Austria. He took some vital catches. They weren't quite enough against Hungary to get his side the win. Tries to hit the cover off that one as well. We'll just jog through for the single, which brings Zeshan Arif on strike. Warm welcome again to everyone joining us in the chat. Thank you for joining us. This final innings of the day. Well, it's the final innings here from Malta, but the action continues across the water in Portugal for the night series. So there's 2 games coming up there tonight. Zeshan Arif has seen Bilal Zalmay hit his first ball for 6, and he says, anything you can do, I can do as well. He smashes that one through the covers, up and over for 6. And Austria have got off to a blistering start here. 3 of the first 4 balls have gone all the way over the rope. 6 runs. Jace Matthew had such a good first game. He showed a lot of control with the ball, and that's what really helped Malta restrict Austria to just 138 runs in their run chase of 146. Unfortunately, for Malta, they've got 26 fewer runs on the board this time around. And Austria will be hoping that history doesn't repeat itself and that they are on the right side of the win in game 4 today. And this one, guys, goes high up in the air. It's a half chance for the fielder, but in the process of sprinting back towards it, he loses his footing. That's Rocky out there. I think Jace Matthew takes that on the finger as well. And Rocky, who we have seen behind the stumps earlier today, he throws his cap off, falls to the floor. I think he's lucky that the ball kind of plugs in this lush outfield. In the end, they scamper through for 2 runs. But this over has already gone magical. Magical Matthews, 21, with just 1 ball left of it. You can see Austria, win predictor has them at 90% already in that big first over so far. It's only helped their cause. Zeshan goes for the big shot on the final ball, but they'll still be happy, Austria, with how that first over played out. It's 21 for no loss off it, and that leaves them requiring a run rate just a touch below 11. It's the round 100 needed in 55 balls to claim the win, and you can see we're hoping maybe for A very tight finish here. It's been 27 matches since a golden ball. That final golden ball of 2024 came in the ECCW Premier Division. It'd be great to have a close finish here again. As I said, Austria have been on the wrong end of 2 close finishes, both by less than 10 runs. They're hoping to turn their fortunes around here. They'll be facing up to David Marks at the start of the second over. And joining me for the final stint in the commentary box today, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome.
Yeah, nice to be back. And look, it does seem like a bit of a goober chase for Austria, but yeah, last game yesterday they couldn't even get to 120 overs. So let's see his marks. Quite clever thinking, actually. Goes slower ball first up. Probably not what Zalmo was expecting, but he picks it. He just holds back in his stroke, smashes it down the ground for 4.
Yeah, Zalmo in the previous game, his wagon wheel was very much backwards, but he's hitting the ball in the right direction this time. And that's another boundary to him. He's already gone 2 6s and a 4 in his 17 runs.
I was curious who his favourite start of this game, considering Malta won earlier, and Austria haven't won a game yet. But Austria had started 52% favourites. Feels like they should be favourites. This is hit pretty hard, and that will be Pushparajan doing the fielding down there. So, yeah, I still think, especially with that start, that Austria, if they get in kind of an impenetrable position, they could potentially do this in 7. 17 and over is basically the pace to do that. So keep an eye on that. 34 after 2 would be that pace. Just they've got the firepower to do it, don't they? Mark's trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, they do have the firepower, and they haven't quite been firing on all
Geez.
cylinders. That was quite a close run out, and Bilal just resigned himself to his fate there. He just threw his hands up in the air saying, well, if this is my time, I'll accept it.
Yeah, well, unless you're sure, I don't think he was that sure, that this is missing. And this idea of kind of trying to avoid the ball, I think you need to protect your wicket first and protect your body second, especially when you've kind of canted a couple. But the throw comes in and Bilal survives. And before the break, we were talking a little bit about unusual dismissals, if you remember that. I think a few have come in. Another tight one. This time they'll get a single. Quite tight little bend down from Sharma. Yeah, so I think the one that came up, I think you'd mentioned this as well, the broken nose run out of Zampa when the ball, it was a Melbourne derby actually, got smashed off the Australian leg spinner into his nose and onto the stumps. Ran out Phil Neville, former Australian keeper. This one is probably halfway to Australia. That's in the archery range. Maybe not quite, but maybe it did make it in the end. But Maximal, 6 runs. Sees Carreras. Any others that came up? I'm just going to go through the list now.
Well, while you cycle through, I was just wondering then, because Bilal threw up his arms then as the throw came in, it could have hit him as he was still out of the crease and then gone onto the stumps.
True.
And that would have been a run out.
And
a self run out.
Yeah, and I've actually seen that as well. Give him half the credit.
Final ball of David Marks is over, and it's in the air for a long time. There's 2 of them converging on it, and they do take the catch cleanly. That's Amar Sharma there in the covers taking the catch. That will be the end of Bilal. He almost resigned himself to a run out earlier in the over, but he doesn't last much longer than that. That's the first wicket to fall for Austria, 33 for 1 at the end of the second over.
For a guy who looked like he had to just kind of sweep his Zimmer frame out the way of the ball before, Amar Sharma found a new lease on life when the wicket was up for grabs. Credit to him. He's able to take a good catch running back with the flat. So Marks really think he's given everything for Malta this week, hasn't he? No matter what the results were looking like for the team. But he chips in with that big wicket of Bilal Zalmay, and at the end of 2, it's 33 for 1. This is the table, and you can see that actually Austria, believe it or not, if they were to win this with 4 points, I actually think they'd probably go to the top of the table at the end of day 1. So they could go bottom to top just like that. Now, we'll say that wicket probably puts them back a little bit, but they've still got a lot of batting to come. We know that. Okay, I love this. Marcus Trescothick caught in Russell Arnold's shirt in Sri Lanka was bizarre. Yeah, some people don't realise that, but yeah, if you're caught, for example, I've done this, but not on the full. The ball's lodged in my helmet as a keeper, but if that's edge, that's out. Lodging in any equipment of a fielder doesn't make the ball dead. Clothing, whereas if it was a batter or an umpire, it does make the ball dead.
But is it right that the equipment has to still be on the person? Because there's always that classic,
yeah.
if you throw your cap, for example. And
Yeah. No, that's different.
as Porner comes in for his first ball, and you have to re-bowl it, but he's been...
That's different. A helmet behind the wicketkeeper doesn't apply, or deliberately discarded. So actually, if you want to be really technical, we had this here before where someone's hat's come off. 6 runs. Thanks for coming, Zishan Arif. He's going to put it out of the ground. Maximal, 6 runs. Yeah, so I think it was here in Malta that someone went to field the ball, the cap came off, they fumbled it, landed in their hat. Not 5 runs because they didn't deliberately remove their cap. So using that logic, you could fumble a ball, drop a catch, and your hat could come off in the, just either accidentally before or during the catch, lodge in the hat, out. True.
Would you have to prove lack of intent?
Actually, that's one time. Oh, but no, is it caught? You would just have to pick the ball out of the hat. I don't think it's out until you pick it up.
So you could be perpetually out. Schrodinger's out.
You could laugh for 2 minutes going, ha 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 ha.
It could be out and not out.
I don't think it's out until you'd pick it up, because that act of picking it up would be making the catch. But the ball hasn't hit the ground yet. That's one I've never thought of. This is 4 runs as well. And yeah, the runs keep on coming for Austria. So, good shot this. I like this from Arif, because he actually plays the ball bowl to him, not the ball that he wishes it is. I think he's a better player when he does treat the ball on its merits. We've seen a couple of good ones in ECN. I saw actually one got sent to me, my old club actually, by coincidence. Someone basically ramping the ball into his stumps. All right, goes for this, doesn't really get it, but the field's up, and that's going to have the distance anyway. So Maximal for Reef. And Porner's over, going the journey so far. First time we've seen Porner bowling in the power play. So obviously doesn't quite have that same protection. 50's up here in the 3rd over. And they are on the track for all 4 at this stage. Yeah, so we've seen a couple of quite forceful outside off stump smash into the stumps. Oh, it's a nice take there. Bit of an appeal.
David Marks quite likes that. He's running in from that fly slip position, but both bowler and keeper were not that interested in it.
Wasn't convinced. Yeah, it might flick the shirt. You see the shirt move there. It wasn't a woody kind of a sound, was it? Porner could come back. And kind of in between length here. This is a good one. Australia versus Pakistan. Batter thinking the ball went for 4, talking with his partner in the middle and got run out. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that as well. I've seen that.
It's pretty poor game awareness. And you know what I liked about that is Payne, the wicketkeeper, is quite a clever wicketkeeper. And
England have
done some
found that
non-wicket keeping
out.
things as well. No, he's a very good keeper. You know, I think injuries kept him out of the side for a long time. But he, clever, didn't yell, throw it in, didn't do anything like that. Kept completely quiet. Knew that if he yelled out, the batters would realise the ball might still be alive. Into the 3rd over, 52 for 1. So it's hard for a wicketkeeper to keep quiet, but he pretty much just kind of took his position and just kind of was ready. And as soon as it came in, then he yelled and it was out. Yeah, it's poor game awareness. Having a look at the Manhattans here, see a couple of magical overs in that first innings. Without them, I think it would have been a probably sub-0 score. Yeah, so keep them coming in. I'm just looking at them in real time. Kroom says he got a wicket similar to when Jack Leach got the batter out off the other batter.
Yeah, that was the one where it was hit back quite firmly at the non-striker, pinged off him, and Jack Leach took the catch as the bowler.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen that happen a couple of times, bouncing off the batter. It happened in New Zealand Test fairly recently. I think it might have been bounced off Daryl Mitchell and got caught. I think it was England versus New Zealand. Mark's back and he's bowling out straight away. What are other ones we've got? I'll give you an interesting one. There was one at the Cardiff Rover where the ball got smashed, deflected off the bowler's finger, hit the umpire who was trying to get out of the way, bounced back to the bowler and he ran out the non-striker. But it would have been definitely 1 down the ground or more. But and Corey was of the feeling that you shouldn't appeal for that, which I can understand. But I think you're in with your rights. I mean, obviously with your rights legally, but even morally, it's where would you say something is like out of the spirit of the game versus just bad luck? Because like the stumps are part of the field, the umpire's part of the field.
Well, I suppose on that one, the fact that it went back to the fielder or the bowler and he had to contribute in some way as the slow ball comes, and we're going to check that for high. It's gone high up in the air. I think it will drop safe anyway, so we won't have to check whether the wicket still stands. It'll be a 1 for now, but it might be checked for high. They are going to check it for high. Let's take a look at this. It was the slower ball that went slightly wrong. I think he's just about safe there. It's just dipping on the way back down. So he gets away with that one, does David Marks.
Just okay.
He goes again for the slower ball, but this time the batter's expecting it, and it's almost a spectacular grab by Rocky there on the boundary. He leaps up, kind of gets caught in two minds whether to go for the catch or to pat it back, and ends up kind of half patting, half dropping. Yeah, it looks like he did go for the catch, but it looks like he would have also gone over the rope. So maybe that was the right result in the end.
Yes and no. I mean, a couple of things. The value of the wicket seems pretty significant here. I think he would have stuck the landing, whether he knew where he was or not. I mean, he probably didn't know. So, yeah, I think probably if he looked at the replay, he probably would have tried to catch it. Right.
Looks like an action replay here, but that one has gone about 5 metres further, and that's a big 6. Chigawal, interestingly, he was retired. Well, he came in after a retirement in the previous game, and I think they've maybe learned from that mistake.
It was rolled out. Like, so the opposite of a retired out, the new batter basically comes out WWE style. It's like, this is who we want. And to be fair to Chigawal, it did hit a 4. Got that next ball, almost an umpire clothesline. That's something we haven't seen too much of. That's a very ECN thing. Umpire clothesline. Marks.
So I was wondering, and then on the run out, if
go on.
it hits the bowler's fingers, hits the umpire, then goes straight onto the stumps, that feels
I think it's out.
like you shouldn't give it out. I mean, maybe you could withdraw that appeal, as that one gets the treatment as well. David Marks bangs it in a bit short, and Chigawal just stays back in his crease and pivots on it. And that's another 6. So the final 2 balls of David Marks over. The first 4 just went for 4 singles, but he finishes off with 2 big 6s.
That's what I mean. Like, you can't legislate everything. You could make a law that says if it hits the umpire, goes on the stumps, it's not out.
Or a dead ball, because that's kind of what they did in football. So they had in football previously that if it hits the referee, just tough luck,
Just
you carry
bad-
on. But
bad luck.
they've changed it recently.
Right.
So if it hits the ref, it's a drop ball. So basically like a dead ball in
I
cricket.
suppose it's one thing that happens so infrequently that it doesn't really warrant anyone spending too much time talking about it, even though we are right now. But yeah, I've seen some nice ones. I know West Indies back in the 80s when they were killing everyone. Just ball bounced off non-striker back to the bowler, and Viv Richards refused to run out.
Prasath has brought himself on here, and he might wish he hadn't, because that's gone a long, long way. It's just about being caught in the netting there. Keep the Archers safe. First ball of the 5th over. It's gone for a 6. Austria fly into the 70s. And chasing down that total with ease at the moment, but a few more wickets and Malta might be back in the game.
I'll give you a good one. Kumar Sangakkara swinging, maybe even hitting the ball, I think, but losing control of his bat and went up in the air miles and landed on the stumps. That's a pretty good one. Look that one up if you like. I think Ben Stokes was out obstructing the field against Australia, remember? When Mitchell Stark threw the ball back. I suppose, Carey Bairstow one. Don't want to open a can of worms there. But that's a pretty unusual one. Again, stay in your crease, kids.
And this is up in the air. It might fall safe. It's Priyan who's running around from mid-off there. And actually, Amar Sharma was far closer to that, but I think he just took a while to get going. He's a big lad, and
This is what I mean, though, as far as you can kind of go for catches knowing that it's not going to go for 4. So normally this kind of ball, if you go for it, if you misjudge, it might be 4, but never mind 4. This one's going to be 6. Chigawal lighting it up. And you can see what they need for the bonus point there. I still think that they're in the mix. And Chigawal and Arif, both big hitters. And I'd like to know, I think there's already been more 6s in this innings than there were in the whole first innings. Yeah, 10 6s in this innings already. We're not even at the halfway point.
And it goes again to Chigawal. He'll only get the 1 for that. But if you remember, Ben Stokes was also on the end of that strange non-dismissal when he took that catch in the slips, went to celebrate, and threw the ball against his own leg, and then it was called not out.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's correct under the laws of the game as well. You know, trying to dispose of the ball, and if you lose control of the ball in that action, then it's not out. I think he knew that. I think then a few people, his teammates, trying to mount a case, but I think just because his body language, he knew it's one of those things. A similar thing, I think, in the Big Bash in Australia over the Christmas break.
That's well bowled by Prasath. He's gone for 2 sixes in the over, but otherwise just 3 singles and a dot off it, and that's the end of the 5th over. At halfway stage, Austria 83 for 1, chasing 121 for victory here.
Yeah, so you can see what they need for the bonus point, 38 off 12. This is kind of what I meant earlier. I think it's worth attacking, especially with Austria having a long batting lineup. You know, even if you lose a couple of wickets, you can just reassess and win the game. Anyway, coming up tonight in Portugal, Coimbra Knights hosting Marlow at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo, and it starts in 2.5 hours. So you got this kind of little spacer, don't you? Also in Portugal, they're 1 hour behind Central European time, so it gives everyone a chance to get there for the evening matches. Phil G standing by, starting at 6 p.m. GMT, which is also Portugal time. 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. Here we go with more Porner. Ooh, and that would have been out as well.
There was a chance of overthrows there. But,
yeah. Another one. Ian Bell thinking the ball had gone to the boundary. India threw it in, ran him out. Then there was a tea break. Dhoni withdrew the appeal and came back after tea. In reflection, maybe. But I think the difference there is that India acted like it was 4.
yeah, they all thought it went for 4, and that's a great take. I think Shigerwell thought that was going to go for 4, but it went straight back into the hands of Porner. He's looking down at his fingers because I think he realised afterwards that actually that came quite sharply at him.
Bowling hand as well, so hopefully it's not too serious. It's just superficial, but it's good catch, and yeah, it was flat batted by Raz Shigerwell. And Porner to his preferred side, admittedly, but still it did come at him reasonably quickly. He took it upstairs, and that's the end of a very dangerous hitter. Shigerwell out for 22, and Austria 84 for 2. Also, kind of makes it more likely, I think, with Shigerwell walking back, that Malta at least take their point out of this game.
Yeah, and it looks for a while that Austria might go for that bonus point. I'm sure they'd love to get it, but it's looking maybe a bit out of reach now. They need just the 37 in 28 balls.
Still think
Yeah.
it could be on here. Mark Simpson Parker comes to the crease. 10 balls to get 37. Yeah, I mean, need to do some damage off Porner. I like that he's bowling this over for Malta.
It's a lovely shot from MSP, just cracks it, but it's only going to be the one.
So yeah, spirit of the game debate. The difference between India trying to run out Ian Bell was that the field had pretty much conceded it was 4, but then a replay showed it wasn't. So that's why Bell had every right to kind of act like it was 4 and be out of his crease. Whereas the Australian team never acted like it was 4. They made the stop and the batters just assumed. The batter's natural habitat is their crease.
Yeah,
They should stay in their crease.
Tell that to Johnny Bairstow as well. And this one's gone long, and I think it's just dropped short of the boundary. I think it will be a 4. We'll check on the replay, but Arif, that will take him into the 40s no matter what.
It's been called 6 actually, so it's really close. Let's see if we can have a look exactly where this bounces. Yeah, there's another one of those 50.5 metre sixes. So yeah, well done to Zishan Arif, and that makes it 30 off 7. Yeah, outside chance. Like I say, even if they go for it, lose a couple of wickets, you still think they should win the game from here.
Well, you could almost see it as a free hit for Zishan Arif, and then Mark Simpson Parker. If he's got 24 to get off 6 balls, he might fancy himself there. It's well bowled though by Porner. He's got a few things to say about this, and he finishes his spell 1 for 27. And that leaves Austria at 91 for 2 off 6 overs, so needing 30 runs off the 24 balls to wrap up the game. If they want to go for all 4 points, they'll need a big 30 off this over. They'll need it to go supersonic.
Hey, bit of a chat here from Trip saying he loves seeing the cat, an official cat grizzly fetcher maybe. Well, I wouldn't say the cats own the ground here, but you know the cats have a house.
Yeah, I think they do own the ground, to be fair. No one
Feels
messes
like
with
they
them.
do. There's a ginger one, I think it's everyone's favourite. But yeah, the cat's a bit of a fixture here Cats even stopped play once. But I think the Cats normally know when the game's on and they do the right thing and stay off. But
Don't want to go the way of the Range Rover.
yeah, some of these island nations, Malta, Cyprus is huge for cats. I think they actually own the island. Anyway, here's Prasath, more left arm spin.
And if Austria want to get that bonus point, then they need a few more of those big shots from Mark Simpson-Parker. That's 6 of them. They'll need 24 more off 5 balls to take home all 4 points. Austria having lost the first 2 games, they'll be more than happy with the win alone, but all 4 points might take them straight to the top of the table.
Borner's gone off after bowling us over, maybe to get some attention to that knock that he took in the fingers taking that catch. So Darsha Patanka is on sub-fielding for Malta. 24 or 5 for the BP.
That was a big old swing from Mark Simpson-Parker, and they will maybe check it for the stumping, but I think the umpire was completely unmoved.
Well, you know when Affy says it's not worth checking, it's probably not worth checking, and the foot actually never leaves the ground. Smart from Mark Simpson-Parker to keep it grounded, not to overbalance. All right, well, 6, 6, 6, 6 will get you home, so you might as well go for it here. Ooh, drop catch.
Yeah, Mark very much went for that, and there's a chance of a run out. Affy, having dropped the catch, tries to go for the backward little scoop for the run out. It was a great run in the end by Zeshan Arif. Good awareness from him.
I mean, it's a huge deflection, so I can understand it misses his gloves. So then it goes reaction. It's in his arm, and he just can't quite get to ground. Hey, how do you score that on the wagon wheel?
Just a circle.
It's like a dot on the paper. Hey, he shouldn't be that upset with himself there, Affy.
He's like a little child there.
Affy has lost a few kgs, maybe last season. That would have lodged.
That one's going to be lodged in the jungle somewhere, because that's gone all the way. Dragged a bit short by Captain Prasath. That's a big 6 for Zeshan Arif. That takes him just 1 away from his half century. It takes Austria down into the teens. I think the bonus point is pretty much, barring some kind of miracle, out of reach now.
It is. They'd have to get 17 in 2 balls, but you see what they need for the game. And why we were saying it was probably worth going for. So Malta with a pretty crucial point here as well. They could have derailed a lot of their good work if they'd walked away with the donut in this game.
That one's gone high, and it's going to go all the way, just about. It's probably about a 52-metre boundary there, and that takes Zeshan Arif to 55 off just 21 balls, so a outstanding half century for him. He gets a big bear hug from Mark Simpson-Parker, because they know they're very close now, Austria, to getting their first win of this ECI series.
Probably lucky to come out the other side, Zeshan Arif, but yeah, well batted. He brings it up off 21 balls. We're back to live, though, and he's not done yet. This will test the fielder, but he's up to the test. Out there, it's Patanka, who's on for Porner at the moment. That'll be the end of the over. 111 for 2, so they're basically 10 short of chasing it in 7. But Austria still, I think it's a foregone conclusion. Still a big net run rate boost. We know that this could be really close if teams are tied on points. Obviously, the bonus point system now in place makes it less likely you tie on points, but it's still possible, especially in such a short series. So, yeah, Austria, they'll be hoping to do this as quick as possible. Arif will face up in the 8th over on 56 with 10 required for victory.
And it looks like Priyan Pushparajan is going to come in to the attack. He'll bowl the 8th over of this innings. Austria needing just the 10. He starts off with a wide one outside off stump. That's quite a good area to bowl. We've seen that throughout today, this flirting with that wide line, but if you can get anything over that line, the umpires are going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Like the optimistic 1% for Malta as well. This could be out. Won't be. One stump to aim at. There, Rocky Dinish finding himself in the infield now.
Into single figures now for Austria, and now that they've lost the opportunity to get the bonus point as well, they just need to trot home to victory. Of course, the quicker they do it, the better their net run rate.
Got another one, speaking of unusual dismissals.
Okay.
We're running out of time though, but I think this one's come in on the chat.
Mark Simpson-Parker hits that with so much power. There's a fielder out there at long off and on the cover boundary, and there's only maybe about 15 metres between them. Mark Simpson-Parker finds those 15 metres with style. That was a proper cricket shot.
Just quickly before this game finishes, quickly hello to to Stephen Kelk, who's watching from the Netherlands, and I will get to the Edit Lab officials' dismissal if this doesn't go for 6.
And it might even be a wicket, and it is. That's taken in the outfield by Rocky. That's the end of Mark Simpson-Parker, but he's probably done the job needed for his team. He goes 12 and out, leaving Austria needing just 5, and you've got a couple of seconds to tell us about the latest weird dismissal.
I do, but MSP, I'll be a bit disappointed he can't finish it off, but still, his team's going to win, and that's what he'll care about more. Nicely taken by Rocky down there. And Simpson-Parker will probably be icing the finger tonight, and he'll be back tomorrow to try and get that ECI trophy back to Austria. He's out for a dozen. It's 116 for 3. So the Edit Lab official, thanks for yours. He said the Fakar Zaman Dokok incident, which I think is kind of fake fielding that's not fake fielding, and I don't think it's fake fielding. Please don't go for 6. Oh, and that's the end of the game. Safi finishes it off by putting it into the tennis courts, and Austria, well, they get their first win. And so what that means is now all 3 teams win 1 game today. In fact, Malta win 2 games. So really, it's wide open. They don't get the bonus point, Austria, but they do get a pretty sizable win, bringing it up with 13 balls to spare. Just quickly, it was the one where the ball was coming to the keeper's end, but the keeper kind of acted casual like it wasn't.
Yeah.
So the batter kind of took it off, and then quickly he got... But I think you're allowed to do that.
You can act as much as you want until the ball's in your hand.
Yeah, if you take on a run, it's your responsibility to run, not jog. So, yeah, that's what I would say. But, hey, what a great performance from Austria. Malta, maybe a golden opportunity to lock a spot away in the final. But for all the neutrals, I mean, we go into day 2 really no closer to knowing what that final will look like. This is what the fixtures look like tomorrow. Hungary playing the double-header, Austria first, then Malta. A bit of an extended break before the final, which is 1:15 GMT, which is 2:15 here in Central Europe, and it's 6:45 in India. But join us for the start of play. The Austro-Hungarian battle. They've had some good ones this week. They will do battle maybe for the last time this week. Who knows, unless they play in the final. 8:15 GMT, 9:15 in Central Europe, 1:45 in India. Shake, rattle, let's roll these highlights with 120 to win. We thought it was a chase that Austria shouldn't mess up. Turns out they didn't. They did it with a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, and it was thanks to Zishan Arif at the top of the order, and he remained unbeaten on 57. He was joined at the start by Bilal Zalmai, and he hit 3 big 6s on the way to his 24, and it looked like Austria made light work of it. Looked like they were on for the bonus point for a long while as well, but Malta kept themselves in it. They fought back well. They held on to some decent catches, but there was a lot of big 6s in there. 15 in total in the innings. David Marks went for a few as well. But they held on to some good catches. That was a big steepling catch there, taken by Amar Sharma. That was the end of Bilal Zalmai. That brought Razmal Shigawal to the crease, and he dealt 6s and 6s alone, 3 of them. Standing a couple of singles to get him to 22, and at that point, Austria were more or less halfway there.
It's a funny one, actually. They only had 3 4s in the innings, but they're 6s. That's what wins your games. We mentioned at the end of the first innings, Malta only scored 9 6s. It was the first time a team hadn't hit double-figure maximos in an innings, and Austria actually hit 15, and that was still with 13 balls to spare. Pointer took this, but then I think had to leave the field. Obviously didn't quite go in the middle. That got Shigawal, and they were able to get a couple of late wickets, but yeah, ultimately Arif would bat through for 57. Mark Simpson-Parker looked like he was in the frame for the bonus point. Got a thick edge on that, and then one of the shortest singles that you'll ever see in a cricket field. Just flattening the turf there, Afi Khan, helping out the groundsman. Shigawal certainly played some nice shots in there. 22 for him, but it was Zishan Arif who was pretty important, I think. Mark Simpson-Parker a late casualty. Safi came out, though, and we're trying to get through one more unusual dismissal. But nothing unusual about this from Safi, blasting a bomb over mid-wicket to send us home here on day 1. And yeah, that's a tennis lesson that was interrupted by a slightly harder ball as Austria chase it down with 13 balls to spare.
Yeah, and it's a big result for Austria. It keeps them in the hunt for the final. They went winless in their first 2 games. And it was really Zishan Arif who was the star of the show. he opened up for Austria and he was there at the end of the 8th over. And the winning runs were hit by Hamid Safi. Good opening partnerships between Bilal and Zeshan. That really got Austria halfway home, really. Mark Simpson-Parker contributed a few towards the end. Not too much to shout out about for Malta. It's a good introduction of Jagath Porner, who played his first game for Malta after sitting out the ECIs, or the T20Is, the last couple of days. He got 1 wicket, but otherwise not much to write home about. But Malta will be happy with their day's work. They did get 2 wins earlier in the day. I think if you offer that to them before the game this morning, they would have taken it. As it was, Austria take this one by 7 wickets. It sets up an exciting day's action tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. You're just looking at the updated table, which I've got in front of me. So Malta finished the day 7 points, Austria 5 points, and Hungary 4. But Hungary, of course, with the game in hand. So, if you account for that game in hand, you've kind of got Malta top, Hungary second, Austria third, but kind of point between them. So, look, every game's going to matter tomorrow. And speaking of that, why don't we have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow? Once again, Hungary playing the double header. They'll play Austria first. They'll play Malta second. So, Malta might still have to win that game against Hungary or get a result. Points are important as well. If you don't win, to at least hold on to your point. But, yeah, really, all 3 potential matchups are possible in tomorrow's final. And it's also Peacock Friday. It's my first Peacock Friday of the season. I know that same for you. And we actually started on Peacock Friday last week. Hard to believe already, pretty much a week into the ECN season. So make sure you join us for that. 8:15 GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 1:45 in India. But coming up tonight, we have more action coming to you from Portugal, where the Coimbra Knights will be there taking on Marlow. Big underdogs, I think, the Knights. But they will be getting underway there in around about 2.25 hours at 6 p.m. GMT, 7 in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. Well, it's been a wonderful day here at the Master International Cricket Ground. Though there is some concern that we might have some weather creeping in for the weekend. I hope it does stay away because, this series has been magnificent. It's day 5, basically, of the international stuff tomorrow. And, I suppose a bit of a light day for us with only 3 games, 2 games in the final, but we'll have a bit of a break before the final, so it won't be too much of a shorter day. I want to say a big thanks to everyone here on the ground in Malta, including all the ground crew, of course, the officials, the spectators, which we've seen from time to time popping in. A lot of interested people, I've noticed, just around the club. Love to catch a bit of the cricket. Of course, to the Blue crew and to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions. Big thank you to all the viewers as well, whether you are a lurker, maybe you're watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, or you might be watching on a YouTube channel. But, of course, all the chatters, thanks so much for your interaction today. Cosmic Nana is saying bye in there from Texas, and goodbye to everyone. But it won't have to wait too long because we will be back tonight in Portugal to pick up the conversation. Tina, thanks to you as well. And I'm all geared up for Peacock Friday. Hope you are too.
Yeah, I'm ready and raring to go, and I'm excited for the 3 games. It's only 3 games, but they're bound to be 3 big games culminating in that final. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for what will be a great Peacock Friday.
Yeah, well, thanks so much once again. We'll leave you with some of the highlights of the day. But before we go to that, I just want to remind you, if you are watching on YouTube, then don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can catch all the player of the match highlights videos and the shortened highlights video. So if you do miss matches, it's a good way to catch up. That's all at our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And that's also available to anyone, no matter where you're watching from in the world, even if you're watching from India. Also, our social media at European Cricket. There'll be highlights there coming all the time. And also, don't forget to check all the scores, standings, and squads of not only this event, but all the upcoming events. You can go to EuropeanCricket.com. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximon, on behalf of Tina Goff and the entire European Cricket crew. Stay happy, stay safe. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow right here in Malta for more ECI action. For now, here's the best bits of opening day of this international series.
My body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body